Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the FSL Dota 2 Open 2 called presented by our lovely FSL alongside our sponsors and partners Intel and Yahoo. It is going to be a day where we crown the grand champions. But first of all, we got to start off from the lower bracket semi-finals between Unknown and Lugiami in a best of one. My name is HusKKiee, and as always, joined by Mr. Otomo. How are you feeling today?
I'm doing great. I'm glad we'll be able to conclude today's tournament. As like you mentioned, we are going to be starting with the semi-finals for the lower bracket, then the finals for the lower bracket, which will be between Foxy Gaming and whoever wins, and finally between JIARMY and whoever goes from the lower bracket into a best of three. So it's two best of ones followed by best of three, and we will have our champion at the end. This is an all-women tournament, by the way, and we want to thank Intel as well as Yahoo for making it possible. I love that we're taking more initiative into getting women involved into the world of esports.
Yeah, absolutely. So yesterday we were able to witness some pretty amazing plays. Obviously, if you look at the bracket right now, JIARMY is the one team that has not dropped a single game. I mean, in this format, you can't drop a single game at all. But they have been kind of the role model for all of the other players and all the other teams to look at and reference off of, right? Because they have shown us what quality Dota is like. And I'm not saying that every other game that we watch, every other team is not presenting quality, but we're seeing them playing at a very high level. So this is why they are waiting in the grand finals. Do you think that is going to change today?
It's hard to tell because last night also we saw ESL being played and we saw a lot of new strategies being played on ESL. So some of the teams might look at that and be like, oh wait, I'm good at this hero and this hero is very meta. Like Lycan and Beastmaster have risen to the top with Helm of the Dominator. Helm of the Overlord. So some of the players here may have thought, oh, I don't want to play Lycan, don't want to play Beastmaster because I'm not sure. But then they see it being played and then they realize, okay, I'm good with Lycan and Helm of the Overlord is super good. Or Keeper of the Light mid, right? There you go. Keeper of the Light mid might be something we see. So I do think that we might see some changes. Teams adapt, especially.
Yeah, and I was able to kind of talk with one of the members from JIARMY yesterday. I was just congratulating and be like, yeah, all the best for grand finals. And you can see that some of these veteran players in this league right now, they still got their touch, and I would say it's a very commendable trait to have, especially when there is not much of these kind of circuits all over Southeast Asia or even all around the world, but we still have players who are able to maintain that standards and maintain that skill level, and they're showing it on the stage. Just want to put it out there. It's a very respectable a respectable trait to have.
AUI 2000, he had an AMA on Reddit where they ask me anything, and he's like saying that women in Dota 2 do not get the support that they deserve, honestly. So when you get to see these tournaments, and like that's one of the best things about it, is that they have a platform to showcase their skills. So I completely agree with you. You're saying, it's like you see some of them like, this is so good. This is like, we should have way more of this happening. So again, shout out to FSL for making it happen.
Yeah. I mean, I look at these players and I'm like, these guys can really kick my butt. Like if I meet them in my rank game, I'm abandoning. I'm losing 25. I'm losing MMR regardless. I might as well save myself 30 minutes.
But a little bit of like dignity. Like, I don't want to play. Why would I let my butt be kicked? I might as well just leave. So.
If the penalty wasn't so harsh, a lot of people be doing that. The draft is ready. Let's see what these two teams have in store. Unknown against Lugiami in this lower bracket semi-final. Starting off with the Viper and Puck banned by Unknown, and Lightstalker TA banned by Lugiami. Unknown will have Mirana, and Lugiami will start off with the Sand King.
5 seconds remaining.
I believe Lugiami had Sand King yesterday as well. No Kimi. I remember No Kimi played Sand King, and I mean, it was not really the performance you would have wanted, but they are sticking to the pick, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with the pick. I think it was just an unfortunate game for them, so hopefully they can adjust a little bit with that. Mirana first pick, you're gonna have to pick a few follow-up stuns. No, not follow, but set-up stuns, because Mirana landing blind arrows is very tough.
Yeah. And I think a pattern that we've been seeing is kind of a post tree plus a Mirana, right? And Dragon Knight, that's going to be the choice for Unknown. Obviously, there is still kind of a possibility to flex it. Dragon Knight can be that tree, can be that position 2. Lugiami will get the Abaddon, just the direct response to all of these lockdowns. You get chain stun, Apollic Shield. That's it, you're out.
Yeah. Not only that, but let's say Abaddon and Sand King both get stunned at the same time. Abaddon can just turn on his ultimate and shield the Sand King. So you have potential to remove stuns from yourself and anyone else at the same time. I like the opening from both teams, honestly. Dragon Knight flex, like you mentioned, and also works really well with the Mirana in the offlane. But I think Abaddon shuts that down way too much in the early game. Like anyone who gets stunned, Abaddon was just too good in the laning stage. So I like the opening for both teams. Really, it's very nice to see that.
Yes, kind of one pick to deny both right now. You kind
Yeah.
of make unknown second guess. Do I want to put this Mirana and Dragon Knight together? And if not, Dragon Knight goes mid. What do I need to take out to protect this pick? Right, you have so many heroes that really drills the dragon. Well, not many, but a couple. You know, like especially the Leshrac being one of the examples with the Diabolic Edict doing pure damage. You kind of don't really care about the Dragon's Blood anymore. We're seeing the position
exactly.
ones getting banned out a lot. TB, Gyro, Drow, Sven also taken out. Of course, for the side of Lugiami, they have the Necrophos and Ogre ban. And Unknown, they will continue the draft with the Ancient Apparition.
Interesting. Out of all the heroes like that people have been talking about, AA is probably one of the most nerfed heroes out there. His ultimate took way too big of a hit. It went from 40-second cooldown to 60, and Cold Feet cooldown was increased by 2 seconds at all level as well. Like the hero is just he took a big hit. I'm surprised to see Ancient Apparition still being picked at like this level when it's so important for them. Lugiami though, they do go with Ursa. That's 3 melee. That's a lot of melee heroes.
And at the same time, I think Ancient Apparition, it's definitely not, I wouldn't say not the ideal pick, but because of the nerfs, he moved down the rank a bit. But I can see why Ancient Apparition can still be an option from time to time, right? The Ice Blast, the effects of the ultimate is still pretty decent. Yeah, sure, not every 40 seconds, but being able to have an AoE ultimate that kind of executes your enemy when they hit a certain threshold every minute is not too bad. It's honestly not too bad.
Yeah, especially because Abaddon and Ursa, both of them function at low HP. You know, Ursa can enrage when he's down to like 10 HP and still live. Abaddon, when he goes low HP, you know, Apothic Shields just activate. So there is like a lot of logic to it. With the AA pick, it's just the hero doesn't do it as well as he used to. And Hoodwink, I was thinking like, yeah, that's a lot of melee. You're gonna need to get some rage, and Hoodwink comes out as their position 4. Strong lane though. Hoodwink, Sand King, if they catch the Ancient Apparition, she's dead every time.
I wonder if we would see the trick again. You know, like a pre-broadcast, I told you that I saw this Hoodwink player who was able to cast Bushwhack while Sharpshooter was channeling. I wonder if that is doable. Maybe maybe we'll see that. You know, if Lugiami, if the support player, I think Sanji was supposed for yesterday. If she knows of that, we might see that. Well, thankfully they have the Abaddon with first, with them, so they won't break the shoe and make Nokibi's life a bit harder. Just putting it out there. Unknown will have the Luna as the position 1 up against the Ursa.
It's kind of interesting though, because Unknown's doing that thing where they pick multiple range heroes and only one guy to frontline for them, which is the Dragon Knight. And I think Dragon Knight is like he's pretty good. He's pretty good in this game only until the Hoodwink came out. Then Hoodwink came out, and I'm like, I don't know if he can tank anything. You know, Ursa will shred him. Abaddon, he loves getting free hits off on the Dragon if he could. Sand King can jump the black line. Like, I'm not liking Unknown's draft after they picked AA and Luna. 2 nerfed heroes, very squishy against the Sand King Hoodwink. It's looking very tough for Unknown right now.
I think this kind of falls back to the same problem that, or kind of the same pattern that we saw yesterday. It's all about that backline damage where I think the reliance on the front line is not necessarily all bad, but we've seen a lot of examples just from yesterday alone that it has not been working out for most teams. So hopefully Unknown can show us something different. Though I do agree that maybe Luna was not the best choice. I was thinking like, okay, I was thinking of PL, but then there's the Sand King. But some other post ones instead of Luna would have been okay. Unfortunately, I just don't have the answer. You know, I'm not looking at the PL for sure. Sven, it's pretty weird. Yes.
I think Sven's banned actually. Although I agree, Sven would have been pretty good because all that extra armor would have been pretty good. What they go with? They go with the is this gonna be a mid-winter Wyvern?
I think so.
Is it gonna be? It's gonna be like it has to be a midwinter. Like one of those three supports is going to be a mid laner. It has to be offlane Dragon Knight. Interesting pick with the Winter Wyvern. Holy crap! Is this nine? Is this Team Tundra we're watching?
Yeah, I think we're watching Tundra. The whole draft falls into the Tundra, character. It just
Style,
feels like
yeah.
Tundra. But at the same, this is where we get to witness one of the things we discussed about yesterday is this
Mm.
core wyvern still good after all the nerfs to heal. Core wyvern probably doesn't care too much about the heal, but more importantly, it's about the Arctic burn, right? The reduced range on that skill. It's gonna put Winter Wyvern in a more dangerous position when she goes for those trades. So
Mm.
this is the time that Unknown proves to us if that core wyvern can still be a thing.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not quite sure which players of Unknown plays mid for them, so we'll have to wait and see until they actually start. By the way, it is going to be no Kimi on the Wind Ranger. No Kimi was their offlaner yesterday, so I don't know if they might be swapping roles here, and LV is going to go the offlane instead. So it's going to be interesting. Either way, though, Lugiami's draft looks pretty good. Good sustain, good saves, a break mechanic, lots of good stuns as well. Good scaling. I assume Ursa will go for the Battle Fury. Unknown's draft a little bit more gimmicky. I want to say, they've only got the Dragon Knight in the front line. They have like all these juicy backline targets that you want to kill. Luna, Winter Wyvern, AA. I'm all in on Lugiami. I think Lugiami's draft just looks so much better.
Yeah, I think the single target lockdown is going to be a thing that a component that Unknown will have to consistently deal with, right?
Mm.
And this is where we kind of can touch on the single target lockdown from the side of Unknown. There's actually not that much. You have the point and click Dragon Tail from Dragon Knight, but that's pretty much it. Everyone else from the side of Unknown, they kind of need a setup, maybe except for the Winter's Curse, but that's an ultimate.
Right? It's like, I mean, you have Lucent Beam, which is like a .8 stun, so it's like almost a second. Like, all right, that's sort of a stun, So it's no mini stun, it's a stun at that point. But the arrow and the cold feet, like someone else has to start them off for you. It's not enough.
We're getting a core wyvern. There you go.
Well, it's gonna be core wyvern. Okay, cool. Go. I mean, well, why not? Right? If it works, it works. And it makes more sense than the AA and the Miran at least.
Yeah, it does.
Core Wyvern.
I mean, it's actually not too bad, against the drive of Lugiami. But getting to that point is it's going to be a challenge, right? With all these nerfs, even Winter's Curse got a nerf. 800 range, which I already feel is pretty short. They reduce it to 700. Now you're literally putting yourself in range where this Ursa, the Sand King, can jump on you just to cast an ultimate. It is valuable, but is it worth it when you are playing as a core and you are focused on dealing the damage more than getting this ultimate off?
It's one of the reasons why I feel like core Abaddon and core Omni-Knight were also kind of like not viable at some point because people were like, why am I healing when I'm an offlaner? I don't want to be healing. I want to be doing damage and taking the threats from the enemy. So yeah, I agree with you. I feel the same way with Winter Wyvern. I'm like, I don't want to be focusing on disabling all enemies. So I want to just be able to do damage. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't like it very much. And
It's
so it's like
just
it's gonna be the
yeah, it's just kind of the difference when you play a hero as a core or support, right? It's like support gyrocopter, Like, I'm not gonna get flat cannon. I'm just gonna get rocket barrage.
Yeah, and the new shard, so much fun.
Yeah. I tried it yesterday. Sadly, it was in turbo, so I did nothing. I mean, it takes the enemy got their item too fast. Though one of my achievements yesterday when I tried out this support gyro was I was able to annoy the heck out of the enemy support. Like the guy was all chatting me like get off me, you're so annoying. And then when he kills me, he pauses the game, he all chats, die.
Are you happy?
Yeah, die gyro, take that. I'm like, sure buddy, I made your life miserable in the first 10 minutes. And plus it's turbo. I had fun. I hope you had fun too, but please don't kill me.
Dota
just doing my job.
It's always, because we're such sadistic people, we always enjoy Dota more when we know we're annoying the enemy while winning.
Yeah.
I want to win, yes, but if I could ruin your day a little bit, I just enjoy that so much more.
Yeah. Isn't you just condition that one particular enemy to like start
Mm.
camping you, to start following you around, start dewarding, like whatever you do, he's gonna be there. You TP for a gang, the guy's gonna show up and try to kill you. Like he just gonna mass ping his team, like kill this guy. I don't like
The
him.
the best one is when you kill them, you're low HP, then they buy back to teleport to the tower to try and like get a revenge kill, and you either kill them back or you just escape, and it's like, oh,
Yeah,
I basically won the game already at that
yeah.
point.
You that's a 4v5. you whoever was on is on the receiving end, that person is out of the game. Like mentally, that guy is done. That guy is basically mind control at TI9. He is mentally done.
Well, speaking of TI, looking at this game right now, I'm wondering if either team, like which team really has the big advantage late game. Ursa and Wind Ranger are pretty good at scaling, but I feel like Luna's scale is a bit better than both of them. At the same time, I don't like the rest of Unknown's draft very much.
Yeah, it from all the discussion so far, I think a lot of people might have the impression that okay, we absolutely dislike a nose draft. I think it's less of disliking the draft and more like this draft has a lot of loopholes, right? That Lugiami
Mm.
in a perfect game can capitalize on. Though I do recognize some of the players. I mean, again, there are a lot of notable names in this tournament itself. I remember Selma from Lugiami. I think we talked about it yesterday. HusKKiee on this Winter Wyvern. That is going to be a good spectacle for sure. Another experienced name on the board. So we are off to a good game.
It's interesting that they took the Sand King and the Wind Ranger, but they put the Sand King as the mid against the Winter Wyvern. I feel like that's kind of really tough for the Sand King, by the way, because you're all going to be always up against the Arctic Burn as well as the Splinter Blast, which is something that Wind Ranger can dodge with her Wind Run as well as being ranged. And you can see LV kind of walking out of the Sandstorm a little bit and might be costing him. Oh, sorry, costing her. So I don't know. I don't know if I like the matchup in the mid lane very much for the Sand King.
It does look weird, right? Because we look at
Yeah.
Nokimi yesterday, she did play the Sand King, and the Wind Ranger last pick was kind of a snap pick as well. So kind of interested to know what was going on in the minds of Lugiami's members when they decided that I think we should flex this Sand King mid. And more importantly, Sand King as a strength hero, the percentage damage from Arctic Burn is just gonna hurt this hero like way more.
Yeah, for sure. That's how I feel as well. I'm looking at like this. Oh, arrow. I'm gonna guess she was aiming for the creep though. Not like that. I was aiming for the creep, sir. I did not miss. I got exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. Though this Ursa, it's gonna take a couple of levels for YS to start having a little more impact alongside this Abaddon. Sure, you have this whole run in your face, do not care about anything else, but it takes time. If you don't time that Aphotic Shield correctly, you can still get chain stun and lose the trade. This arrow flying now
Whoa.
perfectly onto YS, but good shield to keep YS alive.
That was unexpected. By the way, if that was, I remember at one point the shield used to do like max damage no matter when you landed. Now it's based on range. That was like an old one of those old, sorry, the old arrow that could have actually killed him right then and there. Either way, though, Lugiami going off to a much harder start in the two of their lanes than I thought. Especially the mid lane, you can see that Winter Wyvern is getting more denies than the Sand King, which is crazy because you think, oh, melee versus range, melee would have the advantage, but not. Winter Wyvern is just harassing so well and getting all those denies at the same time.
Yeah, especially when Wyvern has one of the worst, base attack animation
Yeah.
and damage at level 1. Like it is, like I have huge respect for the Tundra players being able to even get last hit. I have no idea how 9 does that on Wyvern, but I can see how you can accomplish that with levels. You get points in the Splinter Blast, and suddenly you just insta shot, one shot the range creep. Like if the enemy laner tries to walk up, gets harassed with the Arctic Burn and Splinter Shot, it is doable. But at level 1, man, at the early levels, it's just so tough. 18-6 already for this Winter Wyvern.
It's not only that. If you look at Sand King's HP bar at the top, it's always half. she's always taking a lot of hits because again, she's a melee hero against a Winter Wyvern. Splinter Blast, like every time she goes to the lane, she's just suffering so much.
Yeah, just gets tapped down.
At the very least, the bottom lane is doing well. They're pulling that side camp, so there's gonna be a few creeps denied for unknown. But top lane also is suffering a little bit. Ursa 10 CS it's not bad. It's just that Dragon Knight's got 7 denies already. They're very worried about this double stun combo, and there it is, the double stun combo. Nice block.
That's that's a good support right there. Now with no stuns, they are gonna try and get some trace back, but walking into the creep wave, it's not really what you want to do early on. And I like it, you know. I know they use the glyph to make sure that this whole creep wave is gonna end up crashing into the tower, making sure that whatever pull that YS did early on kind of became futile. So all these small details from Unknown, they are getting it done right. But this is just the early phase where their heroes, you know, by default has a lot of pressure. But what is going to be the timing that we're looking at to really see what Lugiami's draft can do?
Oh well, it looks like they might be losing the Ursa, and there's gonna be a few more hits here. If the YS needs a shield, will be out. But can they go for the kill here? Does she actually have a heal on Zama? I think Zama took the... Oh, she took Curse of Avernus.
Yeah.
Okay. Tower is under attack.
That was too close for comfort. Though you would think that the value for Miss Quo at level 1, actually at all levels, is just too good, right? Low cooldown, low mana cost. I think initially, even I thought that, okay, you have to use your own HP. It's not going to be that good. But honestly, even without the Tranquil Boots, the Misqual is still a pretty spammable spell.
Yeah, I mean, you don't lose that much HP, so it's always pretty good. And LV kind of recovering, you know, 25, 3 to the 20 to the 31. That's not so bad. It's the Ursa who's now suffering because he has as many creeps as Dragon Knight has denies. And I do think that this Curse of Avernus pick on Lugiami at level 2 on Abaddon, it's costing them so much. You're not able to heal. Like you can see her mana is full all the time, but she's not actually able to use it. And she can't hit anyone because if she goes up and hits anyone, she's dead. So the Curse of Avernus skill points costing them all the time this game.
And that's what happens. It's gonna be first blood. YS wants to make something out of this. They have the TP from both Sanji and LV. The bushwhack goes wide.
On it.
YS turns around, but the animation does not come through. And in fact, Kakusu is gonna get the kill. Now Sky Mio should be able to get out of that. They have the mass TP from Unknown as well. As Lugiami kind of misplaying that a bit.
I think Unknown's draft is... I mean, it's not much of the draft. It's just that I think the players are just really handling the laning stage so well right now. They're getting everything, you know. They won mid, they won top, they're winning bottom as well. The Ursa's suffering so much right now, and they might have to consider having 3 people top right now. Just laying the Wind Ranger soul. Wind Ranger shouldn't be in any danger against Luna as well as an AA. Oh nice.
Yes, it's good deny from HusKKiee.
Look at that! Look at that damage.
Arctic Burn just taking away so much health from the Standing King. And again, I think level 2 Misqual is just way better, right? You keep this Ursa healthy when the enemies throw stuns at you, you dispel it. Ursa can actually just man fight people just because of that Misqual. But right now with what has happened, you can kind of see the lane not really falling apart, but there is a lot of discrepancy that you would have liked. And they bring Sanji to the top lane, so this entire Ursa manning up has completely been nullified. There's no Abaddon to keep her safe.
Yeah, they're actually and like you said, they're bringing all 3 people top, which means that Ursa's gonna be super vulnerable right now. We'll have Enrage in one level that's gonna help her out, but you need Zalma top because again, we have no Kimmy bottom alone. The Wind Ranger is fine. What we need is for the Abaddon to be top with the Ursa. Unless the Ursa's just gonna go jungle, at which point you're like, alright, you just go jungle and recover that way. And there's some nice stacks coming out here for the Luna. Not the biggest stack, but still helps a lot.
Yeah. But even with the Ursa going jungle, you're not going to catch up with the Luna anytime. And in fact, it is a Luna, right? She will always pull ahead. And the game plan for Lugiami right now, you have to look at the Ursa and think, what else can we do for this Ursa? It can't be just jungling when you're up against a Luna. You kind of have to make something happen with this Wind Ranger and Sand King. So perhaps they will be able to make that a reality. It really comes down to Nokimi at this point, right?
I mean, I think the same way as well. It's like if you pick Ursa or Slark in the laning stage, you want to win the laning stage. You do not want this hero to go farm in the jungle and just like be hitting neutral creeps. You want them in the lane winning, but if that's not possible, this is their best option. You just try to split push and have them jungle. It's like there's no other choice. Maybe Ursa, is she going for Diffusal or Battle Fury is what I'm interested in, or the Ursa.
I'm thinking the same thing. I think Battle Fury Ursa, it's kind of outdated to say the least. Diffusal will be the choice. I think that's the you get to stick on the enemy, the AA, the Dragon Knight, the Wyvern, you get to stick on them. And it's just way better, right? You burn mana at the same time, and it gives you the stats that you want. The agility, gives you the damage, gives you mana burn.
The slow is amazing.
Yeah, and they smoke under the ward.
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, even though they were both traded 1 tower each, we had 2 people on unknown farming, the Winter Wyvern as well as the Luna, whereas Lugiami only the Ursa was farming. They took 4 people to bring down 1 tower. It's still good that they got the tower, but this attempt on the mid lane has got to get them something. And they see
so hard. Yeah, the smoke breaks near the tower, and then they see this Wind Ranger. It is so hard. I mean, even with smoke, even if you get the ambush onto this Wyvern, the fact that players of Unknown are already there makes it so much more difficult. You're gonna, like, you engage, you're gonna get hit by an arrow, potentially. There's no way you can just one-shot HusKKiee unless you have some insane burst damage, which there is going to be time for this Wyvern to react. Witchblade will be delivered pretty soon, so this Wyvern is on a pretty good track. 64 last hits. Luna has 77. I think if we look at the net worth, Wyvern should be second in the leaderboard.
It's gonna come down to one thing right now. It's gonna come down to the Sand King's Blink Dagger. Oh, look at that! That's a difficult net worth graph to look at. It's gonna come down to the Sand King Blink Dagger. With the Sand King Blink Dagger, you can jump on someone. You can burst HusKKiee. Like you can burst her down with the Hoodwink, with the Sand King, with some damage from Lugiami as well. So it's very possible to get to come back from this.
And now it's all about just getting to that point.
Oh, they might find the Luna. Radiant used the scan though, and she's just gonna walk out. Very good awareness.
Just the timing also a bit off, You gotta feel for Lugiami. The first one under ward, second one getting spot up. Bushwhack goes wide. Dragon Tail is gonna delay that from Sanji and the Kofi plus Winter's Curse. It's probably gonna kill off LV at this point. There's no way she's getting out of that. Splinter Blast will confirm the kill, but they're gonna come in with the focus fire. They need the sharpshooter, but Hoodwinks, not even level 6, taking way too long to kill off this Dragon Knight, but a good Bushwhack. It's gonna keep her in place. It doesn't matter, the Kofi will keep YS in place instead, and she is gonna go down. Eventually they finish off Sanji with that sharpshooter, but the damage has been done, and Unknown would take 2.
I believe Hoodwink wasn't actually level 5 when that fight started. A few creeps died. I mean, she was level 5. She got level 6 during that fight because, the Acorn shot into Bushwhack missed, but LV had already gone in for the fight, and it was just this very awkward situation where it's like, oh, we're committing for a fight, but we're really not landing the spells we need to land. So it has to be the Sand King Blink Dagger that gets them back.
It's one of those few cases of I think we can fight, but if we have the spells, right?
Yeah.
So you realize that, okay guys, we need to defend our structure. You start a fight and you realize, guys, actually I'm not level 6, I don't have my ult, I don't have that 1-2 to kill of this Dragon Knight, but HusKKiee very far forward, YS gets the Falling Shield misqual. Now this Bushwhack lands, an important one, sharpshooter flying straight through, and the haze runs out. She's dead. Good response from Lugiami.
I'll be honest, HusKKiee really was a little bit too greedy with that one. Solo killing an Ursa, that's a tall order for a Midwinter Wyvern. So that was actually that makes a big difference. You're sort of their strongest space makers off the map for 20 seconds, and you give them away a kill.
Yeah, gotta give him credit though to Xiaoma. I think if the Abaddon was not there, Ursa would have actually died. She did not have to enrich.
For sure.
And Witchblade is actually insane.
But at the same time, they do have wards there, and I think that Radiant know that because remember they used the scan at that area because they thought maybe we were gonna get ganked. So they should kind of assume that there might be vision there.
Radiant's top
Either way,
tower is under
it's no big
attack.
deal, and I think the Blink Dagger's finished on the Sand King now. So with that Blink Dagger, you jump on someone. Yeah, there he goes. Blink Dagger's there. Epicenter, Blink Dagger, you can catch the HusKKiee, you can get a kill. It is very possible. Especially if HusKKiee tries that again.
And you see a ping. I think they're thinking about this. Just teasing HusKKiee for a bit. Yeah, you can see Wyvern is not wanting to show herself at all. Pulling this creep wave back as far back as possible. And that's going to prevent the gank from coming through. And in fact, TP to the outpost is going to be it. Epicenter comes right through, lands onto both targets as well with the sharpshooter following up and a power shot. Lugiami is made out of Olympic gold medalist archers. They land all their shots.
Right? I was like, holy crap! You had like you see like two lines coming down. You're like, oh great, okay, that's what okay, that's a power shot. Very impressive. And this is what they've been needing for a while. They just get the Blink Dagger on Sand King, and you play around that. You can get a few kills. We mentioned this a bunch of times. Unknown's draft is pretty squishy, barring the DK. You jump on the AA, the Once Wyvern, even the Mirana, they're all pretty squishy heroes. So. They got the Sand King. The Epicenter is down though, so I would think that they should kind of take it easy for a little bit. They wait for the Epicenter again.
But for Lugiami, the adrenaline is still going. Smoke breaks. Skymio, no idea that this was happening. Able to leap away, but the shackle shot, almost connects onto her buddy right there.
I think they didn't have a ward there. If they had a ward there, they could have actually like landed the shackle before going in, because you have to get vision of the hero. It was too tough. It's still good that they're trying to just run around the map and make space. Like, this is what Ursa needs. The problem is it's an Ursa. And Luna still is out farming and will outscale anyway.
Yeah. And at the same time, when you try to do something like this a bit too frequently, you get a kill and then you smoke it and run around. That's a lot of time wasted, or a lot of time invested in trying to get these kills, right? And it didn't get them anything. So it's still good for Unknown. They're getting those farms.
I think they know where Luna is. They might be considering going for invade. And I love the new change that you can have one more smoke of deceit. I mean, yeah, it maxed out at 3 instead of 2. But and most pro players won't get. Well, they won't even let it reach 3. You know, it's like not that like they're never gonna let it reach 3 or 2. They're just gonna make sure they keep buying it. So, but it's nice. Now you have a bit more smoke coming out at some points in the game, and they have a smoke coming out for Abaddon. Maybe try and kill that Luna. Luna's such a big target right now. She's farming out of control. More than 3k gold ahead of the Ursa.
Yeah, and that is pretty much expected. But obviously part of the lead also came from how Ursa had a very underwhelming lane. We'll see how this is going to turn out. Lugiami really want that top tier 1, but tower defense is going to be Unknown's strong suit. They have a lot of ways to keep Lugiami from just running at structures. You know, the setup is there. Moonlight Shadow, this is spotted.
This is spotted.
And yeah, it's spotted under ward. So the question is, Lugiami, are they ready? Yep, they have the sentry ward. This is gonna be huge with the bushwhack, but there's no follow-up. Members are not in place. The rest of Lugiami, they're gonna try and retreat. Shelma most likely left to dry, but at least they did not lose anyone. The Winter's Curse will be expended. It's taking a lot of time.
Yeah, completely fine to lose Jama for this. Like, they're position 5, they used multiple ultimates, literally 4 ultimates. The Dragon Form was also used, everything except
middle lane.
Eclipse. Yeah, mid lane. This is gonna be a really good fight for Lugiami if they know all these ultimates are down now.
Yeah, there's Dragon 2 connects, but that's an Invis rune. No Kimi just gets out. Like you said, right? Without Ice Blast, no Moonlight Shadow, no Winter's Curse. If Lugiami wants to dive, this is the chance. Sharpshooter is already back up. I think they are looking for a target. That ward, the earlier ward was dewarded. And
did he pick up the Van Brace? Did he pick it up?
Oh no! No! Wait.
It went to their dire side. That's a free Van Brace for them.
That's a free Van Brace. Oh, no Kimi. She's everything. Oh, there we go. There's the sentry. Gonna stun her. But she has the wind run, so she's gonna be alive for a bit longer. Sharpshooter's gonna fly wide. The shot does miss. Same as the bushwhack. The counter engage though from LV. That should be sufficient. HusKKiee is gonna eat that fairy fire. Body block and power shot coming through. The arrow will be connecting, but the fire shield is gonna dispel everything. Pick Pope, pick out LV. She's out.
An overall big win just because you got that Vambrace up. I think it's on the Wind Ranger right now, or the Hoodwink, but that free Vambrace, it's yeah, there you go, free Vambrace right there.
That's a steal.
Like, oh, that's a big deal. That is a big deal because now you have 6 tier 2 items on Lugiami and only 4 on Unknown. They did have to use Epicenter and they didn't get anything out of it. I mean, and nothing else. Like nobody died. So still, overall, Lugiami will be happy with that. And it's been 3k advantage for Unknown for 8 minutes, and that's kind of bad because you are expecting to accelerate on their side.
Look at this, a double Vambrace. That is
right. I would imagine though that Ursa doesn't need it. To be fair, though, like Ursa's holding on to the Vambrace, but it's much better on the Sand King who's actually gonna be fighting. Like Ursa's like, guys, I need my Vambrace. Why? To farm. You know, like I gotta farm with it. All right, man. You do like, you farm.
You can't say no to free stuffs, right? This proves that even with the changes where neutral items will fly towards you after you when you acquire it, it is still susceptible for being stolen.
Yeah,
and that is the great example.
It should go straight to your inventory. You know.
You know, Ice Frog is not that forgiving, right?
He's like, no, that's your fault. I give them to you.
Like, but, literally drops it in front of you. You still miss it. That's on you.
We haven't seen HusKKiee do much in these fights so far. With the Luna, which is kind of a problem for Unknown because she's like most of their net worth anyway. So this could be.
They just
barely.
Allies disappear.
They did not catch it with HusKKiee. She's gonna walk in. Is there a sentry nearby? They don't need the sentry. They know.
Sanji, run, squirrel, run. She's gonna be caught, and yeah, she's 100% dead. But means fine. You break it. Maybe not though. To get the dust. Xiaoma able to be there and keep LV alive. They also got a shackle early on, so you kind of stop the momentum from Unknown. Yeah, you lose the Hoodwink, but not too big of a deal. Ursa continues to have space. They're still not shutting down the Luna.
There's a go for there's a finish the Diffusal Blade in the end, because if you're gonna farm all for 20 minutes, you might as well get the Battle Fury. You know, like what if you're farming? Why are you farming with a Diffusal Blade? So,
this is gonna be huge. Oh, the Dragonite blinked away just in time. Good disengage, but still the Luna in danger. Can they finish her off? All the spells are coming through. LV is gonna throw a life for this again. Oh my goodness! Beautiful shot from Lugiami. That is the money shot right there. Luna dies. The rest of Unknown, they gotta start running away because HusKKiee is gonna be stuck on by YS for a while. Winter's Curse is the very defensive man, and Bushwhack will be on target. Another power shot coming right through. JIARMY getting connected by it. But can they find her though? Any more spells to keep her in place? No. Still Lugiami getting the kill on Luna. That is huge.
That was a big deal. Like it looked like Unknown should have won that fight. To be honest with you, Sand King wasted a few epicenters just getting to position, and it looks like it's like, oh, the Ursa's here late. It's 5 versus 4, but then you get the power shot as well as her Hoodwink sharpshooter land at the same time. Holy crap! Like what Lugiami is showing very good understanding of team fights. Like they are incredible in these team fights, despite the fact that they are a little bit behind in terms of net worth. But look at everyone else. They caught up. Yes, Luna's ahead. But remember when Dragon Knight was absolutely crushing Nokimi in the net worth? Now he's way behind. Same thing with the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, this proves that Luna is actually very killable. And you don't really want to co-embrace her, right? Because all of those are magic damage. Sharpshooter, power shot. Yeah, you co-embrace her, she's gonna take the full epicenter. That's not how you want to save your core either way. So
even the Wind Ranger's Maelstrom went proc. It's all lightning damage. So if Luna's not moving, you're happy with that. You can just keep on throwing out lightning at her.
One of the problems, one of the banes of a core Wyvern as well, right? Because now like you want to do damage, but if you have to keep focusing on saving your core, it's not really what you want to do. Sanji will stay alive, and they also saw the Moonlight Shadow. So Unknown will not be able to do much, and in fact, counter engage once more, and here we go, the arrow connects, Shackle Shot does not, but the Maelstrom Clock will let them taste lightning. HusKKiee will die once more. Lugiami with all these responses, look at the net worth graph, it's just a 1k lead for Unknown.
I was a bit worried for Unknown for a while. I was like, okay, for Lugiami, I was like, the lane stage went so well for Unknown. They were super far ahead. But my head was like, oh, Lugiami will probably make a comeback with their team fight, possibly, and they're showing it now. Like, the Sand King Blink Dagger has been so huge for them. LV has been playing out of her mind.
And it's kind of resonates with one of the points you brought up yesterday, right? Sure, we saw Nokimi dying, I think, like 4 times in 8 minutes yesterday, but Sand King, one of those heroes, you give it a blink dagger, suddenly he just becomes so much more impactful just because he can get that engagement off. And I think LV, she has that U scepter, so now if you want to burst her, it's harder.
Yeah. Another thing is also the Dragon Knight. His impact, like he's not really the same level of initiation power as the Sand King. Sand King comes in bro striking 2 heroes. That's great. You know, you already got 2 people down basically. Dragon Knight's just not the same off control. And another thing which we've harped on a bunch of times, but we're gonna go back into it, is 1 melee versus 3 melee heroes, all of them who don't mind tanking the front line. It's so much harder to play the Sand King, the DK than Lugiami's draft.
We're starting to see the Abaddon second pick really show a lot of impact, right? Because every time Unknown wants to go and engage, Aphotic Shield. You don't really want to kill Shalma. She can just walk in and tank everything, and she'll be like, "Yeah, guys, it's fine." Abaddon in itself is such an annoying hero to deal with.
Yes, like the hero.
Even with to kind of add on to your point of the level of engage, yeah, you can get multiple burrow strike, and after the burrow strike, you can have the epicenter, the proc before you go in. Dragon Knight goes in, whips you with his tail, or bashes you with his shield. There's not really much of a follow-up unless the Luna has an axe. You're not gonna get the same amount of follow-up as Lugiami has. This is like a free Roshan.
And if you can get a 2-man burst strike, you also can get a 2-man shackle. So that's another lovely thing for them as well to deal with. They trade a tower for Roshan. I think Lugiami is going to be happy with that because the Aegis is super valuable for them. They have like 5 minutes now to try to get some map control going. All the ultimates are available for pretty much everyone except the Wind Ranger, but it's focus fire is pretty low. We haven't seen anything from Sky Mao. She's going to go for the Yules, an amazing item against Ursa because it doesn't get reduced by his status resistance. He's up 2.5 seconds regardless, so it helps a lot in controlling the Angry Bear. And yeah, Dragon Knight, look, she's got Blink Dagger, nothing else basically. You can't tank with that; it's too difficult.
And adding on the fact that there's a hoodwink, right? You have to always be careful of the sharpshooter. As if losing that 4 health regen is not bad enough. Now you have a break mechanic, which makes
it's so much to deal. It's like, oh wait, you didn't just lose 4 HP regen, you lost like 16 and the armor. So it's very tough for the Dragon Knight. And the Vambrace, let's not forget that. The Vambrace is the big loss.
It's not too big of a deal, honestly, because Nokimi got the growth bow, so it's like, yeah, that Vambrace is gonna sit in a base. But still, you take it away from the enemy. It's
still a big deal because I think you can give it to like the Abaddon. Like Vambrace is I think is one of the best neutral items at tier 2. It's like Vambrace, Philosopher's Stone, the what's that? Well, yeah, the Brigand's Blade is pretty good actually. The new Brigand's Blade for damage.
Basically like a pseudo Fury Strike, right?
Yeah, it gets stronger. Yeah.
Though there is a BKB on Luna, so this might be something that keeps Unknown in the game. We just see they see the Luna bot, and she just cleared the wave. So Lugiami, they are looking for an avenue. I think they're ready.
This is
Dragon
perfect.
Knight, this might be huge. Did they see the Dragon Knight? No. Oh, they don't have vision. I guess Unknown kind of dodged a bullet right there.
Yeah, for sure. But Lugiami, they're being smart. They say they don't want to go out against the Luna. The Luna's too risky to go up against. LV is prepping up the epicenter at all times. They're like, come on. That sound effect is annoying.
Yeah, I was like, what is happening? And so okay, that's the epicenter. So now no glyph for Unknown. I think Lugiami is gonna feel a bit more confident. Still have to be careful though, even though they were able to get these solo kills, you have to keep in mind that there's a BKB on CL, and at the same time there's also this Winter's Curse. Unknown can always counter engage. And Lugiami has been winning because they were the one getting the pickups. They were the one able to kind of launch that counter initiation. But Unknown with this tier 1 still up, they have they still have a lot of space to work with. Blast Rig for Lugiami. This is where the Dragon Knight probably would want that item.
Yes, or you can give it to the Sand King or the Ursa. Both are great because you can just there's a Blast Rig for each one. I was like I saw Lugiami get a Blast Rig. I was like that's because either one of them can just jump in. If they get hit, they blind the enemies because you are jumping in on the Luna or the Winter Wyvern most of the time. So blinding them is a big deal. Oh, Sanji walks in.
Just it's high-fiving each other. I think Sanji feeling a bit confused, like why is this Luna in our jungle? But I agree, hitting a Blast Rig on Sand King is gonna be great.
Actually, here's a problem with having only one melee hero. If you get the Flame Cloak and the Blast Ring, these are two great neutral tier 3 items, but only one of them will be used on the Dragon Knight. The other one's just kind of wasted.
I think give the Flame Cloak to Dragon Knight and the Blast Rig to I on the AA, you know, someone that Lugiami is definitely gonna jump on. But even then, you have the Wind Ranger, right? The Blast Rig doesn't solve all the issues.
That's what I'm saying. Like Blast Rig doesn't, like you want it on the melee guy, you want it on the Abaddon, you know, you want it on the Sand King. You don't want it to be on an Ancient Apparition or a Hoodwink. So when you only have one viable melee guy and you get 2 melee items, so I think you're kind of wasting one. Oh dear.
Oh, they had the Sharpshooter propped up. There is Moonlight Shadow and a Dust. Sharpshooter is gonna go wide, thanks to the lack of vision. So Unknown dodging a bullet, dodging an arrow from Lugiami. Like that death would have been huge.
Yeah, they still have the Aegis up for about another minute, but after that it's gone. And I'm very impressed with Lugiami's ability to keep up in terms of net worth. Yeah, the Luna's ahead, but all the other cores are doing very well. And I mean, HusKKiee, she was crushing mid against LV, and now she feels more of a support. You know, like she doesn't feel like she was that amazing in presence she was early on.
She still needs 700, almost 700 gold for her axe. So that could be a game changer. Well, not really a game changer, but make her more efficient in dealing those damage. But the question is, when that time comes, will Lugiami be able to respond to that? You know, is it on time? Because all these item timings, they can hurt, right? You think that you have that item spike, but because the enemy is just far ahead, they have the appropriate response. Though to be fair, Unknown still has that network fleet. It's all in the banks of this Luna.
Yeah, and like if Luna wasn't so far ahead, they'd be in quite a deficit actually. So it's a scary thing. She's gonna go for the Skadi. Very useful item to have against all this region coming out from the Abaddon.
It's gonna be,
I guess,
a bit tougher for Unknown to take prolonged fights. Simply because Lugiami now has the axe on the Sun King. Like as if Blink Burrow Strike isn't bad enough. Now he has Blink half a screen worth of Burrow Strike.
Yeah, the thing is a bit scary. I think both teams are gonna wait for Roshan. In 2 to 5 minutes, Roshan will respawn. So that's when both teams are gonna be like, okay, that's what we want. We want the Roche kill. We want the shard. There's a lot of shards that are very useful in this game for both teams. So that might be what they're waiting for. And it's gonna be the Glimmer Cape for the Abaddon. Interesting. There's a lot of magic damage from Unknown's side coming out. So if you can reduce that, that's very helpful.
Yeah, and our lovely observer, you know, very attentive. I love it. You know, when we want to see something, he just delivers. He or she. I think it's he just delivers. Unfortunately, we can't see the Roshan timing. It's fine. I think based on my experience, that is around 2 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's a 2 to 5 because in 2. Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah. Guys, on the okay. My bad. It was on the
So once that's done, then we'll know for sure. You know, it's 5 minutes when you're winning. It's 2 minutes when you're losing. You know, when you're losing, it spawns instantly for the enemy. But when you're winning, you're like, all right, guys, let's go, Roche. We just want a big team fight. It's just not there, like forever. Either way, I want to see what neutral item the DK has because there's Blast Rig, Ceremonial Rig, Ceremonial Robe, and the Flame Cloak. So these are 3 really good melee items, but you only have one guy who can use them.
Ceremonial Cloak. I am actually pretty because I don't use that neutral item often. You know, I'm like, just flat mana and status resist until I saw the range, and I'm like, okay, this is actually a pretty darn good item. I think Sand King can take it.
But I believe Unknown has all 3.
Oh.
They have a Flame Cloak, as well as Blast Rig, as well as this emerald. So I'm like, you have 3 melee items, and DK can only pick 1, you know?
Maybe Ceremonial Robe isn't too bad on I guess the range is pretty huge. You know,
It's
I
great,
think in
but
most of
but isn't Flame Cloak amazing too? It's like so good.
yeah, but you know, compared to the Dragon Knight, you would compared to the Dragon
There you
Knight, I
go.
think you would have where's the ceremonial cloak? Like no one is using it.
No one's using it because no one can use it. That's like they give him the Flame Cloak because it's the most tanky item. It's the one that you wanted to be like on him. So it's poor Dragon Knight. He's like I'm the only guy who can use it, and you do need the armor and the magic resist.
Yeah,
It helps you
it's
tank
like
up.
you have a I don't know like it's like you have a lot of branded outfit, but you can only wear one. I don't know. You have a Gucci belt, Gucci blast rig. You have a like what kind of I don't know Supreme flame cloak, and you'll be like, yeah, I will take the Supreme.
Yeah, it's like you got so much to use, but you only got one
Scans.
guy who can wear it on. But it is
he has
the
a lot
nature
of
of the
armor, you
draft.
know. Blast rig looks pretty heavy. You don't need that on top of all those armor. Like, give him a cloak or something. That would look cool.
Last week they gave it to on Lugiami side they gave it to Ursa, so that's a good pick, and they also made sure they got the quickening charm to the Sand King, so they're benefiting a ton from their tier 3 items as well as the psychic band for JIARMY, so the extra cast range helps out. 8 armor, holy crap!
8 armor. Like this is basically just a craggy coat with lesser armor, but overall it's just way better, right? It doesn't slow your attack speed. This one gives you a blind. Like you just run in, and if the enemy triggers it, great. You just free. Like it's a tinker. It's an AOE tinker blind that deals 300 damage. Yeah,
damage is also and by the way, it's cool. 20 seconds cooldown. It's only probably going to activate once though. Like 20 seconds is a pretty long cooldown. You're not gonna get multiple of it in the fight. Like maybe you might get 2, but you're never gonna get 3.
Yeah, I guess the initial trigger is not too bad, right? If you can deny your enemies from hitting you for 2.5 seconds, that itself for would be great enough. Because that 2.5 seconds, like if you look at a Luna, a Wyvern, that's probably 40% of your health that you were able to just keep intact.
Yeah, exactly. Like that all that time when you're blast, like when they're blinded, damage prevented is such a big deal. Just it gives it's as if you're doing damage while they're not hurting you, so it's extra DPS in a way.
Wonder if it goes through BKB. I think I wonder if this has the halberd effect. Like let's say if you get blinded and you BKB, does it dispel it? Because it doesn't. Like halberd doesn't care, but does blast rate care?
By the way, Blast Rig is on the Mirana as well. Not bad. She's one of the heroes who's going to go in and out, so I think that's a pretty good choice for her as well. And two big items have been finished. Luna's Skadi and Winter Wyvern's Aghanim Scepter. So we have permanent Arctic Burn as well as just a ton of stats on the Luna. A big power spike for Unknown's side.
You think it would suddenly, just because of these 2 items, it would suddenly just skill in Unknown's favor? Like, are they now just exceptionally stronger than they were?
It all comes down to Lugiami catching 1 or 2 people. If they catch 2 people in the start, they were going to win a fight no matter what. But if they go on 5-on-5, like straight up, like head to head, Unknown's pretty strong, honestly. Like, I mean, they're ahead in terms of net worth. They have a Skadi on their Luna. That by itself is a big deal, as well as a BKB. Oh, that's spotted.
I guess the one good thing about the Arctic Burn changes is that at least the movement speed penalty isn't that big. It isn't that burdening, right? So you actually fly faster. But LV, sees everything.
This is actually a really good. These are the 2 you want to kill. These are the main 2 you want to kill every time.
They're wrapping around. This is a huge wraparound. The smoke is gonna break because Unknown has the high ground, but here comes the engage. White Ash jumps in. A CL is gonna pop that BKB, drop the Eclipse. There's no agent. They move to Ursa immediately. Not really the engage that you want to look for, but a good shackle shot at Epicenter. It's gonna finish off the support in the back line. Lugiami has a chance. HusKKiee gets the Winter Skills off, but that's a BKB on Nokimi. CL with just stand her ground. The power shot from Nokimi pierces through everyone. Give for the Ultra. CL wants to run, but you know what Lugiami is looking for. It's the Rampage. Good burrow strike at the max range with the pushback. Nokimi is looking for it. Is this gonna be it? Yes, it is. Rampage for Nokimi, and Lugiami takes the lead.
Accidentally calls GG at the same time, but I don't think that one's not gonna count. Holy crap! You know what I like? Ursa's the one talking, and she was the first one down. She's like the first person. She's like, GG, well played, we won. And like, all right, but insane.
Radiant's
It's
You always
that
need that
there's-
kind of teammate, right? It's those
Right,
morale boosts. Goes in, throws her live, and she's like, "You see that? You see what happened? Yeah, we saw that. You died."
Radiant's middle tower is under
But in all
You really
seriousness,
weren't much of a factor, but alright. Yeah, it comes to Lugiami, the other four. No Kimmy, LV, as well as Sanji. Insane performance. Even Zama was able to get a couple of good shields, but the stuns and the control come out. No Kimmy just took out the Miran, just moved on one by one, and the Luna not as mobile as he'd like her to be, so they were able just to make sure. Oh, that's a selfie. Oops, by accident.
you gotta fix
That's
the quick cast.
that making sure it works. You know, you gotta make sure it works. And I think Roshan's gonna come in like 30 seconds right now. So Lugiami, that Roshan, yes, Lugiami took a big fight, but they really didn't get a ton out of it, like in any sort of game-changing move. They just got a couple thousand gold advantage only. It's still a very wide open game.
Oh yeah, and it's all that one invis rune, right? Like luck can definitely play a part. I mean, LV, she made it happen. Like, you want to give credits to this Wind Ranger for the rampage? Sure, go ahead. But it all started because the Sand King had that invis rune.
Yeah, the LV, like, so much of Dota is just, like, it's not just team fight, you know, like, LV was able to spot them and say, hey guys, I think the back line is in the, in the triangle, how about we go, and they just do an amazing wraparound. And Ursa, yeah, she jumped in and died very early, and we make fun a little bit here, but she did provide all the vision for her team. Like, Sand King is not going to land stuns unless she knows where they are, so props to Ursa. Maybe you could press R next time when you do that. You jump and you press R. Helps a little bit.
Yeah, would have definitely helped, because see, I think Shalma was like running, and it's like
To get the
stay
shield
alive,
off.
girl. Yeah, not sure if she got the shield off, but
Ooh,
even if she
Hataki.
did, it was not enough. Oh, CL, they're gonna connect everything. She can't get a BKB off for sure. All the spells are coming through. The focus fight. She pops that BKB and Manta. She might be able to get away, but no Kimi on the case. Winter's gonna keep this side played again. Where's your R? Presses it right now. Another Bro Strike in the epicenter. This time on a bigger target. CL gets caught by the epicenter as well. The posters kills her off, and no Kimi with another good shackle. You wanna fight against the Olympic gold medalist?
Oh my
This
God.
is the one right there, straight to the skull of HusKKiee, as Wind Ranger is godlike. What a redemption arc after a horrendous Sand King game yesterday. I mean, no Kimi just going off on this Wind Ranger.
Like no Kimmy, you can tell that maybe her style of play is the more I stay behind, get all those skill shots and damage going out, because not everyone has to play the same way. Offlane doesn't mean tank; it just means that that's the offlane, the position 3. And no
You are
Kimmy
the
showing off that.
problem. You're the reason why people play offlane sniper. Like, I can't argue with that. This is
Right,
how I
but
play
yeah.
offlane.
This is my style. This is what I do. But yeah, she's clearly a player who is very comfortable in the back line, very comfortable, being mobile in the fights, going in and out. So Surrender just suits her, but Sand King didn't yesterday. So you can see really just an incredible performance. Whereas LV is very comfortable with the Sand King.
I would say with the second Roshan and the shard, judging by how YS kept
Radiant's
jumping
top
in and
tower
not pressing
is
R,
under
it would be a good idea to give her the shard. But
Oh,
they
that's
gave it to
true
Sand
as
King.
well. The extra, I feel like LV honestly with no Kimi are sort of the carries, and YS is playing more of the like providing vision, tanking. Like it's a weird situation when you're offlane the carry.
She has it. I think LV just bought the shard. It's like, why not? I'm rich. I'm rich. YS has the shard, so now she can jump in. She just earth shocks, and at least there's like 1.5 seconds that she will not die. Plenty of time to press the R.
Or the BKB, right? Like just got-
And the BKB.
I was like, YS is dead. Then she goes up to 20 to like 20% HP. BKB, earn rage. I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. That's just pretty good.
She's a true seeker. Just living life on the edge. It's like she would be the best kind of companion to go bungee jumping. Even takes the arrow. Like, it's not a big deal. Her teammates has got her back.
Well, that's the use of Zalma, right? Like, earn your keep. Give me the shield once in a while.
Just stop jumping in and dying, and I'll do my job. Like, he just takes the arrow.
Actually jumps in.
Just earth shocks into the arrow. Might not be a good thing if she dies early on. She actually goes down. Oh boy, Lugiami, do you want to take this fight? Is there any way to keep YS alive? For now, there is. Has to press the R, but LV, she's in. Gets the support. Here comes the shots in the flying through. Coding Blade is not going to do too much. and good use. LV still stays alive. Burrow strikes out, and YS, she's going ham, tanks the Eclipse, and now it's going to be YS against the entire world. But Xiaoma is there, she is doing her job. YS pops that BKB, Earthshock gets that in-range buff, and the Winter Skirt keep her in place. Xiaoma can't do too much. They want to kill off this Ursa. She is going to go down alongside this Abaddon, and Unknown finally finds a fight that they needed to win.
I can't believe that actually happened. Because I was thinking, oh, Lugiami, you guys are looking so good. And then actually YS does kind of make a little bit of a blunder where they're Earthshock into the arrow. Like, okay, that's
YS, you gotta calm down.
By the way, although a bit, not a misplay, but unfortunate thing that happened was that Sand King LV, when she jumped to Burst Strike, she missed the Winter Wyvern and only hit the Miran. Because they were sort of in a line, she wanted to get both of them. Missing the Winter Wyvern really cost her in that fight because you can see how much Winter Wyvern was able to do later on. So it's not like saying it's LV's fault, but that was one of those things that happens where you're like, damn, if I had gotten both, that could have been a one fight for Lugiami.
Yeah. Man, YS, you have to calm down a bit. You know, yeah, your teammate got a rampage. You know, like you accidentally odd chatted, but still, you see, the game is very losable.
Yes,
now Unknown,
it's
they're going high ground.
Basically.
Yeah, there's no glyph, so it's something that Lugiami have to be careful. They might even, you know, end up losing this tower just because of that one fight. You know, Lugiami, you have to start feeling it.
Oh, Sand King is going in though.
Okay. They do get the Shackle and a couple of damage coming through, but there's Moonlight Shadow as well. Good dust, BKB pop, and that's the Winter Skirt you're looking for, but Nokimi has the BKB. Wind Run, you have to use it right now. BKB runs out, she might actually go down. Bit of a
Versus in, the YS is in, but can't actually catch anyone.
epicenter from LV, and Lugiami kind of falling apart at the scene. They're even gonna tip her. YS, what do you still have? Burrow strikes the back line, good coating phase to keep CL alive. They get the dust off. Xiaoma pops that borrowed time, but they ran out of damage. And this is where HusKKiee goes to work on that core Wyvern. Xiaoma is 100% dead. They might even kill off the Hoodwink if they're not careful. Sanji takes it from far, and she also dies. Good arrow.
The arrow lands on
That's
Abaddon.
not the Xiaoma. There's 65 seconds without this Hoodwink. If they have a buyback, they need to consider using it now, but Hoodwink unfortunately does not have that. Can they kill off this Dragon Knight? It's going to be a use on the Sand King. No arrow to follow up. It's LV. It's the last barricade of defense for this high ground.
Holy crap. I mean, like what a turn of events. It was, look, they were 10k ahead Lugiami with the Aegis. And now they are being threatened in their own base. Oh
the
god,
Sandstorm
LV
runs
got
out.
stunned.
Oh, a bit of a misplay from LV. Just walks out the Sandstorm, takes the stun, forced the buyback. It's not the situation you want to be in. Unknown would definitely take this Rax, but that's the mid lane Rax. And with a Luna on the enemy team, one more fight can end the game. And I can't believe we're seeing this. But comebacks do happen in Dota, and it all starts with this push.
I mean, that's one of the biggest things about Luna, right? She is one of the best base takers in the game. You just, you bring down the tower, straight away your Raxes will fall. The hero does not give a damn about it. And they're going to keep going with the ball in. There is no Aegis, there's not... Lugiami, I mean, yeah, they have the high ground defense. Remember, that's how Unknown was able to sort of saw their comeback with a good high ground defense, but... Oh, it's looking brutal.
LV
needs to be very careful.
There's a jump in.
They're thinking the same way.
It's kind of overextending. But is there any response for Lugiami? There's the A on this. That's gonna keep YS alive for a bit longer, but if she goes down, this base defense can fall apart, and LV is gonna do it just like this. Good affording shoe, and this is gonna be a BKB blink in. They found a Wyvern. HusKKiee needs to die, and yes, Nokimi does the God's work, and here we go. It's gonna be Bushwhack, keeping this Dragon Knight in place. They lose this Wind Ranger, but at least they took down one of the members from the side of Unknown, and here we go. It's gonna be a YS jumping in, getting the enrage off. Epicenter once more. LV doing the job, takes out the AJ apparition. Unknown completely forced back, and that's the base defense that we want to see from Lugiami. They might want to fight more. Luna in danger. Luna might be going down, and yes, Luna is actually
too graphic.
dead.
It's too graphic, the kill. We're not going to show it for kids who are watching this. That was a brutal kill. You guys don't want to see it.
Yeah, it's 4-on-1. That's too much.
Bloody bounty.
But what a base defense,
This is the game of base defenses, basically. Both teams have been doing an amazing job base and defending. So, holy...
You have learned
I mean,
my
when they were able to kill HusKKiee for no Kimmy, I was like, that's a great trade for Lugiami. You trade 1-for-1, neither of you have buyback, but taking away the Winter Wyvern with all her saves and big ulti, it's worthwhile for no Kimmy.
Yeah, they definitely have the priority straight, right? Like the other members, you can definitely survive the Luna even through a BKB. So like Winter Wyvern, that's the issue. She needs to go.
She's your only save, and look at this now with the letter V right there. You know, V for victory. I do want Roshan should be spawning within any second now. We're gonna find out very soon if it's gonna be 0 to 3 minutes. So Luna's still dead for a while. This could be a good chance for you to take a Roshan. What is the Witch Bane? I haven't actually seen this new item.
Deals damage based on your current your max mana, like 4%, and also does a 300 AoE dispel. It's actually not that bad. The dispel
does it
I would
dispel
say
you
that
and your allies and enemies, or like just you and your allies?
I think it says a general dispel, so I'm guessing it's both. I'm not sure. Actually, I've not been able to use it. I would say though, it's pretty darn good for HusKKiee.
Oh no, Kimmy?
No, this is like the win rate's not going to do anything. There's MKB. If there's a reason to kill off HusKKiee, it's because she got MKB, and even the guild force is not enough. That's a solo kill. That is huge. 85 seconds without no Kimmy.
Alright, at least it's gonna be a long Roche. You know, it's gonna take a while, maybe a couple more minutes at least. So there is no big advantage for Unknown to take Roshan. They want to do something with this. They have to go high ground, which Lugiami has done an amazing job of defending. And they do have the lanes pushed out. Look at bottom lane, look at top lane. They're doing a good job of just making sure the lanes are pushed out, so they can't go high ground on Unknown side. LV also has the Spell Prism. What does that reduce burst strike? Can I actually see the talent? She has a level 20 talent. It's I think 2 burst strike cooldown reduced. So I think he can go down to like 8 seconds on burst strike. That would be pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's burst strike cooldown.
Yeah. And you have the Spell Prism. That is huge. Sanji has a lot of info. She sees the Dragon Knight, the Scurry Camouflage. Just gonna give them. She's gonna try and clear this wave and get the heck out of there. There we go.
She's doing exactly what she needs to. She has buyback, so even if Sanji dies, she's like, it's alright, just delaying this push does so much for your team. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to actually kill the creep wave. But
it's pretty dangerous for no Kimmy though. Pretty dangerous because there's 2 MKBs, right? CL has it, HusKKiee has it. You want to jump in and solo kill this Winter Wyvern, they turn on you, you just die.
By the way, did you see the Gale Force? That was amazing. I was like, I haven't seen that. I saw it yesterday in ES. I'm like, oh crap, this is an amazing shard upgrade. You get a free tornado globally?
It's decent base defense. And now, Flicker. That's the money. That's the item right there. Either Luna or Wyvern, they both can take it. But look at those glaives. Immediate smoke.
That smoke might have been a bit too early. The creeps do like provide vision for an extra second, but here we go. Looks like level 25 finished on the Winter Wyvern. Takes that 1.5 seconds Winter Curse. She can solo kill with that ulti.
Yeah, there's a haste.
Roshan is up. This is the 3rd Roche. There's Chi. Wait, can we actually see this? Does she have Aghanim Scepter or a Refresher Orb?
If Unknown is paying attention, they can actually see the pulses. See this Roshan Aghanim's upgrade. This is actually huge. It's gonna give it to the Ursa. There we go. Now you can freely jump in and press R. Like they got all the leakages are plugged for YS. Earthshock AoE, like she is not taking any chances. She's like, if I jump in, I want to make sure my Earthshock connects, so I proc my shard and I won't die.
Oh, by the way, check out the extra attack range on the Winter Wyvern. They actually have a telescope on the Mirana, so that's an extra 125 attack range for Winter Wyvern. So she's gonna be hitting further than Sniper, basically. Yeah. I look forward to that. Sandkick.
She's a
Sniper on crack.
On crack.
I was gonna say crack. You went with a lot more diplomatic way. You know, it's a lot more polite than I would have said.
I'm very If you to be fair, it's kind of the same thing. Like it falls under the same umbrella, you know.
I also thought Dragon Knight had the Aghanims, but it turns out she doesn't. She does have the Heaven's Halberd though, which is very useful. Just for the disable. You disable no Kimmy, that's a lot of the damage from Lugiami's side being removed. So very good item to have. And again, you cannot dispel the Heaven's Halberd's effect. It's one of the best items for you because of that.
LV just got a hex. This might be huge. Again, the target is definitely gonna be the Wyvern. You want to throw everything on HusKKiee. Make sure that this dragon, you clip her rings, and it's gonna give you a better chance at taking those fights. I mean, Lugiami, this is probably the first time we see them having that goal lead over a Luna who has been farming, 60% of the game.
They did have, no. The last time they came high ground, they had 10,000 gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
Added ages.
Okay. So they got back that goal lead, They are back in the driver's seat.
What, does AA not have the shard? That's kind of... Oh, there you go, the shard.
That's the jump. YS, a lot of damage though. Not the best burrow strike you're looking for. An LB, again, you lose that A on this, suddenly fight not going to be in your favor. YS is so darn low. LB got to get out, and Sanji, like, she's dead. She's going to just buy time.
It's fine, as long as the dragon form is out, it's okay. As long as just losing Sanji is not a big deal. So the only problem is that if she had buyback, she could buy back and you can take a fight without the dragon form, because dragon form adds so much to the Unknown's draft right now.
We're seeing Unknown strength in the high ground defense. Like it is like you can't just walk up. Like the Wyvern just spits ice on you and you die. Ignores BKB, has True Strike from the Monkey King's bar,
as well as the Witchbane. Like,
yeah, if Lugiami doesn't get a kill, doesn't get a pick off, like high ground is out of the question. Like everyone can have an Aegis and they still cannot go high ground because of this Wyvern.
And AA did get the shot. I was looking at it. I saw the vortexes on the ground. Like, they're not damaging creeps, but after then they started on, like, okay, the shard's there, and the shard is so strong because it really messes up LV. LV cannot like blink around if there's vortexes all around them doing damage. And this is gonna be base defense without Sanji.
Yeah, Unknowns. Yeah, they're just gonna put CL in front, and look at that. That's the Rash gone. YS gonna jump in. LV, you need to target and go to CL first. Can they burst him out? She needs to die, but it turns out the Satanic. Now the Eclipse drops. YS very low. LB needs to buy back right now. Is this a double Eclipse? It might be. Selma enough to survive that. Winter's gonna do this while the Aegis is gonna finally pop. Another buyback as LB rejoins the base. Finally gets a Hex on this Luna as they lose HusKKiee as well. HusKKiee now buys back. The pushback goes Y and on YS. Good burrow strike. They're gonna take out the Piranha, but it's not enough. They need more than that. HusKKiee is just in the front line. This big dragon is so darn tanky. Abaddon's gonna die for 100 seconds. They take out the Dragon Knight. Sia's gonna be the next on the chopping block as NL forced away. Look at HusKKiee. Watch out for this Winter Wyvern. She's gonna kill off this Ursa, but now she needs to fly away, and she should be able to do so. This dragon is way too fast. But Lugiami hold on to the base at the cost of 4 buybacks.
Holy crap! They basically got to use everything to just keep that going. There is every buyback available on Unknown, so if Unknown really wanted to, they could mass buyback and push, but that's just a huge risk to take. Whereas Lugiami, I don't think you actually want to risk high ground. You just want to go and get out maybe 1 or 2 buybacks, and that's it. They're down to 1 Rax on their side. They haven't taken any, so Unknown could honestly be like, oh, there you go, 1 buyback. They might get another one, but at that point, you must leave. You cannot take a fight 3 versus anything in the high ground, honestly.
It's crazy that this only happened because of that 1 high ground push that Ryze decided to just tank every arrow.
No Kimmy? There's no Kimmy. Wind Ranger?
That, she might die. She's actually dead. And that's a gem as well. 2 minutes without the Wind Ranger.
And that is sort of the like HusKKiee can kill anyone by herself. Like the hero's not tanky, but anyone she catches, she can solo kill by herself, and she just proved it again. Oh dear! If you're Lugiami's side, you're gonna be worried. There's 100 seconds without a buyback Wind Ranger, and she's most of your damage. Let's be honest here. YS has not been able to put out that damage output you'd hope for. Elimination match on the line, by the way. Best of 1, guys.
This is slipping away. This is slipping away from Lugiami.
From both
slipping
teams.
away fast.
I feel like it slipped away from both teams several times, to be honest with you. But yeah, Lugiami, I think at one point I thought they had it in the bag, and that didn't quite turn out. Sanji's level 25 on the Hoodwink. Which town did she take actually?
Let's see. This is sharpshooter plus a spell.
Pure.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
That's
That is gonna make a lot of difference. That's gonna make a lot of difference. But what now? What now for Lugiami? You probably need to defend against Megas at this point.
That might be the case, to be honest with you. Like, by the time they go high ground, they could Rax, but going for Throne, they'll have no Kimi alive at that point. So it could be a make a Rax comeback for Lugiami at this point.
If EG can do it, they can as well. In Lugiami,
course.
we believe.
Dyer's top
30
I mean,
seconds.
yes, but that's EG. This is a slightly different team.
How dare you underestimate them? We saw what they can do.
But it is gonna be 20 seconds for no Kimi. So yeah, this Rax is gonna go.
Yeah, they have to defend against Megas. YS, no, not like this.
Oh, you see
LV,
that?
FB got delayed, and here he goes. Bro Strike goes why? Because of the BKB. This is not how it's supposed to end. The Ice Blast moves up this Abaddon. YS has to buy back. They lose Hoodwink as well. Now Hoodwink buys back, but no, not the Sand King. That's 2 minutes. Lugiami completely drops the ball to YS. It's time for you to redeem yourself, but that is not gonna happen. And Unknown, through all of that, the blood, sweat, and tears, and on the back of just an amazing base defense, this is it, elimination match. Unknown, they're going to lower bracket finals.
Oh, what a great game, honestly. Like, Lugiami had firstly the Unknown did so on the laning stage, and Lugiami gets the Blink Dagger on the Sand King and make a comeback, and you're like, oh, this is so good. Then they go high ground, kind of fumble it. Let's be honest here, and then they had a great defense as well on the bottom lane. Like when Unknown was pushing bottom, Lugiami was got a great base defense, but then they also they lose no Kimi. It's an insane game. Like, oh, that's crazy. It's a crazy game. On easily the best game of the tournament so far.
Yeah, and what a way to start off the day, right? The day where we crown the eventual champions. Unknown was the team that we didn't get to see at all yesterday. This is the first match we see Unknown on broadcast, and they put up a wonderful performance. You can kind of, in a way, it's kind of a comeback. Not a full comeback, but at one point they were on the ropes.
For sure, like both teams had gone through. If we look at the graph, if you see the graph, I bet it's like up and down. It's like my heart rate. That's the graph. So there you go. Goes down, then goes up, then goes down, then goes all the way up. Like, oh, this is crazy.
Wait, this game went on for 54 minutes.
It's a long game.
Okay. To be very honest, it did not felt like that at all.
No, I know, right? I was looking at the timer at the end. I was like, wait, we're almost getting tier 5 items. How are we? How are we tier 5 items? It's just it was an insane performance, honestly, by Unknown. Lugiami, LV was incredible. No Kimi was incredible. I think that it was just a bad Ursa game. It's very hard to play Ursa on these sort of. He's up against 4 ranged heroes. I'm sorry, she's up against 4 ranged heroes who are very mobile. With Leap, with the Arctic Burn, it's very hard to be Ursa in this sort of game. So YS had a tough order to fulfill, and she just couldn't. Unknown played it too well.
Yeah, it's more of a tank Ursa towards the very end. I think she got a Satanic before the last fight. I'm not sure if she got to use it at all. All of these, small factors, they definitely add up. But nonetheless, even though Lugiami ends up, being in 4th place by the end of the tournament, I would say some of these players redeemed themselves. LV showed us that she was a proficient mid laner yesterday. Today she showed the same. No Kimi, probably biggest redemption arc. Compared yesterday to today, man, she got a rampage. They might have lost this game, but that rampage is gonna stay with her forever.
They're 4th place in the tournament, but 1st place in our hearts, right? Because of that performance. Well, it was such a valiant defense, honestly. Like, they just played it so well. And I don't know, you wish them all the best. I wish it was a best of 3 like that, and then we would have gotten a real hype series.
Yeah, these kind of games are deserving of a best of 3. Like, this could go best of 5. Yeah. This could be the grand finals, and I would be happy. But all good things come to an end. A team must lose in a tournament. Lugiami will unfortunately be that team to be knocked out. Coming up, it's gonna be the lower bracket grand finals. Another best of 1 between Unknown against Foxy Gaming, who lost yesterday against JIARMY. But let's see if Foxy Gaming can earn that rematch, or will Unknown be the new contender in that grand final. So we'll take a short break. And remember, this is brought to you by FSL alongside our sponsors and partners, Yahoo and Intel. We'll be right back. Get ready because we are diving into the unknown as they take on Foxy Gaming in the upcoming lower bracket finals. It's a best of one, and this is the FSL Dota 2 Open 2 brought to you guys by FSL alongside with our partners and sponsors Yahoo and Intel. Of course, we are your commentators, and we will be crowning the champions today. I'm HusKKiee, and I'm joined by the ever so lovely Otomo.
I love the start where we're going to go diving into the unknown against Foxy Gaming. Very nice. Yeah, these are the two teams we have in the lower bracket finals. It's a best of one, so if you win, you go straight up to the grand finals, the best of three against JIARMY. That's a tough order. Like, we just saw Unknown play really well, but Foxy Gaming put up a great challenge against JIARMY yesterday. So I'm thinking we're gonna have a very close match. I'm hoping we're gonna have a really close match.
Yeah, and after seeing how Unknown came back from that previous game against Lugiami, a lot of high hopes, but let's see if the draft will give us a better picture of what's to come. Sand King Lion, Mars, Nyx Assassin, Winter Wyvern, and Lifestealer taken out. Unknown with a Night Stalker Mirana opening and Foxy Gaming. They will turn around and summon the sun in Phoenix and Luna.
A very interesting combo between Phoenix and Luna, because when you do Eclipse, you turn it into night, but if you use the Phoenix Egg, you turn it into day. But when you use Night Stalker's ultimate, you turn it into night. So it's like, it's basically like the date idea. But Phoenix takes precedence over everything. So when you egg, it's daytime. It does not matter what anything else happens. So that's going to be an interesting combo. But Mirana is such a good counter to Phoenix. She is probably one of the best supports at getting close to and taking out the egg, because Snapfire is considered a really good support, but her mobility issues make her difficult to get close to the egg. But Mirage just jumps in, bam, 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 Phoenix egg is out. So good start from both teams, but I kind of like Unknown's draft a little bit more right now.
I'm just happy that the Supernova takes precedence of the time of the day. If not, people will be suffering from epilepsy, right? It's like day, night. You see moonbeams and the sun goes off. The Milky Way collapses. It's the universe implodes. Dota is really a very messy game.
There should be Enigma. We should have Enigma.
We should have an Invoker.
Ooh, just summon like the Sunstrike. I mean, can you imagine if we have a Phoenix Egg and Sunstrike at the same time? We're like, is it from the egg? Is it from the egg, the Sunstrike? That'd be pretty cool. Unknown do ban out the Mars, an amazing combination with the Phoenix, especially because you can trap the Mirana out or in the arena away from the egg. Bulwark is great as well. So I'm surprised Foxy Gaming started off with the Phoenix Luna. They had the combination. They were Phoenix and Luna when they could have had the Phoenix and something that works really well with it.
Yeah, I think for at least Unknown, well, not Unknown, excuse me, Foxy Gaming, respect ban on the Wyvern. Unknown showed probably one of their strongest cards, and Foxy Gaming is like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that. We saw what happened when HusKKiee got absolutely fed on that Wyvern. Doesn't matter what post one you are, doesn't matter who you are, honestly. She just spits ice on you and you go down. So Foxy Gaming, they picked the Abaddon up. So a lot of healing, a lot of sustain for this Luna in those fights. And now I'm excited to see what Unknown has left in that mid-hero pool now that Wyvern is banned.
10 seconds.
They could consider putting the Night Stalker mid. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Once you get Blink Dagger, you jump on the Phoenix. Phoenix is it's so easy to bring the Phoenix down with that. She can't egg if you're right on top of her. So, again, yeah, they had A last game. I remember watching I don't feel like they she had a good impact, but it was like there's no moment where like, wow, what an amazing like ability, like ulti or anything, or ice blast or something. But it's consistent, it's decent, it's a good hero, good in the lane. Nerfed quite a bit this patch, but Unknown feels very comfortable with it.
Yeah, I can see why they want the AA, right? You want to deal with all these healings, boom, Ice Blast kind of takes care of the healing portion, and what's left is just the aphotic shield, the damage reduction. But at least you're preventing the enemy from regenerating health, and I think that is the most important element of what this AA brings to the table.
Unknown will probably. I mean, I feel like Terrorblade is decent because you can make such strong illusions with Luna, but Luna and Phoenix are also pretty good against the AA. Phoenix Sunray is fantastic. The Egg is great as well. Luna does a good amount of magic damage, keeps her distance from the Terrorblade as well. So, like, if you are thinking of taking Terrorblade, yeah, the Skadi is good because it's good against the healing, and the lane is pretty good and makes a good copy of Luna. But it's like I counter you and you counter me at the same time.
Yeah. So is this one of the games where Ursa might be a better pick? It does feel like it up to this point, right? Good against the Phoenix Egg, decent laning, but I can see the Rape King perfect as well. 2 lives and a good. If despite the reincarnation nerf, you probably don't need 2 lives anyways. If things go right, not 2 lives, 3 lives, barring the ages.
And the Wraithfire Blast is also a really good combination with the AA Cold Feet in the lane. You get a good stun followed by a slow. You get the Cold Feet. You might need a couple levels in Wraithfire Blast to get it actually going, but at least you have a combo that can work.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though,
it's also one of the few plus ones that can buy a Blink Dagger and jump in with the rest of the team, right? You need someone to follow with the Night Stalker. Rape King is your guy. Foxy Gaming with the Chaos Knight response, and I want to get your thoughts on this hero.
I like what he was. I think he got a bit of an interesting change where he lost his cleave talent. One of the things about Chaos Knight was that people were like, "Oh, he's super strong early game," and then you get the cleave talent, you can scale to late game. But without the cleave talent, he can't really scale. So I think this is an offlane Chaos Knight. You can get an Aghanim's for your team that's going to be helpful. I think that's how you're going to play. I don't think this is like a carry or a mid Chaos Knight. It's just going to be an offlane Chaos Knight. I'll have to look at the changes again, but good combo against the Mirana. He can help peel the Mirana away from the egg. With Reality Rift, with the stuns, just keep her away from the egg.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a couple of examples, even in the pro scene. I think the TI qualifiers that we saw. One of the notable ones, I think Sumil was one of the few players that picked up this Chaos Knight post 1. Obviously in this scenario it's a Chaos Knight 3, but yeah, I can see the plausibility, right? You get the Phantasm out. If the enemy have very little way to clear the illusions, you Reality Rift and suddenly you just press, and that's a delete button, like Ancient Apparition, and good luck trying to survive that.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at Foxy Gaming's draft, they actually have no real catch. Like, they have no real way of getting close to people. Yes, Chaos Knight does have his Reality Rift, but AA has like global range with Ice Blast and has a 1400 range with Ice Vortex, so she's gonna be fine, and that's a good pick. I like the invoke because
they heard us. We want rainbow, sunshines, and nighttime invoke. Yeah, Unknown is like, HusKKiee, this is it. This is your chance to shine. They thought that Wyvern was your thing, but they showed them something more complicated. We throw 9 spells at them.
Foxy Game is going to need a mid laner, someone with a bit of tempo as well, just to get the. I mean, I think they would have taken Invoker themselves because it would have been so good the AMP against the Wraith King. Instead, they have to pick someone else. The spirits, I think all the spirits are available except Ember. Okay, Ember Spirit. So Storm Spirit as well as Void Spirit are available. Void Spirit might be pretty good. You need someone who can move in to fights, and you need that mobility. Storm Spirit also pretty good, but a bit more susceptible to the Night Stalker as well and Invoker. So I feel Void Spirit is decent.
I was thinking of the Kunkka, but yeah, it's like the Void Spirit. I guess heroes that can lane decently against the Invoker and can create tempo is what you want, right, as Foxy Gaming.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna get this. This is 100% going to be a super interesting game. Well, we saw what these two teams can do. Only one of them will be able to go up against JIARMY later on in the grand finals and finally play that marathon best of 3. Man, this road has not been easy for both of them. In the lower bracket elimination match, lower bracket finals, in fact, and we are seeing we're slowly seeing how this new meta is shaping the competitive scene. I think Night Stalker has been really popping up everywhere.
Yeah, he has. He's been doing. He's a good hero. Like the strength hero can silence multiple people. Once you get the Aghanim, he's a bit of a farmer as well. So I definitely feel like we'll be seeing a little bit more Night Stalker. What I'm surprised though is that no one really wants the Beastmaster or the Lycan. Neither picks nor ban. I think that JIARMY might we might see that when JIARMY comes into play. But for now, teams are adding a few new heroes like the Abaddon and the Voice Spirit while sticking to old classics like the AA as well as the Phoenix. Looking at drafts though, I mean this is look at the cosmetics. I can barely tell who's who. Like at the bottom there, you know, like Abaddon, CK, and Luna. Like they're so shiny, all of them.
Oh yeah. This is what Dota has been, slowly inching towards. This adding more color.
I wish there was a setting that allows you to remove all cosmetics. You're like, okay, I don't have to look at any cosmetic. Everyone just looks like their basic color to me. I mean, let's see. Foxy Gaming has a great team fight with the Phoenix Egg. They're a pretty tanky group of people. Even the Luna can tank later on once she has a few items. We saw that in the previous game. Unknown, really good control with HusKKiee. Ice Blast is really strong against all that healing. Like this is, I feel like the drafts are pretty even, honestly.
Oh yeah, another close game on our hands. That's for sure.
Hopefully, right? We're all hoping for another close game.
Yesterday we didn't really get much of that, but we our first game was the longest game that we had, but it was also the most even game that we had.
For sure, and there were a lot of back and forth in that series. In the meantime, though, which of these teams? I'm really trying to think. I love Phoenix late game. I feel like Phoenix late game is just so strong. You just put the egg somewhere and you just win the fights. But you're up against Wraith King who doesn't care, and Mirana who can burst the egg down pretty easily at the same time.
Yeah. It does make you think, right? Like what impact can this how much impact does this egg bring to the table? I mean, even let's say the Mirana even if it's not the Mirana, right? Let's say the Wraith King or the Invoker or the Night Stalker gets on top of the egg. Give that hero alacrity.
Yeah, that person's dead, right? Like there's no way. On the other hand, there is a Chaos Knight, so with that Aghanims, he does provide quite a lot of value for the whole team. I don't know. I can't really pick one. Both teams have also played really well. We've seen Foxy Gaming go up against JIARMY and do well, whereas Unknown just now had an incredible series. I think fatigue is going to be a factor. You know, imagine you just played an incredible best of one, and then you just straight away have to go into another match like within 15 minutes. You're like, okay, I'm pretty tired.
This is where the whole solo queue experience where you play 10 games a day. That's where that training comes into fruition.
I'm
about
tired.
to put that into full use. I play 7 games, but I need that win.
It's all red. I need to get a little bit of green. I'm sure I'll win the next one. There's like 8 loss and like just
like my history is red. Chinese New Year. It's a bit too early for Chinese New Year. You know, I need a bit of green. Like Christmas is not near. Chinese New Year is even farther. We are still. No, we're still in 2021. I need me some green. You know, like you can't cross the street if the light is red. Give me a green, green ending.
Green is to go to bed, and Arrow is actually good. Oh, the lands, but he was able to get it in the beginning, so it's fine. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, oh, by the way, one thing about Phoenix that she did get a bit of a buff to the fire spirits, but a bunch of other things got nerfed. Sunray heals a bit less, and Icarus Dive has 300 less range at level 1, like 300, 200, 100. So that's actually kind of significant nerfs on both, because Icarus Dive is the last spell you max, so you're gonna have like reduced range for a lot, and the Sunray healing is also a big deal. 20% less healing, I believe.
Yeah. When I saw the fire spirit buff, I was like, seriously, Ice Rock? You don't think it was annoying enough? Now you give it an AoE, and I'm definitely not dodging that. I'll just take it. I would just take this fire spirit
like a man.
Wait it out. Yes. Yeah.
Oh. Honey Lisa, I love how she arrows herself, goes to hit HusKKiee, and she's like, I don't care about my Luna being arrowed. I want to do damage. But this is really how you want to play the Abaddon. Look, this is such good teamwork. The Honey Lisa's hitting, and now it's like, okay, here's a solution just to get you a few more hits off.
It's insane, you know, like Abaddon, you need some
Ooh.
guts early on. Like you can take these arrows in the face, but Honey Lisa is like, yeah, whatever.
I'm surprised the arrow hit. She looked like she was very much on the side, but Hataki also took
man.
a bit of harass.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the fire spirit. Telling you. Sometimes people wonder if Ice Rock plays Dota. I don't doubt the fact that he plays Dota for sure. I think he plays way too much Dota, so the things that he comes out with are things that people, like people who are like Einstein level of IQ, the things that they think of are probably things that you won't agree with. Like for example, vaccines are good for mankind, or like people don't agree with that. And the earth is round, people don't agree with that. So you gotta cut Ice Rock some slack.
I mean, I look at the window, I see flat. Must be flat all over. You know?
I don't see the other side, you know? There's no curve at the end of the ocean.
We are like a plate, you know, like a plate of food. We're just rolling through space like a plate. Some people fall off the edges occasionally. Like, oh, be careful.
The best argument, when I take a plane, I don't see the curve, you know? Sky is flat, the ocean is flat.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
The house that you live in is called a flat. There's no curve. There's no curve. You can't convince me otherwise.
There's a show that is about this, about the flat Earth. And I think it's a documentary called "Flat Earth Ahead of the Curve." And I was like, "That's such a good name. That is such a good name for it."
Like how everyone is just taking just taking the piss on this. It's hilarious.
Well, it feels like Foxy Gaming is just dominating all the lanes, to be honest with you. I'm looking at them, and they're doing pretty well in the mid lane. They're doing pretty well in the side lanes as well. This is kind of scary for Unknown because I don't think they have a superior team fight that they can rely on. The laning stage is important for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ooh,
Though
man,
this is very much like you're putting everything in the Wraith King, right? You give him all the buff, the solar crest, whatever, and
wow.
Like this is one of the games that the king has to do all the work. And oh my goodness, Honey Lisa. There we go, Aquatic Shield.
She wants a bit too much.
Yeah, she's dead. You forgot that there was the magic stick.
And not only that, but like you're diving tower against a full creep wave and 2 heroes. It's very risky. So Honey Lisa, I mean, if that worked, we would have been like, wow, Honey Lisa, get that girl to TI. But then she did it, and you're like, okay, now I remember why, you know, why we're not quite there yet. That was just a bit too bold.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think it is also like in some situations you're just like, yeah, I don't really care if I die. You know, I was able to burn the regen of this Night Stalker.
I agree, but that was first blood.
Right, yeah. Then that makes it a bit worse. It's like I shot 200 gold. I'm not sure if that's a good trait, you know. In millennial terms, it's called not stonks. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Yes, I agree with that. It's definitely anti-stonks right there. It's not what the kids are calling lit. You know, it's not lit.
We are past that.
Oh my god, did you see that Icarus dive? That was so cute. It's so short now. I haven't seen. By the way, because the Icarus dive is the duration stays the same, but you travel less. You actually have a much slower Icarus dive as well. That's a nerf I didn't think of.
Oh right. Arrow connects again. Is Honey Lisa. She fights. She definitely fights.
Yeah, but these are expensive trades that both teams are going with. But Honey Lisa, I think this might actually be her life. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you can say that the lane is being won by Foxy Gaming, like at least for the first 3 minutes. But now 2 kills for the off lane of Unknown.
And the mid lane is completely even. 20. I mean, I was saying Void Spirit was doing a little better, but just Invoke once he gets a couple of points in. I don't. Did he go for any points in Exort? No, it's gonna be. I'm sure it's the Quaswex build. Yeah, exactly. And now he's just fine. He gets all this free healing. That was gonna be. It's kind of wishful thinking either way, to be honest with you. The Invoker's pretty tanky. 15 magic wands and fairy fire. Like no matter what, it would have been a hard one. Going for the Vessel against a team with Abaddon though it doesn't feel great most of the time. Oh, nice.
We have the Wayfire Blast. Oh, just barely out of range. I think like people underestimate the level of execution you need to get the Kofi plus one
Yeah.
stun off, because the Kofi needs to go off first and the stun needs to follow up like right after that.
And the thing is, the Wraith King like stun level was like 1.1 seconds, and Kofi needs 4 seconds to proc. Like it takes forever. And Honey Lisa, are you gonna be okay?
Oh boy, she's dead. That's the third kill.
That is brutal, because if you, I think that, like we were looking at KK we firstly, her CS was abysmal in the beginning thanks to Honey Lisa's harass. Honey Lisa dies 3 times, giving first blood, and it gives Nisak a lot of time to come back, because now you're facing 2-on-1. You're not scared of the Luna by herself, so she's able to get a few good CS going. Crazy how this just turned around like that.
And all the bravado early on might have backfired. Good sidestep from Nana to dodge the arrow. That would have been bad, but maybe it wouldn't matter too much if HusKKiee has the intention to go on. I think Lisa should be able to protect Nana. HusKKiee might just TP away without getting much, but yeah, here comes Skeletons. One of the most annoying things when you go up against Wraith King is that his little minions, they do damage. And they come back to life.
Yeah, I think my arrow comes out, almost hits the Luna, and okay, Voice Burst here as well.
This is gonna be the first big skirmish on Lisa getting out of there, but she still goes down eventually. They have the Sunray for the Phoenix as well. Sleepless wants to make sure that HusKKiee doesn't get away with this, and they zap her. That's a good Sunray, and the Sentry Ward also did a lot of work. So not too bad of a response from Foxy Gaming to get 2.
I wonder, is Sleepless going for the max Sunray over Fire Spirits on the Phoenix? That's kind of an interesting thing to see, because, I mean, there's usually... oh no, okay, so still 2 points in the Fire Spirits. Going
Do you
for
think
the
1
Urn
2
as
2
well.
is good?
Sunray level 2 does so much more damage than level 1, but Fire Spirits helps you farm, it helps you, the damage increase is like, what, 80 per stack, you get like 320 total damage extra. It's really good. They both, like, there's a good argument to be made for each.
Yeah, Tornado goes wide, but this Kofi is definitely gonna connect. Good Phantasm to dispel that. Good one from Cat Chaser. If only the Tornado hit, maybe that would have been a kill. But HusKKiee being really active. Do we have a Sunstrike? I don't think she does. It's a Quasi Wax Invoker. So, good for Cat Chaser. She gets out.
Yeah, I'm now that I look at it, I'm thinking the Vessel's even a worse of a choice if they CK gets Aghanims, because then you get Global Phantasm, and it's like, oh, you can just save all your allies from it. It's too risky. But they do have, remember, they do have a Wraith King. Wraith King last game was a huge impact. No, sorry, HusKKiee on the Luna was able to farm a storm, so that he should be able to do the same thing. Honey Lisa?
Oh my god, that's the 5th death of this Abaddon. I mean, not exactly
right?
what you want, you know. I think this is the time where, I mean, since Nana is in the jungle, right? You want to soak up HP, you hide in the trees, or you start stacking. Like, something has to change. Like,
to be fair,
2 times is okay. 5 times in 8 minutes, it's starting to become an issue.
To be fair though, if you were gonna die 5 times on any position, the position 5 Abaddon is the one you wanted to be on.
Can't spell post 5 without 5 death on that KD.
But yeah, like
That's the limit.
I mean, yes, Honey Lisa may be like in a bit of a tough spot, but again, that's the hero you want to be in a tough spot.
Wow. HusKKiee uses the one, gets back up from the AA. I would say, you know, Lingen is showing us that she is the superior mid laner. Look at this, 61 last is compared to HusKKii's 41. That's 4 creep waves ahead, but HusKKiee pretty active. Supernova gets pop. Yeah, see, I was just gonna run in. That's oh my goodness, it's gonna go off. HusKKiee is 100% gonna die from this. Uses the Fairy Fire, has the Ghost Walk, but the Fire Spirit burns her down. They have the Dust Cat Chaser. Can she get out with the Phantasm? The Sunray heals it up. Seamless doing God's work. CL finally chops her up. Still goes down to Foxy Gaming. What a great response in that bottom lane.
HusKKiee and HusKKiee had very different ideas about the egg. You can see HusKKiee, she was actually low HP, and she's like, I'm gonna go back in, gets 2 hits off. Invoker, on the other hand, was like, no, I don't want to go back, and goes in at the very last second, gets hit by the egg explosion. So it's like, damn, that was just a miscommunication by the players. But it happens, and it's not really a big deal.
Yeah. At least it's one of those situations where it's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? Because HusKKiee was extremely low. Like, the supernova burn would have killed her regardless, and she was dusted up. And It's a
To be
tough
fair,
spot to
though,
be in.
she did survive still after the sun ray, like the egg exploded. So it's like, yeah, supernova would have hurt, but you put on your Wex orbs and you hit it, and you might have just been able to be fine. Oh well, it is what it is. You know, you can't. Oh, Honey Lisa
Okay.
DCing.
Yeah.
She's like, that's it. I died enough times. No more. They can't kill me if I'm disconnected.
Wait, that's the 4th death, not the 5th. Okay. No, the
What?
5th
No,
death.
she had, no, she
No,
has
like,
5.
I'm bad with numbers. Okay, that was my bad. Yeah. The observer is rubbing it in. I am so. I looked at the 4 kills on side of Foxy Gaming, and my brain was like, yeah, that's 4 deaths. 4 deaths for unknown, but not for Foxy Gaming.
It's no big deal, honestly. Again, she's level 6 now, so she can take a lot more hits than she needs to. But meanwhile, though, HusKKiee is having a bit of a tough game. She is lowest net worth, I think, among the cores. Has 2 deaths. Wasn't able to really do anything for her team so far.
Yeah, it does look pretty bad, right? We looked at her; she was quite active, but it's not kind of paying off. You know, you want those rotations to turn to something, but all it does was 2 deaths and a Phoenix kill. Maybe the Abaddon on top of that is not the money shot. You don't really feel satisfied with those trades.
Sleepless is doing a pretty decent job. I mean, she got a couple of creeps, but she also found. Look at Sleepless's net worth, 3K at almost 12 minutes. That is fantastic farming for support. Oh dear.
Tornado, crippling fear, they get silenced. Ningen, if she goes down, it's gonna be huge. The Ice Blast goes wise. Ningen will use it to simulate get away. Another supernova. This time they gotta turn your attention onto that. They will have to sacrifice this Night Stalker, but they get to fry an egg for lunch. But unfortunately, HusKKiee too far forward in front. Aether Remnant pulls her back, and they will beat her. Cat Chaser will play that kill, and Foxy once more at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, dear, the Ice Blast. And this is one of the things. You will occasionally miss your spells. It's very human to do. Not like no shame in that. But when you miss your spells with these skill shots, it can be very, very detrimental for your team. So you have Arrow, you have Ice Blast, you have Tornado. These things have to land. We've seen them. There have been a few mistakes that cost them. Ice Attack is gonna come though, and maybe they can try something here on Nana.
Yeah, so Skymio very ambitious. They have the chilling touch, but oh no, HusKKiee! Not like this. Thankfully, she has the Ghost Walk and Moonlight Shadow from the support. But this Invoker, I think it's time to slow down a bit.
Eclipse was used though, so there's a bit of an opening here if they can, like, actually go do something with it. But level 8 Invoker, position 2. Level 8 Phoenix, position 4. Like, wow, it's like the Sleepless is farming up a storm. But Hatake is top of that worth. Is she going for the Midas or is she going for a Radiance Rush? Could we check on the Wraith King for a second just to see what she's going with? It's gonna be the Radiance Rush. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay, right?
I mean, yeah. If your team is making space for you, yes, it's expensive space because you are 1K gold behind. But you know, you get that Midas, so you get that Radiance off. You are ready to go.
And you're also able to kind of keep up a bit more of the Luna farm, right? Like any means that allow you to keep up with Luna. Sure, you have the skeletons, but if you have the Radius, it does it better. It's Cat Chaser.
Yes.
I can't believe I'm actually hit. What's that? I think it's the Phoenix. Wait, no, it's the Luna. No, whatever. I think I can't believe I'm saying this, but Dota is right now. It's probably the only time where I'll be scared to see a piglet run at me.
Right? I mean, you see them, and you're like, wow, you are really confident. Not only are you like you're moving fast, but you also a pig. You're like, you choose to hex yourself to kill me.
Yeah, that's confidence right there. Like, and that's confidence that you need to be afraid of.
Both teams don't. They have one hard scaler. Then they have a lot of control coming out from the other 2 cores. Like, you know, Void Spirit, well known with his Agams, he brings a lot of control. Invoker also known to bring control with, you know, Deafening Blast and EMP and Tornadoes. There's a lot of control there. Same thing, the CK has a bit of stuns. Nightstock has a stun, so there's a lot of control coming out from everyone. But it's going to be 2 people who do the damage. That's going to be interesting to see. And then you look at the support staff, though. Phoenix reigns supreme. You know, the Phoenix is just the best support right there in this game. You have Abaddon for saves. So Foxy Gaming, I feel like they could take this game with the way the game is going right now.
A bauble from the void.
And of course they have to go lead. But we are seeing the difference between last game and this game, right? Where this Luna's net worth advantage over the enemy core isn't as prominent. It's just a measly 200 gold. They do see this Abaddon, but yeah, she does have to borrow time, so buying a bit more space for the team. There are TPs coming in. Lisa is 100% gonna die, dominating for Skymio. Spirana support is going on, but bottom lane, I think they're trying to go in for a dive.
Sleepless?
Mass TP coming in. Sleepless does survive. Kakesu is gonna get away, and Cat Chaser decides against that. The ward is an easier target. A slightly weird interaction right there, you know. Foxy Gaming was deciding whether they want to commit. Cat Chaser now does not have a TP, so not able to respond too much in the middle lane, but it don't matter too much. Kakesu still goes down despite the tornado. A bit too late from HusKKiee. Foxy Gaming should be able to secure this tier 1.
That's unfortunate though, losing your offlaner like that. You also lost the ward bottom lane and the tower. And oh, there's it. There you go.
Cat Chaser, she's in. There's the Eclipse. Mirana, that's a streak. Dominating streak as well. It's a lot. HusKKiee getting zapped down, burned, and just obliterated. Another death for this Invoker.
The blink dagger on Cat Chaser is so good. You can just blink on anyone and you throw the stun. You know, like one of the problems with the Chaos Knights, that his stun takes a long time to reach. You can just blink right next to them. Cast range will matter. And yeah, this AA blast is nice, but doesn't actually won't change too much. Radiance, I imagine, is finished on the Wraith King, so at least once she joins the fights, that's gonna make a difference. But I mean, I said earlier, Radiance is, it's good. If you can, it's great item to get it. It accelerates your farm, but you still need like a BKB and maybe a Blink Dagger before you're fight ready.
Yeah, I definitely think that Blink Dagger is the item that CL needs to get, like right as soon as possible. Right, you need a way to access the backline, or at least join the rest of your team. And the Blink Dagger doesn't just solve the Chaos Bolt trajectory, the projectile travel time, but at the same time, if Lady Luck is on your side, you get a 4-second stun, that's a kill.
Yeah, you can just like jump, like you can throw the stun. You're like, oh, 4 seconds, I might as well blink and Phantasm and just bash their heads in. So there's that a lot of flexibility to the item, and you can make it into the overwhelming blink, which I think is like my favorite of the 3 blinks.
I hate that in a good way.
What? It's
too
so
good.
Nice. I love
that's the whole point.
You get on the Centaur, it's so fun. I love when you just blink it with Centaur, and you're like, oh my god, I just like crushed everyone with just a blink.
You just have this Titan energy, right? You just blink in, you get the effect, just woof, and then everyone slows down. It's like,
the thing is, it could be bigger. I want when I blink, I want like to leave like 2 footprints on the ground. You know, like when I landed, like, oh my god, like Thanos just landed among us.
That would have been great if you have Giant's Ring equipped.
Ooh, that's true.
Yeah, and then maybe you get the extra effect, right? So yes, it's very circumstantial. But if you get it, that's like the cherry on top. It's like you're sieging War Maria,
Wow, Attack on Titan reference. I thought you don't like anime though. By the way, everyone, HusKKiee says anime is bad. That's what we're saying. Like that.
I watch anime. Okay, I watch it on Animax as a kid. That's my first line of defense.
Now we're adults. Cartoons.
Yeah, so I watched it on, I don't know, Netflix. There are good ones on Netflix. Okay.
Well, I mean, for sure. I mean, yeah. Oh, there you go, Lisa. But that's a 5. It's always cool when you get 5-second arrow and Abaddon because it's pointless. You're like, oh great, what am I gonna do? Nothing.
Oh, again, HusKKiee overextending, Ice Blast flying through. They do get it on the Cat Chaser, and a good crippling fear. You can't Phantasm and use Shatter. Honey Lisa does pop the borrowed time, but HusKKiee still goes down. Supernova also triggers. Nintendo accesses the backline and takes out 2. They also defend this tower, and Foxy Gaming, for probably the 5th time, they stopped Unknown in their tracks.
If you look at Mirana's skill build, she's maxing out Arrow after getting the Starstorm. This is the standard build. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you look at Leap, you double the this attack speed bonus you get from level 2, like from level 1 to level 2. So you really want to put a few points on Leap just so you can get to the egg and actually take it out. But going for the max arrow build, this is not. It's not gonna help you too much when you have two sources of dispel on the enemy side, both the CK later with the Aghanims, and right now just the Omni, the Abaddon with the shield. So I'm not feeling it.
Fake Grenade is such a good item, right? It gives you vision, so I assume against invisible enemies, you just throw the Fake Grenade and they can't go invisible. It's
I'm not
crazy,
sure
right?
that-
It's like, does it really invisible? Not.
I have no idea, but I do know that it might be something like Spectre's Dagger, where when you go invisible, you still leave that trail of smoke.
Yeah.
So you still know where they are.
Still crazy though. Like you do your base damage worth initially, and then you have like, is it like 140 or 200
140.
DOT over time? 140 DOT over time.
Yeah.
That is crazy. You get a guarantee 140 damage. Like who else has that?
It's one of the best. It's a really good item. I mean, it does so much. It gives you tracking, gives you damage over time. The damage over time is also amazing because you can stop people from linking. Not only do you track them, but you stop them from linking anywhere. It's like a free earn in a way.
Like another arrow, but it's Honey Lisa. They get more time, but don't think so.
You can just turn on the shield if you needed to.
She
Yeah,
doesn't
she's
have the
fine.
mana, but she's fine. Yeah, no problem.
Well, this game, I mean, it's 4K for Foxy Gaming. It's still HusKKiee on the top, so this is one of those games where you're like, yeah, there's 4K, but I'm not so sure that means that one team is actually crushing it. They're just ahead. HusKKiee is so far, gonna get that BKB, and that's a dead AA.
Yeah, under a sentry as well. Yes, Ningen
I just want-
unstoppable, 6-0. I think the entire game she has not died once.
Okay, man, that's the worst feeling when you're supporting with like NL. You're like, I just wanted to deward, guys. Why are you so angry? Just let me deward, you know? Just want to
What's
put a
it-
sentry there.
Yeah, what's with all these negative emotions that you're projecting on me? You know.
Orchid gonna come out from the Invoker again. I'm not loving it just because I feel like again the Abaddon with his Apothic Shield is just too good. It's just too good at this spell, and he's always gonna get it off.
Even without the shield, he can just miscoil. You know, he just heals you, and like Abaddon is like the big no button. No, he just like whatever you do, like he's like no. You want to kill me? No. You want to kill my team? No. You want to poke them? No.
He's the Naga sleep of supports, you know. He just presses R and everything's good. Ooh, good arrow. Very
This
good
arrow is
actually.
huge if they can follow up. The Ice Blast though, man. Unknown, you need to land those Ice Blasts on top of the target.
It technically landed as I was traveling, so you still get the debuff, but you don't get any of the damage. So that's
Yeah, but it's
I know
like,
what you mean.
it's like, yeah, I get, you know, it applies when it passes through, that's great, but you know what's
But I
greater?
wanted to
Actually
land
landing
on
it.
him. Yeah.
You kind of
Drop it like-
overestimate, you know. I think the idea for Unknown is that, okay, they will definitely run back, they're humans run when they're in danger, let me just throw it like 10 miles behind. But sometimes if you have a setup, just put it on top, it's an AoE spell. Like, don't be afraid.
To be fair though, I'd rather overshoot it and hit them with the aura. Oh god.
Oh boy, it's the same place. Give us a break, come on. The poor
But yeah,
NL.
it's much better to overshoot it and land at least the debuff than to miss completely. You know, so it's like, yeah, safe play.
Radiant
And
structures.
Sometimes you just spam
have
so much and then you just undershoot, like it explodes right in front of you and you're like, yeah, whoops. I guess.
Oh yeah,
that's been off.
I do that too, and I press R multiple times. I'm like, R, just get it off, just get it off. It blows up in my face, and I'm like, whoops. Almost
Well,
there,
guess I'll
guys.
die.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll be useless again in this
Dire
fight.
are scanning.
It's the effort that counts, you know.
Dire's top
It's a
tower
zoning out.
is
Yeah, here
under
we go.
attack.
This one is nice. Boom. With Ningen teleporting
Oh,
away, okay, they cancel it. They might be able to kill her though. Good crippling field she's gonna use to buy a bit of time. Crippling field runs out. She's gonna dissimulate. Good use on this Phoenix as well. Sleepless was not able to intercept that. But at least they keep her alive. CL with the Moonlight Shadow is expired. She's gonna see Ningen. Ningen will Astral Step to safety. Bit of a weird interaction again, but Arrow comes in for Sky Mule. Do they have the Icarus dive? They
Doesn't
don't
matter.
need it. That's the Orchid.
Okay, pretty good kill. Remember, Sleepless, she is farming as well as the Night Stalker. She's basically an offlane at this point, and she's a huge part of their team fight. So they can actually maybe consider pushing this, maybe go for Roche, try Smoke, go for something else. Like, they have options for 30 seconds. It's not a lot of time, and it's not going to be useful time as well if they go up the triangles because it's all warded. And pause. It's pause gaming today, baby.
Gotta make
Alright,
sure that
maybe we should-
everyone
Let's
is
see
in
what
the
the
item set.
what items do we
there you
have?
go.
We have the fairy trinket on AA. That's great. 5% extra damage. She also has the hat. I love that she's got a fluffy hat just to stay alive. I mean, she's gonna probably build into 4-7, but she's like, fluffy hat will keep me safe. Dual Scepter on the Mirana. Agams finish up on the Night Stalker. She can farm a bit more efficiently as well as just do more damage. HusKKiee has a BKB. There's nothing that goes through BKB on Foxy's side except the Phoenix Egg. So that's going to be very helpful. And I don't know how I feel about this Orchid on the Invoker, but I guess you could just use it on the Abaddon himself and silence him.
The best part
Any
about
thoughts
Fluffy
on it?
Hat is that I remember when it first got released, then everyone was like, 2 Fluffy Hats. That's all you need in lane. Start the laning phase with a Fluffy Hat. That's it. Unkillable. Supports, instead of 2 braces, they now buy 2 Fluffy Hats.
Same amount of. It actually gives you more HP now. It's crazy. What do you think of the dire items? Anything interesting there?
I think not really. I think for Dire is more standard, right? Everything is in its place. Bullwhip for Abaddon. I think the Fey Grenade is on the Phoenix for Foxy Gaming. Unknown also has one on the Night Stalker, which is okay. I mean, you need every little bit of damage that you can get. In fact, I think Nana just has the best item in the game. Compared to the Dragon skill, I would take the Quicksilver Amulet anytime. I was just hoarding the Growth Bow as well.
I always think that I must be misunderstanding Quicksilver Amulet because I always look at them like, oh, it's fine. I guess it seems okay, but then everyone's like, oh, it's so good, and I don't really get it most of the time.
I think it's like the movement speed, the projectile speed, and the attack speed, right? It's just a good carry item. Though between that and Ring of Aquila, sometimes I feel like Ring of Aquila would be slightly better, because at the end of the day, you kind of want the flat stats.
And it gives you a +2 armor for all your teammates, which may not sound like too much, but it is helpful. Like having that 2 armor on everyone is very helpful. Because it's not like it's affected by Buckler or Vladimir's its own aura item, you know? So it's just nice. Yeah. By the way, did Phoenix take the Icarus dive slow? I'm seeing more and more talents, people taking the Icarus dive slow talent over the 5%, I think 6% damage. You can look at Phoenix's talent choice. Oh, it's a spell. It's a spell.
I think the spell M is just way better, right? If your Sunray burns through people, like, it hurts more. Like everything just hurts more. Like Dota is a sadistic game. You want to do damage.
Right? I hate when I play a support like Abaddon Oracle and I heal a person. I'm like, I don't want to heal people. I want to hurt people.
Purifying Flames, 300 nuke. Boom, that's it.
I don't see the healing portion of it. I just see the damage portion of it. I'm like, yay, it does damage. I like that.
I bet you when Oracle was designed, Ice Rock had this in mind. It's like, I wanted a support that actually that low-key kills people. So let me put Fortune's End that dispels, and let me give him a 300 damage nuke. He's gonna steal your creeps. He's gonna secure range creep. You can't like the worst part is you can't even deny. You don't even need to think about deny. He just presses one button, like a 0.2 cast point or something. Like it just destroys the creep. Like you trade with him, he presses 2 buttons and you're down to 40% health. You're like, all right, I guess. Like great support, you know, great hero design. I love it. Has a save that prevents you from dying and hard dispels. Like what else can you ask for?
I think that Lion's still the best support when it comes to getting kills. Like, oh, I'll just finger him. I'll just finger and they're dead. It's so much fun. You walk
I
around
need this range creep. Hold on, 700 damage lightning. There's the axe on the Night Stalker, but it is nighttime, so Takesu is gonna get away, no problem, with the Moonlight Shadow as well, under the cover of the moonlight.
Very fast.
What do you think about this axe?
For the Night Stalker?
Yeah.
It helps him a lot because, I mean, you remember what he helps take away the Phantasm illusions. I think that Luna has a Manta style. Takes away that as well. You can hit multiple people. It helps you farm a ton also, which Night Stalker needs help with. But Foxy Gaming being smart, just going for the Roshan. They know Moonlight Shadow is down, so they say, why don't we just go for it here? Have good vision on the cliff as well.
Yeah, they might turn. HusKKiee
and
has to be really careful. Okay, 4 spirits is there. This Roshan is really darn slow. I don't think they're not
Right.
committing to it. It's so slow.
Dire's bottom
Like
tower
after a
is
few
under
games,
attack.
they realized that I don't think it's a good idea. You know?
We'll take some time doing it,
Structures
guys.
are
But
fortified.
they do have like the kings of Roshan. You know, they have the Phoenix egg. Like
Dire's
bottom
bottom
lane.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, bottom lane. I think Wraith King getting gone on, but yeah, he hurts. She hurts. Like she hits hard.
and she's got 2 lives, so she's like, "You
Yeah.
want to dance? You want to dance
Hey.
again?"
Look at his voice spirit. She's like, I am sorry, sir. Sorry, King.
I was thinking of doing. Oh, voice spread does have the Aghanims, so you jump on the AA or the Mirana. It's so good. You can just silence them out forever. So a really good item here. But both teams feeling very confident with their late game, which I think still goes a little bit more to Foxy. Like looking at late game, there's just nothing as good as the Phoenix Egg in terms of support side for Unknown, and Abaddon's incredible late game.
Can you imagine if Cat Chaser went for the axe, like she buys the axe, and then she just mass phantasm during a supernova? Like
I think,
like
I
your
think
pe-
that
like you either
I think you're
win
hidden.
by the supernova going off, or you just crash the enemy PC with the illusions.
Dire's
Though if you
bottom
do
tower is
that,
under
you give the
attack.
enemy 1 second to hit the egg because it takes away everyone out when they're like being made into copies. So I think that I don't think you want to use it while you're egging. Oh dear.
Oh, good reaction time with that ghost walk, and now Ningen in danger. Meatball rolling through. She's burning. Self-use herself with the clip to protect the A. HusKKiee just gonna stand there. She takes the supernova. She might pay with a life, but the
Ooh, look at
AoE
that.
void that does hurt. This Night Stalker doing a lot of work. Kofi, it's gonna keep Cat Chaser in place. They get the wrong target, it's the illusion, but then come back in. Cat Chaser with that BKB, it is just not enough. HusKKiee could destroy her. They get 2 kills.
And jumping on Ningen like that was so good. And that AoE void, by the way, it really did work in that fight. Arrow!
Oh, so
Good
close.
dodge.
There's still crippling fear, and there's still borrowed time, so it will take a while to kill off Hanedisa. But they know they got this. The crit goes
Oh.
through the borrowed time. Oh my goodness.
I was looking at that as well. Holy crap! Like you get a crit off through the opponent. Oh god.
Dire's
The
middle tower has fallen.
613 crit. That's one way to kill an Abaddon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, just I'm kind of flabbergasted. I was thinking that it looks really good for Foxy late game, and I mean the game's not over. Even this rack might not fall. Arrow comes out. Do they have any blinks on it? Oh my god.
Oh,
That
boy.
might be okay. The good
Skymeo?
rules here.
Bit overextension. The Phoenix is 100% dead, but now you're behind enemy lines. This is the high ground you're going into, and Foxy not a welcoming team at all. HusKKiee will come back tonight with second chance. Doesn't have the BKB online, and I think she's gonna go down. One of the ways to lose a lead is by overextending, and that Phoenix egg is not worth it.
The thing is that arrow landing was a bait for Unknown. Like they're like, maybe this is the 200 IQ play. Phoenix was like, I'm gonna take the arrow, guys, and when they dive me, you guys clean up. You know, this is hashtag girl power or something. But still,
Yeah,
but that's so they took the arrow and they were able to get a kill with it. That's very impressive. I think Unknown would just go for it. They had a kind of a free rack, to be honest with you. They could have just gone for it.
yeah. They didn't even take the tier 3. That's the kicker right there. Though they can contest Roshan, they have the Ice Blast. It's not really on point, but it hits the target it needs to. Oh, Tornado connects, crippling fear. They get the cold stab. Supernova is going to protect everyone. Can they kill Ningen at least? They need to shatter him. He is going to go down. Supernova paused, but at least they took out the point switch. And now HusKKiee is to give up her life. Luna turns around with the BKB, gets a double kill, and Nana just destroys everyone. Triple kill for this Luna. They needed that Wraith King, and now Skymeo is going to be the 4th target. Does not have the lead. Use on a 10-second cooldown, and 10 seconds is just way too long. That's kind of essentially a team wipe, but Foxy Gaming should be able to get the Aegis.
It was too big of a commitment, honestly. You needed to sort of like maybe get a shard on the AA, just throw Ice Blast, throw EMPs, throw Tornadoes, like just delay the Roshan. Maybe get a BKB out. Like there's, it looked pretty good at the beginning. You're like, oh, they might have a chance, but no, there's just no way for them to fight. And can we look at Miran? Did she take what level is Miran? I want to see if she took the level 15 talent for the extra. Oh, what did she take for the talent choices? Can we look at the sounds?
Lip it, yeah.
Okay, good. I was like, if you take the Moonlight Shadow, that's really pretty difficult for you. You must get more attack speed. Still missed out on a few opportunities though by not maxing out the leap earlier, to be honest.
Yeah. I feel like I completely agree. You know, they could have actually just toss spells, get vision. There's no urgency to contest Roshan, right? Because
Exactly.
Roshan was at 50%. Like you might as well just wait for the Wraith King to come back. She can
Wraith
definitely
King
make it in time.
And Wraith King wasn't there, yeah, exactly. It's like she wasn't like 60 seconds more. She was like 30 or something, 25, 30. So she would have been up in time. But I love the item by Wraith King. I love the Assault Cuirass because your whole team could benefit from the extra damage. I recently was like seeing how much damage reduction is great against Luna. You get a couple of points in armor, maybe even a Crimson Guard, and Luna does no damage thanks to the Moonglave's bouncing. So it's great. Assault Cuirass is really good at picking up this game. Definitely think Crimson Guard is also pretty good if you can get it on the Night Stalker.
The Wraith King is going for Skadi next. Do you think that a Blink Dagger is necessary? I definitely feel like they need a Blink Dagger, right? They might find this Luna could use into a point blank arrow, follow it with the stun. Do they have the ice blast? They need a bit more. Good aquatic shield. Now they turn onto the egg, but that's it. BKB committed. They're gonna try it. No Phoenix Style. Good deafening blast. And here we go. The Night Stalker into the back line. HusKKiee wants to beat a disruption. They get the stun and they take out the Aegis. That's life number 1. Now can Unknown win this long drone fight? The arrow will ensure that Cat Chaser goes down. The first life of this Wraith King will also be expended. Lingen's BKB will run out, but they have the Eclipse and BKB on for Nana is now. HusKKiee needs to run, but she can't get out. Astro step forward, they find this AA, and AA will also be taken out. But Unknown, not too shabby for a fight. Everyone else will get out.
They had to. The thing is, Sky Meow wasn't able to get on top of the egg, so it was all on HusKKiee to destroy the egg, which she did. Good job on her, but like you spend a lot of your Wraith King's BKB time hitting the egg instead of hitting other people. So that's a bit of an awkward situation to be in. But speaking of awkward situations,
BKB forced out.
Again, if does AA have the shard? Like, AA really needs to get the shard this game because it's just so much value. No shard.
No, it doesn't even have a glimmer. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. We have
I'm
the
very
axe on
surprised.
Invoker, so perhaps that's one of the turning points.
It helps, but what's your ability to hold them really gonna come down to? Like, your best stun is an arrow landing, like full duration. Then you can throw out the Cataclysm. Otherwise, you don't actually have enough. Like lockdown for you, maybe one person only. That's it. But yeah, and you were talking about the BKB earlier. I think it's very needed for Wraith King. You need that mobility. You need to jump on people.
Yeah. Well, they do clip this tier 2, so they have to make sure that they don't lose a big fight, or else base is gonna go down. Tornado catches onto Cat Chaser. Abaddon is around, they had the crippling fear, but without the Blink Dagger, it's taking a bit too long. They use the Moonlight Shadow, they go uphill, but here comes the Phantasm. Good silence from Lingen onto 4. HusKKiee needs to survive for as long as possible. She's gonna lose that first life. Meatball coming through, but Wraith King needs to stay alive. BKB, she needs to get out. Supernova's will keep her in place. Cataclysm though does break the battle lines a bit, and now the Regan coming in. Good crippling fear. They get the silence once more on this Luna. She pops the Manta. Nana needs to survive. Sunray hitting her up. Look at the place bouncing, and they all go down. Nana doesn't even die. Foxy Gaming lose Cat Chaser, but it's going to be the Nana show as people ask, what does the Fox say? It's 4 kills for them in this fight.
That's exactly what the Fox says. And holy crap, Foxy, the heal coming out, you can see Unknown was throwing everything to get this kill on the Luna. And I love how HusKKiee was walking there with the sword, like I just need to hit her just a few times. But then you have the shield come out, you have the Sunray, and it's so much heal. And this is what we talked about, the supports, like the cores and both are the same cores, literally the same. You have Wraith King versus Luna doing the same job, control coming out from Invoker, Void Spirit, but the support duo is so much better on Fox's side.
This is starting to get tough, and it all stems from just a amazing laning stage from Foxy Gaming. I mean, we talked about how Abaddon died like 5 times in the first 8 minutes, and it didn't really matter. she still does the job. She dies because she does not have the borrowed time. But right now, like getting on top of her is not a good idea, but getting on top of anyone on Foxy Gaming is not a good idea.
Yeah, it's there's a big sort of cascading group of events that happened that caused this to occur, and you can say like, yeah, Honey Lisa is playing so well, crazy out of her mind. Night Stalker wasn't able to get the lane that she needed. So she got the lane she needed, but afterwards she wasn't able to rotate enough. HusKKiee definitely didn't have the impact that we saw coming out from the Void Spirit. So it's HusKKiee is still very farmed, by the way. That's the thing. You still have a very farmed Wraith King, but the rest of the team is just not enough, and the support duels particularly. Like, I still find this Mirana not going for max sleep early to be weird. No shard on the A is also very strange to me.
I still think that Blink Dagger, right? The Blink Dagger would have made so much difference. You jump on the Phoenix, she dies. That's it. That's the team fight. That's the team fight plus healing. But even the fight just now, we saw that Unknown, they had to run uphill. Like that Blink Dagger really was needed. I'm not sure if you know, you should have went like Blink Axe into Blink. I think the BKB definitely helps. But judging by how the game is going right now, you would have loved to have that item.
I just realized how much magic damage there is on Foxy's side as well. Void Spirit, Phoenix, Eclipse. I don't think there's a pipe on Unknown's side. I think Night Stalker needs to consider he does just like the Agams was nice, but what if he had gone for a pipe and Crimson Guard? Like, how much damage would you mitigate, right? Because you don't really. I still think the Agams is a good choice. It's just that, would it have been better if you had something more defensive to help everyone else stay alive?
It's more like you kind of already have enough damage, right? Now you just need to be alive to do that damage. They get the Penta-Edged Sword, so Wraith King, you know, gets an upgrade on his already majestic weapon. We saw the Witchbane for both teams. That's gonna be. I think the Witchbane would be nice on the Invoker. There we go. The Dispel can help, though it doesn't do anything against the illusions. But you know, you want to take away like the Fire Spirits, you know, the Curse of Avernus. Like they do add up, especially the Silence from the Resonant Pulse.
Yeah, we just glanced over it for a second there. The Solar Crest on the Abaddon is also a big deal though, because now you can just put on the Luna and you really buff her up. They did have, I think they had Aegis at that previous fight, right? I'm pretty sure she came back to life in one of these earlier fights that happened. So
the one in the top lane.
Yeah, so without it though, there is a big chance for Unknown. It's still, Wraith King is still a force to be reckoned with. I don't know if Phoenix does not have, if she doesn't have Ion Disc, you can also kill her, but you still have to jump on Honey Lisa at the same time. That's the problem. You jump on the Phoenix, there's still a shield coming out. Yeah, she has Ion Disc. Screw that then.
You are 100% gonna get the Supernova off.
Damn, like there's no way not. I mean, you could kind of not get it if you have the Night Stalker on you, because the silence is like based on his AOE.
Right.
So that helps.
You just use yourself, you know.
Yeah,
they have all the defensive items, and it's like like you think you can, you know, you think you can stop me. Now you really cannot stop me. And by the way, they have this really good observer ward that a lot of people won't really check. So Foxy Gaming, they basically are spying on Unknown right now.
Yeah, I see what you mean. There's that vision over there. If that tree was cut though, that would provide so much more. But it gives you the sort of the details you need if someone passes through, and it got rewarded. You're saying something about that spot.
No,
I love. By the way, Ancient Apparition has the Force Staff as well as the Glimmer Cape, so all the defensive items that she needs. But again, a shard might really help.
She has the Trickster Cloak as well. Like, you have to be very sure that people cannot see you. Yes, she needs the shard.
Yeah, it's weird that NL always sort of delays the shard so much when I feel like it's one of the best shards in the game. It's like
good for high ground defense, right? You
amazing
farm faster.
By the way, I like how the base is just empty. They just left the mid lane. It's like, all right, we'll just go in and take it.
We just run it down. Blink Dagger coming up from HusKKiee. This might be the game changer. Roshan is also back up. This is the second Roshan with the shard. So Unknown, they are actually in a pretty good position to contest this if Foxy Gaming commits, and it seems like they now know that Roshan is up, but it is pretty risky to go for it.
Yeah, both teams. I mean, of the two though, I think again Foxy Gaming can just go there, egg whenever they want, and they'd be like, does Unknown really want to take the fight then? No, probably not. There is a double damage ruin bottom lane, so whoever gets that will have a big advantage in the team fight. But and a nice deep observer ward being planted by Foxy Gaming into the enemy's base. So if they smoke there, which some teams are like later on, they're like, all right, we'll just smoke in our base because we know there's no vision there. And Luna actually takes it with the bottle, so she's definitely having it.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to fight, this is not it. They have their war on the high ground, so Foxy Gaming, if they want to jump, they can actually do this. The smoke does break. Blink, the Chaos Bolt, not able to channel completely, but they get the dust. BKB forced up on HusKKiee. There is the DD rune, the one that we're waiting for. HusKKiee is going to go straight to the backline and try to take out the target, but there's no follow-up. Reactor is going to pull HusKKiee back, stun her. That's 2 seconds, and 2 seconds is just sufficient. 90 seconds for the Invoker, who has to buy back immediately. They want to turn on this Luna. Cataclysm kind of goes wide a bit, but the cold feed, not enough. Now they actually got the Manta. Nana turns around. Double damage going to work. Double for Cat Chaser, and the A is going to detonate. AA is going to buy back. HusKKiee comes back to life. The Tornado's not going to help out. Triple meatball coming through is the Italian special, but it's not enough. They still lose their king. And Foxy Gaming just doing it so well. Now the king buys back. She wants to rejoin this fight, but Foxy, they still have the Eclipse. And Unknown, if they want to take a fight, it is right now. But Foxy Gaming, they just retreat.
Supernova's gone. As long as Supernova's gone, you still have the chance to take Roshan, which I think that might be what Unknown wants. Like, you can take the Rosh, you give the Wraith King 3 lives, you might have an advantage. And the Wraith King is so close to 25, the level 25 talent you can take, the extra crit is so good. But KSI alright, they know how important this Roshan is for Unknown. And they said, no, we're not going to give it to you. Because we know that this is like your...
They prefer the crit of the Wraith Fire Blast when you die.
I think everyone's taking the crit. Because Wraith Fire Blast only activates if you die. So it's kind of like, you know, I have to sort of
I don't want to die, right?
Yeah, I don't want to die. I would just be... So, at the beginning, it was like everyone was taking the stun. I was like, oh, the stun must be really good, but now everyone's taking the crit. So, this is one of those things where I feel like a core player knows a lot more than I do in this situation. But overall, the pros all seem to agree. I want more damage rather than stuns if I die.
It's a tough situation to be in. 3 buybacks used for Unknown. Like, if they get caught one more time, this game might just, you know, conclude.
By the way, we're almost reaching the longest game of the series. We're at 46 minutes. Sorry, 45. We were 53 last game, so
54.
more. And
it was 53, 59. I remember that number.
so we're 53 minutes. 53.
No,
Alright, fine,
rounding off doesn't work like that.
Oh, by the way,
The A on this. Oh, yeah.
That's because when you Icarus dive, you take like 20% of your max health as damage
Yeah.
anyway. And she took like
Yeah.
1 hit, and she was like, "All right, that's actually a big deal."
It's like, oh wait, I did not think of that.
Yeah, because she used Fire Spirits and Icarus dive at the same time, so it's like, all right, that's all my HP in one thing, and then she took 1 arrow from Mirana.
It's like
That's kind of annoying for Phoenix that you have to use your HP later on. It's like, God, come on.
yeah, like plus 20 seconds on the A on this. Now there's no guarantee supernova, that's for sure. But another smoke.
Ooh.
Oh boy, they see the AA. That's an AA without buyback. Glimmer Kid, there's the trickster clone. If you want to use the HusKKiee, just walks in. Oh my goodness, that is not what you want to do. AA down for 70 seconds. HusKKiee gotta start running. They have the Guardian Scree of HusKKiee with the Ghost Walk as well. They can turn around and try to kill off this Voice Spirit, but she does have the use Scepter. And now it seems like Unknown have been forced to commit, at least just for a little while. Yeah, they used they forced out the Supernova, but without that Ice Blast, does Unknown really want to take this? There's gonna be a bit of commitment. Cat Chaser now pops the BKB. HusKKiee can stand in front, get stunned up. That's 2 seconds and only. Ningen trying to join in, but that is the spaghetti meatball dropping down. Crippling field on top of this Voice Spirit. She does have to use. She's gonna keep herself alive for now. HusKKiee is gonna move forward. The arrow actually connects now. Cataclysm comes down.
Oh,
But it is gonna
Lisa
go
the save.
wide. It's a good Astral Step as well. Foxy just doing this so well. Unknown still wants to go for a chase. Another blink in to get the silence. But you don't really want to go into Abaddon though. She has that borrowed time. She's just waiting to use it. And now Reengage comes from Ningen. HusKKiee is finally going to get caught. They burst him down. And she's going to come back with a second life. But HusKKiee is already dead. There's 2 minutes without the Invoker. HusKKiee is completely alone. Buyback from the Abaddon. Foxy Gaming knows that they got this. As Skymil will also lose her life. And just the overextending of Unknown Gaming. They fall prey to Foxy's tactical brilliance. That's 3 kills. Do they even need Roshan? I think they can just go straight for the base.
Distortion.
Looks like I think they might be considering that there might be buybacks that they should be worried about, but I mean, they kind of should know that both Wraith King and Invoker don't have buybacks, but they're playing it safe. There is a small chance that you go up to the high ground, you lose 1 or 2 people, and then you really think, oh man, I'm going to get Roche. And this is the second Roche, so it gives you that shard. So there's a lot of value in taking this one. And yeah, they still got 90 seconds to push with. Oh man, though, Foxy Gaming, like, their team fight is so strong, and Unknown just has no answer for it. Like, HusKKiee is doing so well in these fights, and she's not enough. She needs more help from her team, and especially the sports just cannot bring it. Like, Lisa, you see that shield on Ninja to keep her alive? That was insanely strong.
And now they know that there's definitely no buyback, because if there were, Unknown would have used it. So Foxy going straight for the throne, elimination match on the line for Unknown. But what else do they have left in the tank? Skymil is now back to life. They have to live to buy a couple of more seconds. But it's 3 versus 5 against an Aegis for almost a minute. This is it. Foxy Gaming, they have done it. GG is called, and they will earn that rematch against JIARMY in the grand finals later on.
Yeah, Foxy Gaming, brilliant draft. Really liked what they had with their supports. Their team fight was so strong. I thought the Wraith King was a great pick and did work out pretty well for them, but just like Foxy Gaming, maybe the Abaddon may have lost a little bit. Top lane, her life a few times, but mid lane went very well for Ningend. Bottom lane went pretty well for them as well, and just Sleepless farmed up the stuff. Sleepless was the same level as Invoker throughout the whole game, which is crazy when you think about it.
Oh my goodness.
Like, just a really, really good draft from Foxy Gaming. Unknown, I feel like there was a few mistakes here and there. No shot for the AA, no leaps for the Mirana. Kind of think KKSU could have taken defensive items instead of going for the Aghanims. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, it was all Foxy Gaming's play. They just played so well. Holy crap, they played so. Look at Ingrid, 11-2. Nana 8-0.
Was there a point that you think Unknown would have been able to at least turn the tides around or put themselves back on track to win the game, or do you think that this whole game was just Foxy Gaming from start to end?
I think there was a couple of points where I was like, oh, this looks like a pretty even game. Maybe Unknown can do something here, but I don't think at any point I thought that Foxy Gaming is going to lose. Like, I thought Foxy Gaming might be in a little bit of trouble here and there, but overall they were in control of it. Felt like the entire game they were in control, honestly.
And well, that kind of concludes the journey of Unknown in this tournament in FSL Dota 2 Open 2. We didn't get to see them yesterday, but they put up a great performance, right? Despite going out, they showed us what a comeback looks like. They've showed us, the carry Wyvern and all, an Invoker. So definitely made a splash. But coming right up, grand finals, best of 3. Foxy Gaming against JIARMY, the team that knocked them down into the lower bracket in the first place. Any predictions, any expectations for this best of 3?
I mean, it sucks to say, but I kind of have a pretty strong leaning that JIARMY is just stronger. Yeah, Foxy Gaming played really well in this match. They even played really well against JIARMY yesterday, but unless they have some pocket strats, I think JIARMY is just their players are higher ranked for a reason, because they are quite a bit better. But Dota is very unpredictable. Any team can take it, but my feeling is that JIARMY is going to take it.
All right, and there you have it from our analysts right here. We are going to take a short break. And of course, everything is brought to you by our organizers, FSL, alongside our sponsors and partner, Intel and Yahoo. We will be right back in a bit for the grand final best of 3s. JIARMY against Foxy Gaming. Stay tuned. Well, get your arsenals ready because JIARMY is up in arms in this grand finals. A rematch against Foxy Gaming. Best of 3 this time. So we are going the distance. This is the FSL Dota 2 Open Tour presented by FSL alongside our sponsors and partners Yahoo and Intel. I'm HusKKiee and alongside me is Otomo, and we will be crowning the grand champions by the end of today.
Yep, this is a final best of 3 here between JIARMY as well as Foxy Gaming. They had a match yesterday where JIARMY took it pretty handedly, and now it's time for JIARMY to it's time for Foxy Gaming to get their rematch going. I'm hoping we see some interesting heroes. I'm hoping we see the Lycan, the Beastmasters. That's something you think is going to happen? You always ask me, so it's my turn to interview you. What do you think is going to happen this game, HusKKiee?
It's if it's specifically Lycan and Beastmaster, I want it to happen, but judging from what we know about these players, I don't think they are comfortable on these summoners on Beastmasters or Lycan. It would be great though. I love to be proven wrong. We have been proven wrong a lot of times these past 2 days. So if we see a Beastmaster or Lycan, I think that could be the kind of pocket picks that throws everyone off guard.
For sure. And if we were going to see it, I think we're going to see more likely coming out from Foxy Gaming side, just because they are sort of maybe the less likely to win. But let's go to the draft. Well, we're already through the banning phase. Let's see what we're working with
Radiant
here.
team
And okay, nothing too crazy yet.
Yeah, and
Standard
Abaddon
picks.
Lion, Lifestealer, Mirana, Pango, TB all banned out. JIARMY has Sand King Rubik as an opening, pretty strong one. Into a Lina first pick and Undying.
10
Flexing
seconds
both of
remaining.
these heroes. Undying has been being played as a 4/5. Lina can be
5
played as a
seconds
2/4.
remaining.
So there's a little bit of flexibility here, whereas JIARMY's draft a little bit more standard with that, offlane Sand King position for Rubik. Decent spells to steal, like nothing too crazy. Tombstone's pretty good. Lina's stun's pretty good, so nothing too like incredible like an Ice Path or a Burrow Strike, but still decent spells. Nice opening from JIARMY though. Going with that 3/4 kind of tells you what the lane is. I think Undying should be able to handle that though. Just keep stacking those decays on Sand
Dire
King. Should
team
be
back.
okay.
Yeah, there are a couple of good spells, right? Your Soul Rip, the Tombstone. Of course, all of Lina's spells are amazing. JIARMY is going to ban the Medusa. Is there a possibility that Foxy Gaming, they are going to put this Lina in a position where she can either be a support or mid, or do you think like opening up with
Radiant team
Lina
banned.
kind of indicates that you want her to be in the mid lane, in the support lane, excuse me?
She's a flexible hero, right? So that's why you want to pick it just to flex it. But I feel like if you pick her very early, there will be a few counters picked, and then it'll be like, yeah, she's just going to be a support because you don't want your core
10
to be counted as much as
remaining.
possible.
Yeah, that definitely
5
serves as
seconds
a very
remaining.
strong point. Foxy Gaming though, PL banned out.
Dire
So
team
we have
back.
seen a lot of Luna in this tournament. Of course, Luna is going to go. We're not finally not going to see the Panther riding elf if she's an elf.
Is she
Hope
an elf? I don't know. I don't know. She's more like a. I don't think she's an elf. We have to see her ears. Can you imagine? We're like, show me your ears.
10
I need to see
seconds
what I'm working with here. I think
Yeah.
she's a moon rider.
5
I
seconds
guess
remaining.
is that a race? Is that her job? Is that what she worships?
Moonrider sounds more like a profession, right? It's
Right?
like Princess
What do
of
you-
the Moon. That's a profession.
I'm gonna look at her lore. Let's see what does her lore say about it. She was the scourge of the plains, a leader among men. That doesn't really say. Oh, it doesn't really say if she's an elf or not. I feel like I'm gonna find
Dire
eventually.
team pick.
Though if you have watched Dragon's Blood, Luna is a
Radiant
pretty
team
cruel
pick.
mistress, or a pretty cruel commander.
Have you watched it? Because I haven't seen it yet.
Yes, I finished Dragon's Blood when it came out. I actually watched it twice.
Oh, was it that good?
I mean, Dota has been needing a lore for a
10
long time, right?
seconds
Something to really expand on that universe. So I would say Dragon's Blood is a good start.
5
I am definitely
seconds
looking
remaining.
forward to the second season, but that's going to take a while. Invoker ban by Foxy Gaming, and Gyrocopter will be the position 1 for the team.
Yeah, pretty solid combination with the Undying, honestly. Because like if Sand King, firstly, he's gonna have a tough time using burst, with being, using Blink Dagger, because of Flak Cannon. You can also use the Rocket Barrage if he gets
Radiant
close, which
team
you don't. We're not. Sometimes we're seeing them skip completely. Good pick with the Grimstroke. We saw yesterday what a good Soulbind can do, and you have really good spells here. Double Fate Bolt, double Burrow Strike, double Lift. Not double steal, by the way. That's an interesting interaction. If you soulbind 2 people, if Rubik steals from
10
person
seconds
A,
remaining.
he actually steals person B's spell. It's a very weird interaction that works like
5
that.
seconds remaining.
Now, does the Fate Bolt damage reduction stack if you have the
Dire
Grimstroke
team
out?
pick.
I believe it does not, but this is one of those
Right.
things where I'm not sure. I believe it just refreshes the cooldown. By the way, I've read Luna's biography. It says she's a woman. I don't know if that means she's
Wow,
an
I
elf
did not
woman.
know. I thought
I
that.
mean, I was. It just says she's a woman. What am I got
10
this? Is what I got.
seconds remaining.
She was chosen by the goddess of the moon, and she's a
You-
woman.
5 seconds
She's
remaining.
chosen by Salamene. It got me excited for a while. I'm like, okay, we finally will find out what is Luna, and she's a woman. Great, great info.
That is our official FSL stance that Luna is a woman.
I
I'm
would be
gonna
more
tweet
impressed
it.
if you told me that she's a ringmaster because she's an animal tamer because she has a
Radiant
panther.
team banned.
But
Commander.
it's okay. It's okay. We'll give that a pass. JIARMY investing a lot in that whole soul buy combo, right? They have the Juggernaut follow up Foxy Gaming picking up one of my favorite women is Legion Commander.
Maybe
10
pushing it too
seconds
far, but yeah,
remaining.
Legion Commander is great. You have a nice source of dispel,
team ban.
decent heal. I mean, her heal is just so much better with that talent. I guess what Foxy Gaming is hoping for is that this flexible Lena's might throw JIARMY out, but JIARMY's not. They don't feel fooled. They're like, all right, we think it's a Lena support, and Lena support, interesting. If she is with Legion Commander, because you don't really have a setup stun to start her off with. I think I might prefer a different 4,
5
honestly.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. To be very frank with you, I don't mind if Legion Commander is a 4 right now.
I think so too. I'm not gonna pick it in my pubs until I see it in a tournament. But I do think Legion Commander could be a decent 4. Like she's with a bit of, she doesn't need that much farm, a bit of farm. Then you focus on just dispel, and you're still useful. I do think Foxy Gaming could consider Phoenix 4. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean the 15 talent is super good, right? Is it 15 and
Yeah.
the plus 40 HP? Yeah, that's
It's
plus 40
15,
HP
it's 15.
region. That's insane. One of the even if you play Legion Commander is probably one of the only heroes in the game that can permanently gain damage, and it doesn't need damage items because she just gets it right. Oh,
Yeah.
I can see why not as support. Although in lane you might she's not bad at trading either. You get you can even go 2 points in press the attack, 2 points in what do you call it?
Overwhelming
Moment
odds?
of courage.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
thinking you maxed out overwhelming odds because they also buffed up its radius. I think that's pretty good.
Team ban.
I don't know. I think she can be played as a support, but time will tell. I do
Radiant
think
team
Foxy might want to get a different 4 here. It's going to be JIARMY's last pick. They are definitely going to go for the mid laner here. Would they go for something that combos with the Grimstroke as well? Something like a Doom may not be so bad. You get the double Doom off, even if it's a mid lane. Doom is not so bad. What else?
10
The Ember
seconds
Spirit
remaining.
is still in the pool. Not sure. I feel the Ember
5
Spirit that
seconds
much though.
remaining.
Yeah. We get the Puck Magnus, Bat Rider, and Void Spirit ban. Though JIARMY, I think if you want to go for a Storm Spirit, that would be great as well. Decent with the Grimstroke.
No real catch as well. Like you got, it has to be Legion Commander Blink, and you still have time to do that. And they go with the TA instead, a hero who got a significant amount of nerfs. So it kind of just slipped my mind completely. But decent mid to have for sure. Although a bit of a greedy mid. Foxy Gaming, I feel like you want to maybe consider go for the Phoenix. I think Phoenix is fantastic this game. Juggernaut's annoying, but other than that, there's no egg hitters. Great against removing refraction charges. Just one Sunray 1 second and it's gone. I think the Phoenix would be a decent pick here.
Yeah, we'll see how it's gonna be. Ember Spirit. So yeah, not really kind of the preferred pick, but it does work, right? You still kind of provide the tempo. You fly around the map, you create a lot of space, and it is going to be a post for Lina, as you predicted. With the first pick it. It's gonna get a post 5 Undying. So Undying up against the Sand King, Grimstroke. Sand King, Rubik. You get the Lina into the Juggernaut Grimstroke.
Ember Spirit is not bad against the Temple Assassin because you can remove refraction charges in an instant. Also with the Flame Guard, she has no magic damage until level 6. So there's not it's not that bad. I just I thought that maybe Lina would go mid instead, and you can just stick to the Phoenix because. Your combo with the Legion Commander, your big burst damage is going to be dual into Laguna Blade and Soul Rip. It's not bad, but Phoenix Sunray is just kind of easier to pull off. No cooldown, basically. That's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think either way. I think you first.
I think it's fine.
we have one mind. We both agree. We're like it's not bad. What else though? Late game it looks pretty hard for Foxy though. Gyrocopter scales very well, but he's not single target heavy. He's not very similar to like a Luna or Medusa, where a lot of your damage is spread out and you need to be ahead in farm to be useful. Whereas you look at Juggernaut and TA specifically, their ability to bring down one person in 2-3 seconds is very good. Gyrocopter does not do that.
Yeah. And Juggernaut also has something that Gyrocopter doesn't have, right? Invulnerability. being
That's very true.
untargetable
That's a
while
big
dealing
deal.
damage.
Prepare
That is
for battle.
actually like Gyrocopter. Yeah, you can be strong, you can pop your Satanic, but 1 versus 1, you have a Satanic. He just goes into Omni Slash, and that's it. You know, you won't be able to accomplish much.
Yeah, but at least you can lifesteal from other people. So I understand what you mean though. It's like Juggernaut. Plus you have Swift Flash also just to run away or even engage back in. But I like JIARMY's draft quite a bit more. I also think the Sand King is just better than the Legion Commander in terms of what you want from an offlaner. Legion Commander really has to pop off to continue to be useful. Whereas Sand King, we've seen just today, Blink Dagger, Burrow Strike, Epicenter, the hero is always good, like always useful.
Sound
Just with these,
strategy.
whereas it's a harder game for Cat Chaser.
Yeah. And it's just the ability to start a fight, catch people off guard is insane, right? Like
Yeah.
It's just the beauty of Dota sometimes. The hero designs. Sometimes, yeah, you can have a horrible lane like a Tide Hunter. You can go at 0 and 5, but once he gets the dagger and he pushes that Ravage, in a blink of an eye, you can just win a fight off of that one thing, off of that one pickup.
Exactly. Though Foxy do have good catch with the Ember Spirit, so because the thing about Legion Commander is that if you want to stun someone, you're committing your ultimate and you have no idea what's gonna happen. Like you press R on someone and anything could happen. Like all their friends could teleport in or be smoked behind them. But at least Ember Spirit, you can slide a fist, searing chains, and then you're like, okay, I don't think anyone's here, so we can go for it.
Yeah, Legion Commander is basically the definition of submitting yourself to fate, right? It's like take me, whatever it is, I accept my destiny.
Yeah,
So it's
like
like a roll of the
whatever.
dice.
Salamene,
you play with
like, right?
Lena,
That's the
it's
goddess.
time to get
She's like,
burned.
Salamene, just do what you want with me. Oh, I love the Sleepless is just looking at the Grimstroke. Like, when are you gonna move? I'm waiting for you to move. But both
And,
teams are.
Like people think that Ogre is the definition of lottery because you have like all those multi-cast, but no, Legion Commander is the real lottery because you have actual losses. Like it will tell you if you lose, and you lose,
By
and
the
you
way-
give people damage.
It's always a lottery the way we play it. The way good players play, it's not a lottery. But when we play it, we're like, I don't know, I have no idea. I press R, whatever happens, I'm cool with it.
The odds are like when other people play it, it's like, all right, the odds are always in our favor. Like this is a sure win. We will rig this and we will win it. But when we play, it's like, all right, whatever happens, happens. Like if they get a +10, good on them.
They earned it,
They earned it.
Yeah.
They had to work for that. They had to beat me. They had to beat me down and earned it.
Sand King minus 16 strength early on. That's a bit painful. Like behind Lisa is out of mana, so you can see that the damage the strength coming back a little bit. And Merody, ooh, that's a bit of few hits here. No burst
Bro,
strike.
she's dead.
I was thinking, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
she's got some mana.
Yeah, I was thinking like, I mean, you're up against a ranged hero, so I'm not sure if Caustic Finale is the way to go.
Yeah, right. It's like that's
yeah.
very confusing. Honey Lisa.
She might die. And she's dead. It's not too bad, but still, first blood goes over to the Undying got it. So it's kind of a give and
yeah.
take. Yeah, in
It's
case
okay. I mean-
case you were wondering like where was Merody yesterday? She was actually AU. It's like I changed my name, but it didn't show up in game. So it's for those who are confused. She is AU.
Yeah, it's okay for Honey Lisa to die because you come back with full HP and mana. It's like you'd rather die to neutrals, but then the death timer is also a lot longer against neutral creeps. It's like 22 seconds minimum. If you die to a hero, it's like gonna be like 7 seconds. So I still think that you might want to consider dying to creeps, though. I don't know. They've done the math. They're pros.
Yeah. In the wise word of Winter himself, he says, "You're licensed to feed. You're allowed to die." Being given the permission to die in Dota is a huge honor. Because every time you die, it's mass pings, there's report, it's people running down mid. Like if people allow you to die, you should be happy about that.
I got the kill. What more do you want? I got your kill. Now I shall rest in peace for a little bit.
I get my 15 seconds of nap.
Good harass coming out from Sleepless so far, by the way. Like she's just been able to put out a lot of pain, and Juggernaut's actually suffering quite a bit. 7 and 1 only at 3.5 minutes. There's good pulls coming out. You can actually see Sleepless pulled up another creep camp, and what she does is she goes and hits the Grimstroke as well. She's like, "Oh, you want to try and like You want to punch me, bro? I'll punch you like 3 times as hard.
640 attack range. Look at that. That's ridiculous. So,
I think she was able to deny some of the creeps as well.
at the same time, the Juggernaut Guild is also not. I mean, if you look at the last hits, yeah, she's only 4 last hits behind Cat Chaser, but every time she walks up for a Drake, Cat Chaser just turns on her. No, the moment of courage. I think you probably want to go like a 0-1-2. Like the overwhelming odds is like kind of okay. You know, you just want to man fight your enemies early on. They actually can beat you. 60% lifesteal is insane. Even catches the wave.
Yeah, but they lose the range creep, but it's like still fine. You know, you still get most of the wave your side. And the block on the neutral camps means that it's just gonna be very hard for them to block. I'm sorry, to pull.
Good deny on the sentry ward as well. So active supports, you know, something that I think requires a lot of understanding and control to pull off, right? Like as a support, like how do you want to secure your core lane? Do you want to fight the enemy support? Do you want to just go in? Like how do you want to navigate that? And I think we're seeing a great demonstration from both teams where the supports are just being that nuisance. Like it's like it's like a tick that you cannot get out of your hair. Honey Lisa though, oh boy.
She is okay. Here's the thing. Honey Lisa, she went 0-5 with Abaddon. They won, so she's like, if I go 0-5 again, we'll also win. You know? That is flawless logic, my friend. You can't deny it. You know, I went 0-5. I won. I will go 0-5 again.
That's the trick.
Meanwhile, Gyrocopter is going for the stats build, by the way. Max Flak Cannon, 1 point homing missile, and then you go all stats.
And press the attack. Cat Chaser just gonna man fight this. The Inkswell will go off. Alongside the Blade Fury, the LSA a bit too late. Cat Chaser dies, but Gil, if she goes down, it's gonna be a decent trade. And yes, she does die. That resource going over to Alina, completely worth it.
Yeah, it gets her a lot closer to that Laguna Blade, which is very helpful for her. Although, so she might reach level 6 the same time as the LC does, which is kind of good. Like, you actually want that, because then you can just Laguna duel, bring someone down instantly, and then you can just rotate with these two. Whereas sometimes the LC is like level 7 and the support's level 4, and you're like, great, I can't actually do anything with you. I can just watch you duel. But Juggernaut is suffering, though. Suffering a lot. Gyrocopter's getting a great amount of denies.
Again, just the poke coming in. Honey Lisa just so ripped to keep herself healthy. It's not gonna get any better when both LC and Lina hits level 6, right? You do someone and suddenly lightning strikes. And it's just plus 10.
As Razor said, zap your ass. You know, that's what happens. I wonder if Honey Lisa meant to put down the Observer right in the middle of the lane. That is a bit risky because you know that Meredy will probably get some sentries up here just so she can sandstorm safely.
Oh yeah. Gyrocopter is annoying. I hate his voice.
I know, right? Get off!
And that's what it sounds like.
Oh, just...
Yeah. When you move. That's what it's like to be annoying when you're old. This old dude who is like an inventor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He is quite the character. I don't know. I like him. If you ever watch the Dota Cinema, the Dota 2 reporter, he's kind of a cool character there. But other than that, no, I am not a fan of the Gyrocopter for sure.
Which one is more annoying? Invoker, Gyrocopter, or Skywrath Mage? Like if you have to choose one.
I think Gyrocopter's probably the worst. Invoker's kind of cool because he's like lived for eons and he just keeps talking. And it's like, he's got an ego, but he can summon the wrath of the sun. Gyrocopter
like
can
live long enough, right? So you gotta give him that.
Yeah, Gyrocopter's plane is 2 feet off the ground. Like, can't you design something a bit that flies? It's like 2 feet off the ground.
Can't even fly over the Mars Arena.
What's the point of its fly? You can't even go over a cliff. Anyway, TA is doing an amazing job of farming, but that's sort of just Templar Assassin things. But you know, she's always gonna be a good farmer, and Sleepless is gonna make it out just fine. Ooh, big rotation from Miri.
Just good vision on the cliff from Foxy Gaming. They saw this. Miri's gonna come in and you know, just going to take. Well, stacked camps. Wait, no, she doesn't even take the camp. Try to
There's
steal
a-
the cam in
Tower
fact.
is under attack.
Yeah.
No, I think she was checking to see if there were any stacks because Ember Spirit's actually pretty good at taking them with the Flame Guard. You can just Flame Guard smoke and you can take a stack. So she goes in, she drops a trap, she sees it like, oh well, there's nothing here for me. So that's like 2 seconds wasted time, but it gives you a good amount of info. But Ember Spirit is getting almost the same amount of CS as TA. That's really bad because TA is the farming core. Oh dear.
Oh boy, Meredy and the guy are teaming up to steal some stacks. Call down is used alongside the Homer Missile. Epicenter from Meredy is going to finish off 100 Lisa, but they have a wow. To worry about. Silent Fist coming from Ningen, Foxy Gaming, they'll get 2 quick kills.
I think that Meredy with that stun, that was like perfect timing. I've never seen someone land a burst strike so fast as he was remnanting. Like that's perfect timing. Oh, cool. There you go.
That's a new, that's a +10.
And Foxy Gaming off to an amazing start. Like top lane, we saw Lisa die a few times, but that's her strategy. You know, it's buff up the enemy so we can farm them later.
It's the ritual, you know. It's gonna be kind of a slower paced game. Though, despite Foxy Gaming off to a good start, yeah, they have that 1,000 gold lead. They have to eventually deal with the TA, right? The TA is just gonna accelerate and farm, you know, as the game progresses. So they're gonna try and go to Cat Chaser and a good Phantom's Embrace. They silence the LC and she's gonna go down. So good combination from the side of JIARMY.
One of those kills are just too violent to show on screen. You know, like no. We will go and look at something nicer, like a river. You know, like let's see what's happening there. Gil is gonna go for the Battle Fury build, which means that she doesn't want to farm. That's kind of awkward though. If you have Gil farming and you have the Templar Assassin farming as well, like there may not be enough farm on the map, and they do spot out the stacks. So TA might be considering coming here, and I think the Sentry Ward is spotted. Lisa will know that she can take it to D Ward as well, just so she can stack. And there you go.
Yeah, and
trying to delay the farm.
It's taking a stroll as well. And this is
Ooh,
where
Dire's top tower is under
triple
attack.
ancient stacks. This is where you want to bring in the mid laner and be like, yeah, and again, you need to take this right now, or the gyrocopter, you know, whichever wants the farm.
Because you do want Ningen to just run around with Cat Chase, just get those dual kills off. Because you win dual kills, you really don't need to build any damage items. I mean, you mentioned that as well, but really, it's like you can just build, you know, the Blink Dagger, the BKB, and all the defensive items, and you get damaged naturally. Actually, look at the net worth though. TA is ahead, but it's not that big of a deal. It's the Juggernaut who's really kind of suffering. This is your carry, by the way. He needs to be the top of net worth, and he's literally the bottom of the course. But, you know, Battle Fury will help. Battle Fury will help.
Radiant's bottom
Be a
tower
smoke
has fallen.
from JIARMY.
Dire's middle tower
Infiltrating
is
the
under
jungle so far. They do get the stacks, but they kind of need more than that. Dropping the sentry is doing kind of a Grand Theft Auto. Unfortunately enough for Foxy Gaming, they are going to pretty much dodge this unless Ningen walks in. In fact, they saw bigger targets. Gyrocopter with the Inksaw on top of him. Nana is pretty much going to go down, but the duel with the Laguna, Epicenter is going to go for Meredy. Can they kill Miri in time? No! The pulses is just enough, and Meredy gets a triple kill. Miri stays alive, but Meredy just did a job. Pops the one, stays alive, sleepless, gonna get stunned with a Burrow Strike. The guy comes in, the damage is insufficient, and Ningen will turn around with the Dragon Slayer to follow up. Foxy Gaming returns with 4 kills of their own.
And that was just a fantastic start for JIARMY, because they were able to get the Gyrocopter basically off. I love the duel on the TA. The duel on the TA was not to actually kill her, but it was to stop her from hitting the Gyrocopter while the Gyrocopter healed up. Wasn't enough, but it was a very really smart play coming out from Foxy Gaming just now. Overall, they do win the fight. They get one more kill out of that, and Ember Spirit is really fun right now. Ember Spirit is just kind of like, I mean, he got so much out of that fight. Still, Juggernaut is getting inching closer and closer to that Battle Fury.
Absolutely.
It's a bit worrisome if he goes Battle Fury, because then he'll be able to farm, but Cat Chase.
That's the
Zoning
Legion
him
commander
out,
I like. It doesn't
Yeah,
care,
that's-
just runs in. Double braces
that's
and
a
a hood.
tower is under attack.
Like, you can't actually kill her, because if you spin, she got, like I said, hood, and you don't, and if you try to Omni Slash, she got so much healing from the first attack. By the way, the other day I read, apparently when you win a duel, you automatically cast press the attack on yourself. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I've been playing Dota for like 10 years. I had no idea that was a thing. I was like, wait, you do? What?
Yes, you actually do.
How could you? It's like you live your whole life and you realize something's completely different than any. It's crazy. Blew my mind for the rest of the day.
It's like, how did that info, just get past everyone, right?
Well, past me, everyone else do it. I'm the only one who's like an idiot. Like, oh, I did not know that was a thing. Gil is actually recovering very nice. He's already overtook both the Ember Spirit and the Legion Commander. Like, remember we talked about how bad his laning stage was, but he just recovered perfectly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So far, for JIARMY, they are, still in a pretty good spot. All the TA traps,
sure.
get some vision. Gil is farming, like you said. You think that it's more of an even game, or like Foxy Gaming still has that kind of an advantage with what they have?
I think JIARMY has the advantage actually because they're true. They're only 1k gold ahead, but they are the farming lineup. They are the greedy lineup with a Juggernaut, Battle Fury, and a TA mid. They should not be the ones who are having a good game. It should be Foxy Gaming running over them right now. And that's something they should try. They should consider just smoking, getting as many kills as they can because this is too risky right now the way it's working out. That was a long ink swell.
Well, to get away. The Gaia though not so lucky. They have Melody with the epicenter, gets the burrow strike, but they don't have the damage. At least not enough. Now duo into the Laguna. They're gonna get the Grimstroke in return. Now Cat Chaser, she is on the hunt. Gonna try and land the stun on the Melody, and yes, LSA, Dragon Slave, Sleight of Fist is enough. 2 more kills for Foxy Gaming.
They have to keep doing this. It's kind of like tiring Dota, where you have to keep on searching, getting kills, but you have to do that if you're Foxy. Let the Gyrocopter farm, rely on him for the late game, but the other 4 have got to make space. Because you have 4 fighting heroes, they only have 3.
Yeah, it's like search and destroy mission.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Okay,
Press the attack stolen though. That's gonna be a pretty good spell to keep the course alive. We did not see Miri in that fight at all. It was just, like you said, right, the 3 fighting heroes. But Desolator picked up by the TA, Blink Dagger might be next. Do you still think the Axe is good after the 0.5 second nerf?
I mean, it's in this game in particular, when you have the Legion Commander as well as the Ember Spirit, that half second makes a big difference. It's still good though because it gives you so much mobility, so it's always gonna be good. But it's a big hit. Like you lose quite a bit out of it. I think it's something that TA players are always gonna get no matter what, but it's just gonna come out a bit later. Look for the Deso first. Oh, they know this.
There's a healing ward. Everyone is topped up. Yeah, they're gonna give this up. Everyone is way too late. They press the attack, so much value. Miri takes the Aegis. And now, let's see what JIARMY can do.
Battle Fury finished on the Juggernaut. Her farm is going to accelerate so much. And if you're Foxy Game, you have to think, did we do enough to carry us through 2 farming cores right now? Lane
So far,
looks
so good, right?
So good. So, I mean, so far so reasonable. Because like you look at it and you think, oh, they're not behind, but they are in terms of, it's like if one team has 3 Midases and they are getting the same kills as the other teams. Like the Midas should not be doing this much work.
Right.
Well, Foxy Gaming might try to defend this though. They are going to defend against the entire lineup.
Good LSA, the long range of Melody. Brady jumps in with the burrow strike. Good Grimstroke ultimate, but where's the follow-up? They have the Ink Sword. Melody just gonna be that front line. Good double Omni Slash into the back line. Sleeper is gonna be chopped up into pieces, and the Saints can be saved for this Undying as well. They take out the Tombstone. Free goal for, I believe, Gil. But that's exactly what JIARMY needs to do.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean,
Radiant's bottom
oh man,
tower
this
is
soul
under
bind is
attack.
doing so much work.
They saw Ningen. She has the remnant.
Dire's top tower
But JIARMY
has
came, got what they came here for, and it's tier 2. And they,
So now they're just gonna
back
start
off.
now they're just gonna start suffocating the map because again in the top lane, like you look at it, the outpost, it's warded. You have Juggernaut in the area as well. Actually, just left just now, but you have like the traps, the ward, the outpost. Basically, top side of the map is now the property of JIARMY. So Foxy Gaming, Gyrocopter wasn't. Can he actually do this? He went for a Dragonlance early on. Huh. Really slows up his Aghanor's timing. I don't know how I feel about that. It's very scary. Look at the net worth. Top 4, 3 of them are from JIARMY's cores.
Yeah. So we can kind of say that they probably recovered a bit, right? 4K goal lead, decent fights.
Yeah, I'd say that they're very happy with the way the game is going. I want to try this new Rubik out. He's got that minus 25 talent, cooldown talent at 15. Looks pretty good. He's still
Legion Commander, that's a huge pick. There's no way for it to get out, not even with the Soul Rip. As an Ingen just tries to do a bit of chip damage with the Sleight of Fist. However, with JIARMY riding this momentum, it does look a bit tough for Foxy Gaming to just run in. And Melody again, we look at the Sand King with the Blink Dagger. It is so efficient when you want to start these fights.
I was thinking the exact same thing when she blinked in with the. Because imagine if you were an LC, you'd have to risk the duel, and that could do anything. But with the Sand King, just jump in Burrow Strike with the Ink Swell on. And it's like, oh wow, look, that's like so much control with just thanks to the Sand King. Of course, the Grimstroke helps, but it's mostly the Sand King. And
yes,
I'm looking at Foxy Gaming. They do have some decent stuff they can do. Oh, Nana.
Cat Chaser is going to help. Oh, alongside Ningen. Verdi with the Ink Swell. Not going to find anyone just yet, but it's going to be the Omni Slash suspended. A kill of the Undying. So individual pickups once more being the name of the game for JIARMY. Foxy Gaming slowly losing in terms of that net worth. And for the side of JIARMY, they still have the Aegis, they still have the Epicenter and the Grimstroke out, and they're going to go in. Again on the Cat Chaser, she cannot save herself, and she is going to go down once more. LSA on Throughput, Laguna, and the Dragon Slayer follows up immediately to trade it back for the side of Foxy Gaming. The Flat Cannon is doing a lot of damage alongside Ningen. They even find Gil. So maybe for the side of JIARMY, they have overextended. Mimi will blink away. Ligaya does steal the Sleight of Fist, but she is gonna die. And Foxy Gaming just claps back with 4 kills.
That was a bit. I gotta admit, that was surprising. It didn't look like there's any way for JIARMY to actually die, and they started off the fight without the Legion Commander. She just got blown up, but very good move by Fox to come back. They ignored the TA as much as they can because she is the one with the Aegis, and they were able to kill Gil. Gil was like the Juggernaut. You think, oh, Juggernaut can't be killed, but they were able to get her down. Nana, I think she might have the Aghanims now, so that's gonna also provide a lot of damage. Gonna go for the BKB next. BKB is good. The problem is you need BKB and Satanic, which is a bit awkward. You need both of these items, and it's hard to tell which one you need more.
I still think BKB is okay, right? Because you won't get like
BKB is great.
Yeah.
The thing is, you need both, right? You need like the BKB to dodge all the Ink Swell, the lift, the Burst Strike, but you also want Odin.
Okay, this might be huge. Ink Swell's gonna go off. Here comes Melody once more, double Burrow Strike. Grimstroke late on that ultimate, but it doesn't really matter. Epicenter still goes off. Honey Lisa is gonna die. They will take out the Tombstone. Melody is gonna get taken up by the lightning. But it's a 2-for-1, and most importantly, the Gyrocopter. Aegis has expired, so unfortunately for JIARMY, they were not able to get too much out of that. The value of the Aegis, not as impactful as we thought it would be, but nonetheless, they still maintain that goal lead.
Yeah, it got them some map control, but I think they would also preferred if they could have gotten like another tier 2, maybe threatened the high ground more. Like their net worth lead is exactly the same as when they took the Aegis, which is not a good thing because as the game goes on, the net worth lead being 4K only will be like, oh, percentage-wise, you're not really increasing it at all. So that's not a big deal. But Jill is now second in net worth after a really miserable laning stage. Does
Still
also have the
farming up
S
the
and
storm.
Y.
Oh,
yeah, that.
Radiant are
This is one of the, I'm glad to see them do this. By the way, we've seen a lot of the Ursa players. They go diffuse and then they keep jungling, but Jill was like, okay, I'm gonna farm. I might as well take the Battle Fury, and it's worked out well for her.
Well, at least Foxy Gaming, it's gonna slow down a bit, right? After witnessing how JIARMY can just jump out and catch them. Things are not going to get any easier. 2 big item pickups for JIARMY. TA got the BKB. I think for Sand King, just got the U Scepter.
Oh, the level difference is pretty brutal, to be honest. Oh, well, Ningen is 18 with the TA 18, but Jacob as well. 14? Juggernaut's 16, that's pretty bad. Here's one thing I really recognize about Legion Commander is that even though she's a melee hero, she doesn't actually want to frontline too much because you generally
yeah.
want to use your press the attack to save someone, and then you want to duel. You rarely want to put her in the front the same way you want to put a Tide Hunter or a Mars or an Underlord. Like, she is not the same style just because she's a melee hero. So
What do you think
it's
about her talent, the plus 200 dual range? Like, is that ever going to have an impact?
I don't know, right? That one's always a weird one. What's the other one actually? Is it the mana region? Can we? Oh no, it's the radius, right? I think the overwhelming odds radius is incredible compared to that, right? You play Legion Commander more than me, so I would definitely defer to you on this one. What do you think?
I mean, I have not tried Legion Commander in this patch yet. I'm guessing that Cat Chaser went for the radius. I think I agree. I think the radius probably has a bigger impact just because the more you hit, like it is based on. Oh wait, actually no, he went for the cast range. I think there's an argument for both. Like the radius, like your overwhelming odds scales off of how many people you hit. So, like if you get the radius, you hit more. There's more movement speed. It's more damage. You can blow up illusions, quick, better. But I think the radius is also fine because more often than not, you rather be far enough to suck someone in. It's like a pseudo sinister gaze, but you're actually dealing damage.
That's a I guess that's a point, but I mean, once you use the cast range, you're just gonna move straight. You can also move towards them. Like I think both heroes will like run to each other, Mortal Kombat style. Like we're gonna meet in the middle and we're gonna pound each other. So I mean I guess I have to check. Like we have to see what it's such a new talent, so it's hard to tell. But we'll find out. The pros will guide us.
Like, I haven't tried out the new talent enough to kind of make my own judgment. But so far, we will go with Cat Chaser. Let's see what it's gonna bring. Maybe with a Blade Dagger, the value will be more prominent, right? Because now you have a way to engage. They call it Quick Stroke. That's free blue damage for sure. She does have the shard on this Legion Commander, so a lot of value from this press the attack. I reckon at level 15 she's gonna get the plus 40 HP regen. Like there's no reason that you're just gonna give up free HP regen. 5 seconds. It's like what 200 HP, like flat.
Yeah.
Is it 200? Oh yeah, I mean the bonus 200 flat, right?
Yeah.
And then go for like the other talent.
Ooh, Aghanim is finished on the Ember Spirit. We actually discussed how this thing got nerfed. It used to be 3,500 speed, now it's 3,000 only. So it's quite a bit slow, but it's still blazingly fast. I don't think anyone who's gonna be like, my God, I'm only moving at 300. That's right, it's 3,000 movement speed. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean,
it's still.
It puts Bloodseeker to shame,
Yeah, right. It's like I don't think there's any actual person who can outrun that. I'm thinking if Spirit Breaker with a few buffs might be able to like get half of that.
A search, I guess.
Maybe
that's like the best you can ask for.
Oh, but Surge doesn't. I don't think Surge breaks the limit. There's only a few spells that break the movement speed limit, and it's like Spirit Breaker's Charge is one of the few of them.
You break the sound barrier.
Break the sound barrier, right? You can easily hit 1,000 movement speed. I think you're right. Maybe Bloodseeker as well is too fast. Like I remember Weaver at one point, HusKKiee allowed you to break the limit, but now it's like nope. It's just certain. You can only go to certain speeds only. You're no longer Formula 1.
Does the outpost see this observer ward? Like, can we click on the outpost range? Does it see
Very
the observer
close.
ward?
It should be on the edge. It should be right on the edge. No,
Let's see.
Outpost,
okay, no. Okay, it does not see it.
Really? The glowing thing?
Wait, does it?
We clicked on the outpost.
It
probably doesn't. Anyway.
I mean, Jao would have saw it, right?
Yeah, it would have been. It's
right
on the edge.
Oh, okay.
Right on the edge, baby.
That was smart.
It's so close. It's so tantalizing. It's
That's
right.
the thing, right? Like ward placement in this game is not for the faint of heart. It's not for people with like OCD, because you just place like on the very edge and suddenly a camp is blocked or it gets revealed.
Like this sentry ward in the mid lane almost spots the observer. I think it actually might.
Oh my goodness!
So close, right?
Like if only the radius was not reduced, it would have seen the observer ward for sure.
Yes, 400%.
Look at this.
Years of playing support, and I can look at him like, yeah, that thing is right in the range. Like that's just at the tip, you can tell. So
when
close.
you have been supporting for a long time. It's like I don't
Too
like that.
long. By the way, I think that should be a new mini game. Is this ward in Vision or not? Like they just put the word like, is it in Vision? Like, let me think about that one.
Yeah, the Dota trivia, right? Is this war in Vision? Instead of asking us questions like as dumb as, what hero won 1 hour ago with this item build? You know, Mage Slayer, Solar Crest.
BKB and acronyms, like, I don't know.
And then you pick like the closest hero, maybe like a Legion Commander. It's like, no, it's actually a Keeper of the Light.
Or,
What kind of hero game did?
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, what kind of
tower
hero
is under
game
attack.
did the Valve pull this data out of? Like, that's gonna be like, people are gonna riot when they see this. They'll be like, what the heck?
Well, for now, I'm trying to think about what the teams might be considering doing. They do have an Aegis on Miris, but there's not much. Foxy isn't giving them those big openings, so that's something to be happy about. Cloak of Flame is also big stuff on 2 people. Oh, sorry, on both teams have a Cloak of Flame. That's like one of my favorite items. It's so nice. On the Sand King, oh, so good. Do you think the LC or the Undying will take the Cloak of Flame?
I still think the LC should take it, right? The LC will spend more time in front. Like if you kind of survive the dual duration, you get the free press the attack and the magic immunity, right? So you just run out, which I think is pretty decent. I mean, you have the Undying to heal you up, but it would be nice to have that extra resistance.
Oh, he took the ceremony. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And she took the quickening charm instead. I guess you could give it to the Ember Spirit. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, the Ember Spirit has the
extra flame guard, you know, like the mini flame guard.
Fire. Yeah. Dude's like, really on fire.
He's a blaze.
Blast.
There we go. They have the silence on the psionic trap. That's the shard. Stolen searing chain. Used from Ningen, tries to get away. And yes, the Sever Remnant prep for that. Again, Aegis expires. I think JIARMY only got tier 2s. So it's not exactly what you want. I mean, once more, right? It's the argument of, I think you could have done more. I think they could have gotten more. But at least now they get to open up the map. They get to set up vision. They get to take control of the waves. What is Foxy's Gaming's game plan?
I mean, the only thing you can... they don't have any forced displacement. Forced movement, like a hook or even a surge. I mean, sorry, a back into the upstairs. So how are you going to be able to move people into your base? Ningen is just going to have to run around the map and just create so much space. And I think he might be able to... Yeah, this is why they have a lot of trouble catching him. If he gets an A on this, he'll be practically unkillable for them. But
I'm surprised that Meredy didn't commit for it. I felt like they could have killed him, right?
Yeah, I think he had his flame guard off, so a few of the epicenter would have not done any damage anyway. So hard to tell. You know, it's one of those maybe not. And if she used the epicenter for that, then you're definitely not having it for the high ground push. I think they actually really want. Sleepless was ahead of net worth of the Legion commander, so she's farming up crazy well.
She's gonna turn into a core for sure. Ingswell, Meredy going in, connects! Now they come in with a Swift Slash, but Remnant once more brings Ningen to safety. So hard to catch, you know,
Yeah, she's doing an incredible job of just making sure that she's running around the map, making space for her team, but it's not enough. It's not enough, the lanes are still being pushed. Ningen's just not enough by herself. And there's no one else who can actually do the job. Oh, look at of course, TA traps can just blow up creeps as they move around.
The Gyrocopter is actually not farming, you know, Gyrocopter is stuck. There is the silence. Can you get a follow-up?
Ooh, that's not a silence.
Ningen is probably going to be out. She's going to cut this wave once more. And the silence. Oh, okay, blink it. Used to just get rid of the steering chains, and Ningen's out once more. So annoying to deal with.
It is, but at the same time, is it actually changing the trajectory of the game? It's like Ningen is farming well, good for her, that's great, she should keep doing that as much as she can. But is she actually just delaying the game, or is she actually increasing her team's chance to win? Because the gold lead is increasing more and more for JIARMY. So then again, what else are you gonna do, right? Are you gonna really sit in your base and say let's lose? So I admire her tenacity.
Well, what we can be sure is that the gold lead for JIARMY is, slowly but steadily increasing. Once more, they want to go onto Ningen, but she used herself. Good bros trying to follow up. Now they just need a bit of damage, but no. Again, not enough. Fat Cat Chaser saves Ningen. She might give up her life for this though. No more press the attack for one more. Silence up, burrow strike. Well, she's dead. Eerie on the mega Q streak.
Yeah, the moment she used it, I was like, yeah, she knows exactly what she's doing. She's going to trade her life for the Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, Sleepless is at the bottom lane. And yes, at this point, Elsie is the support.
There's the BKB, Soul Rip. Now, Blue Flash, call down, use Omni Slash onto Nana. There's the Soul Rip to keep her alive. She's pretty much healthy. Ningen will join the fight. They get the Laguna onto Ja. Ja is going to go down. Now, Ember Spirit with the Agnes and the Remnants forward. Does it get the chain onto Miri? No, Miri survives, but the guy are not so lucky. She is also
The
going to lose her
RNG
life.
gods.
Just,
The RNG gods were not kind.
yeah.
But
You can't
either
have
way,
it
they
though,
still got
you know?
3 kills.
It's a 50-50,
You
he
can't-
still got 3 kills.
That's insane, actually, that they were able to get so much out of that. That is, like, I guess the Omni Slash must have really bounced off badly because I saw the Omni Slash come out of the gyrocopter. I saw the Swift Flash first. I was like, okay, cool. Omni Slash is like, yeah, he's dead, but then just jumped off the
Radiant's
creep wave
middle tower is
and didn't
under
hit
attack.
anyone. So, Foxy Gaming, Signs of Life. Roshan won't be coming out in like 20 seconds or so. And that might be it's not gonna be much of an opening though, because we know that they have vision there for JIARMY as well as the fact that Foxy Gaming just doesn't take it that fast.
Radiant's top tower is
Yep,
under
and
Well, at
attack.
least we know that Foxy Gaming
Radiant
can defend that high
structures
ground,
are
right? No,
fortified.
the slipperiness of Ningen is starting to become a huge issue that JIARMY does not have a solution to right now.
That Sand King jumping in, dying. Okay, this is a smoke. And Gyrocopter does have the Satanic, so if you jump him and he can, even if you stun him, it's okay. He'll still lifesteal quite a bit. And oh man, this is tense. This is very tense. Oh, there you go. They found him.
Cat Chaser is there. She can get the pressure attack once more. Tools get to take it now. Ningen is already out. Good stun. The rocket follow up as well. Hoping missed out. They can't get it through, but good crucial out to keep Miri alive. John's gonna give away her life. Ningen again zipping and zapping around. Melody in the back line. Finds 2. Buy back onto Ja. This is a counter engage from the side of JIARMY, and now Nana pops her BKB. LSA comes in from Stevens, completely dodged. Stolen away as well. Cat Chaser needs to get a press the attack, but the burrow strike from Melody, as she is an absolute beast. Foxy Gaming drops the ball, and that's 4 for JIARMY. This is going to be the high ground opportunity.
I don't think they had actually any detection in that fight because Meridi was in the sandstorm the whole time. She was able to get this beautiful stun. And oh man, the LC, I think the hero is great, but it's so much harder to play LC than it is to play the Sand King. Sand King's just that's a risk.
Goes in, gets silence. Takes the LSA for the Rubik. The burrow strike. She's dead. That's a dieback. 2 minutes without this Ember Spirit.
And the team wasn't actually even thinking of defending because because Gyrocopter hasn't actually bought back. None of us was saving her buyback, so they get kind of just like completely on her own doing that, and that's going to cost them at least 2 racks, possibly more than that. They go for the throne. You just have Gyrocopter with the buyback available.
Mel bashed into the stolen LSA and burrow
Oh,
strike. I think this might be it. Swift slash into the back line. Sleepless buys back. They get the smoke up. They still have one last fighting chance with Nana on this gyro. This is gonna be a tough one. 2 sets of racks have already gone down. JIARMY, what's the next plan?
I mean, I guess if you really want to, you can just take Roshan, and they are pinging Roshan. They're like, Roshan's up, let's go for it instead of just taking any risk. Despite being 24k gold ahead and having maybe a super creeps too late, there's always a chance you could lose. Why not just go for Roshan when you have 50 seconds left on the Ember Spirit? Gyrocopter is still a threat. When we saw Gyrocopter turn on the Black Cannon, he just melted the Grimstroke. So, just be safe.
Roshan number 3. Finally, they get the cheese. 25k, 31k goalie. Is there still a comeback possibility for Foxy Gaming, or do you think that this is very well going into game 2?
It's kind of cruel to say that the team has no chance. You know what I mean? It's like that's a mean thing to say, but it's Foxy. Foxy has to either play out of their mind, which I mean, it's always possible, but I think that the more likely the outcome is there has to be a huge mistake coming out from JIARMY, which I don't think they're gonna make. So yeah, it's like a 99%. If we had the graph, the one that tells you the win percentages, I think that one would tell you the story of the game. It'd be like 99% for JIARMY.
All right, so we saw Aesthetics cap dropped. I'm not sure, was it for JIARMY or Foxy, but either way, what new item? Like I want your quick take. What do you feel about this item?
Oh my god, you caught me with my pants down again. I'm looking at it and interesting. It's kind of like a combination of a Lincoln Sphere and Aeon Disc, basically. That's I think it's kind of, yeah. I think it's
a mini Aeon Disc, right?
Yeah, you get like 50 health, 50 stats resistance for 3 seconds. It's a good item. Definitely has its place in somewhere. Some heroes are really going to be good with it. All those frontline. 300 health and 10 health regen is also an insane amount of regeneration. So you can put it on the Sand King. It's going to be useful, but I don't know. It's just a good tier 4 neutral item. Definitely for frontliners like Mars and Sand King and stuff like that. Nice.
Would be good for Ningen, right? If you don't want to get caught. What a telekinesis again! The Gaia does it. They just come in with all the combos in the world. Ningen does get out, but that's both your supports, both without buybacks. They should be the third set of Rex. It's up to the course right now. If there's a time to carry, this is it for Foxy Gaming. They have to work their magic. It's mega creeps for JIARMY. The net worth continues to extend, continues to increase. Tier 4s are in sight. Foxy Gaming, Ningen gets caught, stunned. Uses up to the air. Meredy causes an earthquake underneath. She does get away with the remnant, but once more we get the illusion, the Grimstroke Dark Portrait. They get a duel on the Sand King. Meredy going down. She's gonna buy back, but Ningen now on the case. Melt bash onto Nana. Nana's blocking. We press the attack, and here we go. Nana going to work with that magic immunity, but Meredy just TP's back in. Another Burrow Strike onto Sand King. There is nothing that can stop this queen as JIARMY looks for the jugular of Foxy Gaming in this game 1. Nana buys right back, but that's pretty much it. Game 1 most likely going over to the way of JIARMY.
By the way, like Meredy is such an MVP this game. Every Burrow Strike has been like 2-man Burrow Strike. You know, I've never seen her just get 1 man. It's always like multiple people with that. Sand King has got to be banned next game. It's way too strong in the hands of JIARMY. Way too strong. There's no way that they should give the Sand King out. But it is like it's just gonna be the game here. Yeah, it's Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter gets the work too. BKB, Flag Cannon, tries to hit, but cute. And there's the drone going for you. Yeah, I mean Meredy played that so well with her multiple stuns. So congrats to JIARMY. Still a chance to come back to Foxy Gaming, but what a dominant performance.
Yeah, and that's game 1, you know, in this best of 3. So JIARMY effectively just put themselves on that championship point. There's one more game, and they will be crowned the grand champions. And Foxy Gaming, this is the rematch, and you know they gave us a close one yesterday. This one pretty close up until the very end, where JIARMY were just a bit more composed. So it's definitely not the end of the world for Foxy Gaming, but JIARMY continues to stay strong and showed us why they are the best team.
I mean, I honestly feel like it goes back all the way to the Legion Commander pick. It's not they didn't have the best combination with it. Lina is fine, but if you had a Phoenix, you could have healed the LC while she duels, so you wouldn't feel so hesitant. She only had 40 duel damage in a 40-minute game. That's also not ideal. Won the lane pretty good. Gil was just crushing the lane, but it's not enough. You need. We're seeing teamfight being a big part of this tournament, and LC does not give you enough of that.
Yeah, and just looking at the numbers alone, you know, JIARMY, you kind of look at the early game and you think to yourself, yeah, Foxy Gaming got a couple of first split. You have Ningen running around the map. You have this Gyrocopter, and this Legion Commander. They are all being really active. But end of the day, it was Meredy's Blink Dagger that started the chain reaction of JIARMY, able to slowly but surely take away the game and take control of Foxy Gaming's destiny in this game 1.
Yeah, I I mean, there's not enough praise in the world for that Sand King performance. I mean, this is a master tier Sand King, so you're going to get something crazy out of it. I would think that Foxy Gaming. Some people say, "Oh, you gotta adapt, you gotta outpick the enemy." I think one of the first things you have to do is just consider banning the Sand King. It's too much, unless there's even worse things that JIARMY has in their pocket. It's like, "Oh, we banned the Sand King," then they pick out this Timber Saw that's even like 10 times scary. You're like, "Oh god, I can't."
Pick your poison, right? So if that's one thing, I think if there's one thing that Foxy Gaming can take away and prep for this game too, because it felt like JIARMY is their demon, right? The nightmare that they still cannot wake up from. Is there any, like, other than just banning out the Sand King just straight up, are there any adjustments that Foxy Gaming can make beyond the draft?
I thought that they could have played way more aggressive earlier on, because remember we were saying, oh, they got Templar Assassin, they got Juggernaut with Battle Fury. These are 2 farming heroes, and you have everyone else. You have LC, you have Lina. These guys should be going and getting kills. You should be feasting on the other 3 heroes and taking all the towers. Instead, I felt like they played pretty damn passive for what their draft could do and what the enemy draft was. The enemy draft was a farming draft. So I would think Foxy Gaming, if you could put a little bit more, put your foot on the gas a little bit more, try to go play a bit faster, that might help a lot.
Yep. One more game stands between JIARMY and the championship title, and of course, one more game stands between Foxy Gaming and the tournament lifeline. We will take a short break. Remember, this is brought to you guys by FSL, alongside our partners and sponsors Yahoo and Intel. We will be right back for game number 2 of this best of 3 grand finals. But the crusade continues for JIARMY as they are now up 1-0 in this best of 3 grand finals, and one more game away, then they will take out Foxy Gaming, who needs game 2 to stay alive in this ultimate showdown. Of course, this is the FSL Dota 2 Open 2 presented by yours and truly, god damn it,
Yours and
FSL,
truly.
yours and truly,
It's
and
been
of
a
course
long day.
supported by. It's been a long day, and but still, we have the support of our partners and sponsors, Intel and Yahoo. So thank you very much for sticking with us and taking this journey with us as well. Of course, I'm HusKKiee, the guy who messed up the intro, but I have a partner who's going to cover up. His name is Otomo.
Yeah, I'm the guy who works with the guy who messes up the intro. Yeah, this is the FSL. We are in the grand finals, best of 3 between Foxy Gaming and JIARMY. They actually met earlier in the semifinals for the upper bracket, and it was very close. Not very close, but JIARMY was able to win that one. So Foxes get a chance to redeem themselves. However, before they can redeem themselves, they have to go through the draft. So let's see what they're drafting this
5
game, what
seconds
we're working with. And we see Sand King banned, and Sand King is banned. Kind of awkward because I expected Foxy to ban him instead.
Yeah, JIARMY,
Dire
they are
team
the
back.
ones to take out Sand
Radiant
King. So
team
Abaddon
back.
Barana will be the opening pick, and Foxy Gaming, Mars Phoenix, a very classic duo. You know, to start off in a game, you know, feels like a strong start, just like the previous game.
Yeah, it's a good this is a good combo, and because Mirana, we say she's a
10
great egg
seconds
hitter, and she
remaining.
is for sure. But with the Phoenix, with the Mars around, you can just pull up the
Dire
bulwark and
team
absorb so
back.
many arrows. So it is a good game to be Phoenix in for sure. Abaddon has proven herself to be one of the best supports right now in the position 5. So many saves for her team. So a bit awkward. Foxy Gaming though, they might need something with a stun, something like a lion or a
Radiant team back.
shadow shaman, because you don't really have a control stun right now. It's Mars spear or nothing, and you only have like the position 5 or position 4 left for you to pick.
Yeah, it is very, you know, it is like on paper the combo is, you know, is very workable,
seconds
but at the
remaining.
same time you kind of need more to facilitate that, right? So Ember,
5
DK,
seconds
Undying, and a Lifestealer banned out, you know, from these two respective teams. What are we looking at? Is there going to be any big changes for Foxy Gaming especially?
I think Foxy might have to consider banning that Juggernaut. He is one. He doesn't care about anything from the Mars. He doesn't care about anything from the Phoenix and
Dire
easily
team
crush the
pick.
egg. And oh, they banned the CK
Radiant
instead.
team pick.
And who are they going to go with? It's going to be the Void Spirit. Very Foxy game is very like, oh, these are, you know, I'm putting all my cards on the table. Here's my off lane. Here's my position 4, 5. Here's my mid lane. Like very not obvious, but like very upfront with their draft. And JIARMY now, I mean, you have a
10
lot of information to work with.
remaining.
We have seen Void Spirit played as a 4, but I
5
wouldn't like
seconds
bank on it that
remaining.
this is going to be a Void Spirit 4. I think you have to go in as this is a Void Spirit 2.
Yeah, I mean Voice Spirit 4, which means that you put the Phoenix 5. It does feel a bit weird, right? With this Phoenix 5, you generally want her to be in the 4 position. So Ningen's gonna command the Voice Spirit for sure. Just we realize Ningen is the commander of all 4 elements. You know, Ember Spirit, Voice Spirit. You might see Storm if you get the chance. See what JIARMY, you know, has in mind
Radiant
for
team
the pick. Beastmaster, there we go.
Oh, there we go. I've been waiting so long for this, and yeah, I've been waiting almost half a day. But Beastmaster and Lycan have been absolute standouts in the ESL fall. I was expecting that some of that will trickle down into, you know, this tournament as
10
well, where people will be like,
seconds
"Oh my God,
remaining.
Helm of the Overlord is very strong right now." I think you seems like you were more right than me. I
5
thought it was
seconds
a
remaining.
nice buff, but I thought that the item would I thought it would be purchased, but not like it wouldn't be the linchpin of every team's strategy. But some teams, they're going like Beastmaster is going to be Helm of the Overlord. There's going to be a fast push, and you predicted that. So hats off to you, my friend.
Yeah, it's I mean, what, plus 80 base damage with the
Dire
Blast
team
Aura,
pick.
and you know, generally most teams
It-
can't kill off
oh
Ancient Creeps
my
early on,
God.
right? I think we know where this is going.
This is going in a very dangerous direction. The Terrorblade is a decent pick, but holy crap, you need Coddle. You have to get Coddle or Grimstroke, some form of anti-push, like as soon as you can. Because if you don't, okay, Oracle is back. Okay, that's an
Radiant
interesting back.
team back.
But you must get something like that. I would have thought that maybe they could have taken Zeus from themselves, but it has to be the strongest D push you can think of. You have to take it.
Yeah, Call is also great, right? If you get the Agnes Scepter, you essentially just have this Willow Whips to work with as well. When you start a team fight, you
10
protect
seconds
the
remaining.
egg, you also protect your team. So that
5
definitely
seconds
feels like the
remaining.
best possible option that Foxy Gaming can
Dire
go for. They
team
get the
ban.
Zeus ban, a direct ban to protect the Terrorblade. It will be a Disruptor ban,
Radiant
not Disruptor,
team
Shadow
hit.
Demon ban from JIARMY. Of course, Foxy Gaming will also ban out the Puck.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they get rid of all that magic burst damage. JIARMY though, with the Shadow Demon is a smart ban because again you stack that Shadow Poison in like 6 seconds, and suddenly you can take out this big creep wave that's pushing towards
10
you.
seconds
Fantastic
remaining.
against the Luna as well with the disruption. But again,
5
I think
seconds
Foxy
remaining.
Gaming has got to look at the Coddle and the Grimstroke as a position 5 you're going to take. Like maybe they wanted to flex the Void Spirit into a 4 and put the Phoenix 5, but now it's like no. That's not an option. You must get a D pushing 5. It's so important.
Yeah, JIARMY now still looking for that mid laner to kind of facilitate a mid laner that can push Lashrax. First one that comes to mind, Pugner as
Death
well.
Prophet.
That Prophet. Honestly, these picks they're all pretty darn good against
Invoker
Foxy Gaming.
also,
Oh yeah,
because you had all the creeps, you get a couple of Force Spirits. I think they would want that. Would they go for a Brood Mother at this stage? They're kind of, I don't know. Brood Mother might be
Dire team
decent.
pick.
What are they gonna go with here? It's gonna go with
Strong
Ostos.
spirit.
Okay.
just blow up the Terrorblade. You know,
Very different strategy than what I was thinking, honestly. I was thinking they're going to stick the more pushing heavy draft.
so Storm against Void, definitely a
10
very
seconds
interesting
remaining.
dynamic. But how is it going to work out in that mid lane? You get the
Your
Grimstroke
hero.
just like what you wanted, but is it enough though for
Thank
Foxy
God.
Gaming to do with this draft?
I mean, it's one of the saddest games to be Grimstroking because you literally have zero combos. There's not a single spell that you can soulbind with in this on your team. So I can definitely tell that Foxy Gaming were not planning on taking the Grimstroke like they didn't like put their draft. They're like, we're gonna get the Grimstroke last pick on this with this draft. It's not very suitable. But it is a D push. You have to take it. The Stroke of Fate does more damage based on more creeps. So you could actually like one shot whoever's standing far behind if you can get it off. Keeper of Light might have been a little bit better, but it doesn't matter. Foxy Gaming, at least they have D push. A lot of this game is going to fall on Sleepless Grimstroke to do a good job. JIARMY, easier draft. You got good sustain coming out from the Abaddon. You got crazy arrows from Jill and Meredy along with the Helm of the Overlord. We can expect a Greaves on Legaia as well. And late game looks pretty good. Like JIARMY's draft is just well rounded with a strong push early game, and Fox is gonna have to prepare for that.
The only thing you probably cannot instantly kill off is the boar, and as well as the ancient creep from the Helm of the Overlord.
I'm slightly surprised that they didn't consider taking the Terrorblade as their fourth pick. Not Terror, sorry, Gyrocopter instead of Terrorblade, because that flat cannon could have helped you clear out all the creeps as well. I don't think Gyrocopter was banned. Was it banned? That's one of the things I'm like, was it banned? Because I don't think it was.
I don't think it was.
Yeah,
but
it might have been a safer pick than the Terrorblade.
Yeah, it definitely feels like so. But I think Foxy Gaming, they're banking in like just this hardcore carry, which is just gonna guarantee us that late game, right? So probably like if you replace the Gyrocopter with the Terrorblade in game 1, maybe would have had a different result.
My only issue is that in this game in particular, I don't think late game is one of those things you really want to put too much stock in if you are Foxy, because we know that JIARMY wants to go fast. You have to think, what can I do that's just as fast as them? And Gyrocopter with a flat cannon may have been the answer to that. Still, it's the draft is over. They did get the Grimstroke. I'm happy with the Grimstroke at least. And Grimstroke plus Cat Chaser is a pretty decent combo here with the Mars.
Yeah, at least you get to bind 2 people together, right? It's pretty decent against like the Storm Spirit. Like he zips in, you throw the Soul Bind onto him, he can't like get out with the Ball Lightning. Early hop from Meredy, that's a lot of info given over to JIARMY.
Much more vision than before. 750 compared to the 600 before. 600 doesn't feel like much, but look at 750, like, wow, that thing can see a lot right now.
This is for those people who don't want to buy wars. Here you go. Here's a hawk that you
By
can
the way, Storm Spirit-
direct. That you can direct to basically just dive bomb people right now. That is crazy.
Yeah, the shot upgrade is really nice compared to what used to be, where it's like you can sort of target an AOE. It's like no, you can target a person. That's so much better. Storm Spirit is an amazing counter to Phoenix, even though it may not seem like it, because Storm Spirit you can always go in after the egg. Like, oh, he eggs, then you jump in, you hit him a few times. You don't have to wait for the fire spirits to come out. And I believe that he also has an attack speed talent, so he's just one of the better counters to Phoenix. Apart from that, you got Mirana, you got the Luna as well. Range heroes, they're pretty good. Interesting draft from JIARMY though, with the Beastmaster and Abaddon. I like that.
Keep healing up the creeps. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Reminds me of the definitely some animal trainer, you know, sort of vibe.
Ooh, nice deny right there, just right in front of their face. But Gia is gonna have a bit of trouble because you are up against two pretty strong laners here in the Grimstroke as well as the. Look at that, she's trying to prep it up. So much damage if you can hit a few creeps with it.
Yeah, good for securing range creep as well. But for Cat Chaser on the Mars, you can use the Ghost Rebuke or Spear of Mars to secure range creeps. It's almost a guarantee. But Ja, doing what an Abaddon does best, is running a Steepless. Of course, Steepless is not gonna win that trade. Has to pull Cat Chaser, you know, to her. Why not just? They know in part about facing an Abaddon, but thankfully, you know, Abaddon is not one of the. There's not one of those supports that wants to go with Orb of Venom just so he can stick onto you, right? It's really counterintuitive, and that goal is better spent on regen items.
Yeah, and of course you also kind of have your free orb anyway to go with Curse of Avernus. I say free, but it costs like a skill point, so it's options there. And whoa, a lot of damage on Gia just now with that stroke. You are mid lane. I love it. They both drop their remnants. I love that every spirit has a remnant based on their element. Like, it's so cool. You know, the lightning one is
like the lightning one, you know, shocks you. The void one pulls you in like into the darkness. The fire one lets you kind of teleport, fly to it, and the earth one lets you kick it around.
Yeah, Earth one's the lamest if you ask me. Like the fire one also with the shard, it burns people, so it's like, wow, you know, that thing does damage now, it's so cool. But the Earth one's just like, it's a rock. What's your ability, bro? I can make a boulder.
Come on.
Okay.
One of the
and sometimes I can kick it.
Sometimes I kick it. Yeah.
Sometimes
you give me enough gold, I will turn you into my own statue, you know. Put you on display.
Ooh.
I'll kick you around if you want.
The guy, yeah, you can't actually trade against the Phoenix if you, once you get that Fire Spirits on you. So Honey Lisa not playing the usual Abaddon style, you know, it should have. Oh, okay, Abaddon just dies right there.
Not the usual one, that's for sure.
I mean, this
someone has to take the fall, you know.
Oh dear, Ninget.
Okay, assimilate. Yeah, it's barely out of range.
A little bit. Might have to consider just going to those bounty runes. You can fill up your ball there and you'll be fine. But yeah, we can see that Honey is playing a lot more careful on the Phoenix because, to be fair, Phoenix wants to stay alive. You don't. It's not like the same as the Abaddon where you're like, okay, I can die, come back full HP, and I can just reach level 6 and I'll be fine. Like, no, how you play is very important for the Phoenix at all stages. At the same time, yeah, they were able to get the first blood on Gia. It's a hard lane. Grimstroke as well as Mars is a hard lane to deal with. That's a pull.
Good attempt to disrupt the pull, but it still went through. So Honey Lisa is able to get the lane back for her teammate at least.
Let's see. The biggest disparity I'm seeing is in the mid lane between the Storm and the Void Spirit. Storm Spirit doing a lot, but because you can get a lot of those free stacks, free harass coming out whenever you use a spell and you hit them with a passive. So it adds up. And range and meal, we all say range can harass very easily.
And you can see, like, without the Fire Spirits, the guy just pokes her down. Nana will finally use the Metamorphosis. Slightly shorter duration, but nonetheless in lane. If you can get those couple of last hits and harassing, it would be good enough.
Yeah,
so there is not really a way to stop this Beastmaster, right? It feels like this Beastmaster will always get what he wants.
Probably, right? Like arrow comes out, misses. Good try though. If that landed, she would have gone a kill. So you can't fault the player for trying. Like some people are like, I only shoot arrows when I'm guaranteed it's gonna land. Like no, just shoot your damn arrow, and if it lands, we'll get a kill. And if it doesn't land, we'll try again in 10 seconds. So ooh, that's a lot of harass. That's a lot of harass. Why is it that the Mirana illusion has to be melee before it hits people? That's kind of crazy. Oh, Honey Lisa.
Honey Lisa in a bad
careful.
spot. The Icarus dive burn, I don't think it's gonna be enough, but at least it will keep her safe. And the fire spray is also insufficient. Well, Gil does lose a courier. The item transfer completed by Meredy. Not so lucky though. Has a crown and a clarity on it. So that is gonna hurt a bit as Honey Lisa does die to Meredy, and the Gaia will be the trade in return. So both supports they go down.
Favors the JIARMY slightly more because they got the kill first. They were able to get some EXP. Whereas once Honey Lisa died, she didn't get any XP from Beyond the Grave. So it's like, I don't know if Nana was in range for EXP either. So the boars, by the way, do a little bit more damage now early game. So they are quite annoying to deal with. Of course, Nana gets a little bit less. Spots that. Nana gets a little bit less agility per level, meaning that she doesn't get quite as tanky. She's still very tanky. You know, terribly, it's insanely tanky, but just a tiny bit less against physical damage now.
Yeah, no, I mean so far, what the pattern that we've seen today compared to yesterday was that yesterday was pretty chaotic, right? Everything was pretty fast. Everything was, you know, that's one team running it down. But now it's a lot of calculated plays. We're seeing a slower early phase, and as I say that, Nana gets the Sunder off. Miri will have her life exchange. They're going to turn around, but Miri thankfully has the Verify to get away. And in fact, it's going to be Honey Lisa kind of in a bad spot. Goes to Icarus dive, turns around, really wants the Storm Spirit, but will trade her life for it. Storm Spirit doesn't even go down.
Oh, okay. That is. I think what happens. It's something I do as well. Is when you press Q, you think if you press S for stop, they'll stop. You have to press Q again. So sometimes you're like, oh crap, I pressed S instead of Q. It shouldn't really change that. It should be S to stop it as well. But oh man, she was actually fine. She was like, oh, I'm out of here. I'm good. No wait, I'll come back.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. I'm not done with.
I still got some fight left in me. Yeah. But that was a bit expensive because it kind of made Storm's rotation worthwhile.
Yeah.
And honestly, that shouldn't have happened, to be frank with you. But it's not the biggest deal in the world. The bigger problem might be that the Mars is just not really getting the CS he wants. At the very least, Nana is farming pretty decently, but it's the Mars is suffering, being doubled in terms of CS by this Luna.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to farm against Luna, right? Like if she wants to secure the creep, she beams you. There you go. It's a high base damage, moves really fast. You know, Luna, only thing she doesn't have is decent range, but even then, it's easily compensate for that. Look at Gil just being such an aggressive Luna player, just walking up forward. Meanwhile, Honey Lisa most likely took an arrow to the face, able to dive away, and the guy not done yet. Actually, didn't even take the arrow.
Roar.
I think it's a Beastmaster Roar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on cooldown. So it's like, oh, okay, pretty good. I mean, that she made it out alive at least. You know, that was a good Icarus dive. That was a good Icarus dive. We want to see more of that Icarus dive. Chipped Vest being finished. Pretty good item for Terrorblade for him to help him farm a little bit faster. You can also give it to the Mars, who's going to be fighting. And there you go, Helmet of the Dominator. That's a nice creep to have, that extra regen creep right there.
It's pretty deadly as well, right? If the TB gets forced away this early on, it's kind of what the TB wants to do, but it's not what you would like to happen against a Beastmaster.
Yeah, it's better if the TB says I want to leave the lane rather than I am forced to leave the lane. You know, you don't want to be forced out of the lane.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like I want to leave the lane, but it's like, but I don't know what else I can do other than leaving the lane and not just gonna get jumped on. Miri comes in with a counter engage, but good Phantom's Embrace prevent follow-up. Miri still wants to commit to it, gets the bottle regen, pulls the Grimstroke back with the electric vortex. The arrow is gonna go wide, and Miri has to back off. In fact, this voice spray is gonna be a nuisance. Easy 8 Remnant, pull the Gaia back. No follow-up though from the rest of Foxy Gaming.
And Ningen has played so well in both Game 1 and Game 2. In Game 1 she was the Ember Spirit, she creates so much space. Game 2 also starting off pretty well. Yeah, she's quite a bit behind in CS in terms of the against the Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit just naturally farms a little bit faster anyway. And top 3 CS at the start of this game are all on JIARMY. What about but maybe the net worth will show us a nicer story here.
Well, an arrow goes wide once more, and Ningen will be able to get out of that because of the arrow missing.
Ooh.
But they do lose Gil, Sleepless. That's the arena combo, taking out the Luna.
Much needed, much needed. Luna, that was the top CS hero in the game, and yeah, it's just a little bit stems that bleeding, just a little bit there. Terrorblade's not doing fine. Voice Spirit's suffering, but a lot of it is the Mars, and that kill on Sleepless already puts her as the top net worth support in this game by a mile.
TP coming into the middle lane. The Hawk sees everything. JIARMY have the all-seeing eye. No Mars Arena yet, so Foxy Gaming don't really think that they want to fight this, but looking for an avenue. Good virtual ultimate. They send Melody into the tree, and here comes the Supernova. There's no way for JIARMY to go and dispel, to go and take it out. The arrows will go wide. Supernova goes off. They lose Melody to start it off. Ningen just standing in front as the frontline Sunray. Not sufficient to heal her up as Jia, his level 6, gets the borrowed time off. They really want to kill off the Gaia, but the Gaia leaves to safety and Cat Chaser turns around. Good spear to finish off Jia. They do lose that mid tier 1 as the Gaia chases for the kill, but there is the magic resist. The shield from the hood is enough. Arrow will be tanked by Hanedisa. The electric force has pulled his Phoenix back, but the Grimstroke Inkshroud hits onto Ligaya as well.
Wow.
Ligaya dies. Foxy Gaming gets a decent trade.
I think that was a 3-for-1 trade overall. The only loss didn't get. I mean, the rest of Foxy Gaming looked like they were gonna die multiple times. I love what Lisa did. She actually took the arrow to save her the Mars. He's like, "Get down, Mr. President. I'll take the bullets for you." You know, so that was very impressive. During that whole time, Gil was farming, Nana was farming, but Foxy, they lost the tier 1, but they got 3 kills and only traded. Sorry, I think the Mars. No, sorry, the Void Spirit. So it's a good trade for Foxy, but losing the tier 1 is a lot of control. So I think overall it's an even trade. Like neither team really walks out feeling too good, too bad about that one.
Yeah. I mean the goalie still kind of in favor of JIARMY, but that's because again of the Luna. Good dodge with the ball. Lightning Spear goes wide. Cat Chaser able to dodge the arrow on her. Oh, they had the reflection from Nana. You can see that Foxy Gaming did really want to fight this though. The roll from Melody, Inkshroud would be enough to keep Cat Chaser alive. The spear misses once more as everyone from the side of JIARMY wants to stick on the Cat Chaser, but she does have to put the fires. And now here comes the Soul Bind. It's going to prevent Miri from zapping away, but there's no damage. No follow-up from Foxy. This arrow is going to go and connect. Miri takes the spear, but not into a tree. So everything kind of working in favor of JIARMY. They're going to re-engage once more, and Cat Chaser also loses her life.
Yeah, the problem with that fight was that they just did not have the Phoenix there. And like Lisa, her egg just got on cooldown just now. So the fight started, was 4 versus 3, and Storm Spirit is so mobile, you got a good roll off. Mars Arena was completely wasted as well, so it was not a fight for them that they could have taken. And they got punished heavily for it. It was a decent Grimstroke Soulbind, by the way. Grimstroke Soulbind, I was like, oh, this is pretty good, but there was a bright moment of hope, but then it all went bad for Foxy.
But is it worth it though? All the space that Nana is getting, is it worth it? You know, will it pay off? You know, Foxy Gaming is taking all these fights.
When you lose fights, it looks pretty bad, right? Because you're like, oh my god, we're losing fights, and we don't, just to make space. Is Terrorblade the strongest hero in this game? Yes, for sure. Like Terrorblade, if he's farms, he can easily crush everyone else in this game. But you're up against a push lineup with the Beastmaster, and they're fighting very well, so you do need your... On the other hand, you do have the Phoenix, who is, in my opinion, is just the strongest support in the game with the egg, so you should be kind of okay. And I do think that... I kind of expected JIARMY to be a little bit more ahead at this point of the game. Yes, they're 3k, but I thought they'd be like, oh, you know, we're knocking down tier 2s and taking the outposts.
Ningen actually has the triple no talisman.
I saw that too.
Like a lot of heavy, very cheap damage, right? Cheap and efficient. The magic, kind of the magic build. Yeah, decent stats as well.
Yeah, it's good stats. Good stats. I think they probably have a ward in their own forest. So they should have seen someone coming here. Are they waiting for someone to teleport to defend this? And Ningen breaks the smoke, but they're not sure if it was a smoke or an invis, so they don't know like, oh, the rest of the team smoke behind him or not. The Gaia is a risky jump to go for.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
They have
attack.
positioned themselves in a
Dire's
very,
top tower is under
very
attack.
frontal spot. There is catch chaser with
Yeah.
the arena if they need it, but they need to defend this top tier too. If they can catch
attack.
Miri, it would be
Oh,
great. But it
cancel.
seems like they found Meredy, I believe. But no, they have not.
Oh yeah,
In fact,
looks like she was arrowed.
oh, Steve is gonna go down. That's help with the Overlord. Not yet. Oh, not yet. Yeah.
I think Sleepless
but it's
got,
okay.
got arrowed just now. That's why she wasn't able to complete the TP. But meanwhile,
Oh,
top
wait,
lane
nah,
though, we
that's
might
the
be losing
primal
Gil.
Yep. Yeah, Ja's gonna go down. So kind of support for support trade still okay. Catch chaser, can she catch up to Gil though? Honey Lisa does have the vision, but they don't have the mobility. Yeah, Master Man is used just for the extra movement speed. Again, it's just space created for both the cores.
Again, Nana's farming very well. Remember, she is up against a Luna who's a crazy farmer. Like playing up against an alchemist, you're always gonna be less farm than them. But Nana's still doing pretty well despite that, and that's a big deal. Like you can be very not happy, but you can be confident with your Terrorblade's
Radiant's
farming
bottom
speed
tower
at least.
is under attack.
But there's gonna be 5 people. They want this tower. This tower gives you outpost.
Some fresh orchid out the oven. Sunray, is it enough to keep Ningen alive? And yes, it does. Miri trace alive because of the ink swell. Eclipse can go off. Cat Chaser puts up the shield, and she will be the front liner. The Sunray is not going to be sufficient to keep her alive. No more Supernova for the side of Foxy Gaming as JIARMY takes out the top tier 1. Everyone from the side of Foxy Gaming wants to get away, but here comes Nana. Big Boss Terrorblade immediately brought and stopped by Meredy as she keeps the team alive. The Gaia will lose his life, but look at who is in the backline. It's Gil with all those claims. Takes out 2 members from the side of Foxy Gaming. Nana wants to chase, but this is going to be a tall order as they have the board to slow her down. Good Thunder to turn it around. Should be able to get Jar. Honey Lisa does not have the resources to keep Nana alive, and Honey Lisa also dies. That's JIARMY with a 17-minute wipeout.
That started so well. They got a kill on the storm. It was like, okay, the storm was dead. They were like the towers basically barely alive, it was like fence. But then you saw the Mars kind of continue, and at that point they were fighting outside the arena, outside the egg range, and they just got crushed because of that. So, by the way, is there Hell Brother available on the Beastmaster? I think he's still pretty. Like he should be close to, but I don't think he has it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, 50 more gold, 40 more gold. He's just gonna get it right now. There you go. Oh, the price reduced. It was nice.
Oh yeah, that.
Okay, okay.
Actually, the price was reduced by like 50 gold total, or I think increased by 50 gold. But yeah, the components are not, you know, so it's easier to get it. The recipe's not that big expense that it used to be. Oh,
now we are starting to see like a separate issue, right? Like the Terrorblade, like Nana wants to run at people with this metamorphosis, but the boar from Meredy, you know, she's trained those boars well. Just like go, I don't know what the boar's name is.
Philip.
I can't think of the
name. It's Philip. You know, go Philip. Slow him down. And Philip's like,
go Philip.
right.
Okay, I'll stick with it.
I guess
what
I'll
do you call the golem?
John, I don't know. Why do we have to give them? His name is. How about Grant? Grant, a night golem. We call him Grant.
Okay. Why short for granite?
Yeah, his name is Grant.
Grant. All right. We'll get there.
We're not gonna name every. Are we gonna name everyone? What's the name of Hockey? The Hawk. I'm gonna call him Hockey the Hawk. You know that. There you go. On the other hand, though,
like this, like I'm bad at naming. That's for sure.
Either way, Foxy Gaming, that fight they lost was annoying, but you have to remember that they were not able to fight with all their abilities in one place. But they do have the Grand Here.
Oh, the Hawk Vision against Sunray. Is it enough to keep Ningen alive? No, the Orchid pops. Honey Lisa also needs to get out. Everyone from Foxy Gaming needs to get out. Miri wants a bit more, but not able to find us. This should be the mid tier 2. As Helm of the Overlord starting to show his power. Look at Grant, look at the golem. Yes.
Hey, he's a bulky boy.
Wreck-It Ralph.
I mean, he's kind of big and he wrecks things. But yeah, this the Helm of Overlord, you get a nice golem. You get Grant over here, giving you 15% extra HP. That's massive. Like everyone's so much tankier because of that. Terrorblade is gonna have a hard time chewing through them. But again, if Foxy gets their combo off, their chances of winning this game, while not like amazingly high, they still have a good chance because of that.
So is the plan still the same? Take a fight with all your combos, or do they want to start planning for the late game? Obviously for JIARMY, they want to just mow down all the structures and end the game, right? This is the whole idea of the draft, this insane pushing power. But what about Foxy Gaming? At least they want to focus. Do they still want to focus on just winning big team fights, or they have to start thinking about, okay, what happens if we go to beyond 35-minute mark?
At that point, the push becomes a lot weaker, so you might be in a better spot then. But can you make it to 35 minutes? That's a scary thing. Like, yeah, you are in the worst part of the game right now for Foxy. Like, this is the biggest power spike. So handling this is gonna matter a lot. And by the way, does Grimstroke max the Stroke of Fate? That's very important for this defense. This is a long ass cooldown for Stroke of Fate.
And this is another problem, right? Your Stroke of Fate doesn't care too much about the golem, but here we go. Good spear in the arena. Supernova on top. It kisses to go off, but the Supernova, boom, there he goes. Ryuga can be burned down to death. Verity also dies. And that's the fight. That's the fight that we have been waiting for. Jan knows that she is dead as Nana won't take that. The base defense from Foxy Gaming, just picture perfect.
That was incredible, perfect. Like you said, they just could not have been any better. Then again, started off with catching a couple, catching some with the 8th remnant. Then you had the arena. We said this before. We said, yes, they lost a couple of fights on Foxy's side, but they were not ever able to get the perfect combo off. And they just did. And that, like, we can expect that it's not over yet for JIARMY. There's a few more pushes going to be coming that are going to be scary, but that was a huge power spike that they just were able to survive.
Oh yeah, as I was saying, so we have Grant, right? Grant doesn't care about magic damage. It's pretty hard to clear him off, but we see Miri jumping onto the Phoenix. That's an easy kill. And so again, the Vision Gate being the catalyst for all of these fights, at least with them being in favor of JIARMY.
That's fine. I mean, Lisa died without a cooldown, without her ulti, and without anyone pushing. So it's like, if someone's gonna die, that's gonna be okay. You have to accept that some of this is gonna happen. So you're like, you shrug and you're like, I don't know. I can't. Sorry guys, he jumped on me with Orchid. What do you want me to do? Oh, Aegis just timed out.
Oh yeah. Kaya Sanj for Ningen. More stats, more damage, and status is everything is gonna help. It's going for Ligaya, but obviously Ligaya is gonna leap away. I wonder what the Phoenix is going. Can we look at the Phoenix? Wonder if she will. No item will she go? Yeah, the Yules.
Yules is good. Yules is good.
There you go.
And she's almost level 12. When she's level 12, that egg becomes just a lot better. Your damage increases by 50%. Takes a couple more hits to live. Like, the damage for the Phoenix egg is insane. How much better it gets at level 2 than level 1. From 60 to 90. Oof. I like that. Still, despite that good defense, JIARMY straight away they're back. They were at like 8k gold advantage. Now they're still back at 8k because there's very little for Foxy's side to farm. They do have all their ultimates available though, so we can't see that happen again.
Yeah, just a couple more fights with the combos and Foxy Gaming. That is because for now JIARMY, they don't have BKB on their cores, but what has to change? Like, what if the Luna comes with a BKB? What if Miri, the Storm, shows up with a BKB? What are the adjustments that Foxy Gaming has to look at?
They have to try to spear someone into their base at that point. You can't just use the arena as the combo. The combo becomes, we spear someone into our base, we kill them, and try to get them as far away from the Abaddon as possible. Because if you do the combo and the person BKBs, it's pointless. Like, the combo is useless. They'll just try to hit the egg and that's it. Oh, Nana?
Oh, Nana. Nana just gonna TP out. Yep. No way to kill her.
Yeah, the Storm was like, yeah, I use all my mana, it's not gonna be enough to get the kill, so it's just like, let him go. Feels a bit weird to see the carry just walk out there to kill Foxy. They're like, yeah, well,
okay. Good arena. The spear arrow connects with the Ningen, but doesn't matter. They bash Merity to death. Good pickoff for the side of Foxy Gaming, but unfortunately not able to take out the creep. Look at this ogre. What is it? Ogre Mage?
Grant.
No, that's not Grant.
Oh, that's not.
What
What
did
do we
Grant
call? What
go?
do we call? Wait, do we have? Did someone else buy another helm? Can you imagine if there's like another helm of the Dominator going on? I saw Lugiami actually queue up a Blink Dagger. Like, what?
Merity has a Blink
Oh
Dagger.
Yeah, it's,
So-
it's the same helm of the. It's just that's a new one that they want the ogre apparently. Ha.
The extra armor, I guess.
You know what? You know what I think? And I think maybe the person wasn't aware that you can only have one creep, and then they want because you would definitely want Grant over the ogre. The Grant is so much more useful.
Grant is way
Grant
too
gives everyone a bonus HP, whereas Charles the ogre, is that what we're going to call him? Charles?
Yeah, I
Is
can
that-
live with that.
Not quite the same, you know.
Not quite the same. Yeah, you can see, you know, in size, in shape, and also in ability. But I would say though, like if you for those who know the reference, people would actually miss the saddle. I don't know what you call that again. What was the
Warlord?
ancient? No, the ancient creep that basically removes all your armor. What did you call it? It's not.
I know the
You get what I'm
dragon one,
talking about.
like the thing that it had like this stick
The
thing. it was a
purple,
big
this
dragon.
purple thing, this purple beast. Can't remember what it was.
All right, I'll Google it for you just because you're
Like
my
a-
friend, you know.
Dota 2 purple ancient creep. Pretty sure that's gonna be the prowler. The prowler. There we go.
That's the one. Yeah, I remember. That was the worst. Every time you walk through it, it would just root you for 2 seconds, just to be like, "Screw you, your day is ruined now." Like, thanks a lot.
You want to farm the ancient fat chance, the guardian of the ancient cat. Oh boy, they found someone. It's just Ja. Past the borrowed time. Miss silence. There is the arrow landing onto Cat Chaser, but there's no follow up. How is Foxy Gaming going to take this? Do they plan to take it? It seems like the answer is no. Comes in, Orchid, they get the most important target. It's going to be the Phoenix. Annalisa dies. So not able to use that supernova. Miri, oh no, zaps into the wall. Caught by the Ancient Brandon. Good use. As she stays alive, Ja doing her darnest best to keep Miri alive. Good raw onto Nana. They had to lose a big as well. Oh, the
Nice
astral
egg.
stab. Gets the double stun. And that's the vibe of the Phoenix egg coming through. Gil, do you really want to stand there? The egg about to go off. The egg actually dies, but Nana gets thunder. Now she mantas out. 5 skill is Nana against 2. Nana trying to lifesteal and do her best, but no. The dragon actually takes everyone out. And in fact, JIARMY beats the crap out of Foxy Gaming, and they only lost 2 in the process.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that was they were able to jump the Phoenix. When the Phoenix came back, I mean, the egg was good, but it's also with that no one's really defending her. And you was like, Mirai was like, I'm taking it out. And I was like, I'm taking it out. That they were just able to get the egg out. And this will probably at least be one set of racks, and all the auras are insane. You have
Radiant's courage.
you only have the aura coming out from the Beastmaster, but that's still a ton of control of like sort of benefits coming out from him. Foxy
Oh,
Gaming,
Foxy
that was a
Gaming.
good chance.
Yeah, down to just one last opportunity. Back into the same spot that they previously were, but this time it happened faster. Goodbye.
I swear I was gonna say the same thing. I was like, this is just like in game 1 where they only had top racks.
Oh, Cat Chaser, she's dead. They want Gil, but Gil is just not the target. Now Cat Chaser forced to buy back. The last stand for the side of Foxy Gaming. No metamorphosis for Nana. Ningen has to be careful as well. She was the one who got caught and went down in the previous game, and now she will also face the same fate. Gil on the killing spree. Ningen has a buyback. It is now or never. The Rina comes out and Ningen will buy back. They get the spear onto Ja, but that's not the target you want to go for. It's just an Abaddon. Ja is just going to tank up everything. Borrow time is up. She's going to start soaking up those HP. Ningen able to dodge the arrow, but they're going to raw her. Good spear. But Meredy should be able to survive this. The axes come out, Meredy dies. But in the meantime, the rest of JIARMY, they have already finished the demolition work, and it's now Gil walking forward, taking the 8th remnant. There is the Ix on to Nana. Nana pops the Manta. They got the egg. There is the Eclipse coming down. Can they take out the egg in time? It doesn't seem so. The guy does not have the attack speed, and the egg is gonna detonate. Gil will lose her life. The Gaia tries to run away. Good spear coming out. It's gonna isolate Ja. The Gaia burns to death as well. But Foxy, they defend the base, but they lose everything in return. This is mega creeps now in favor of JIARMY.
I mean, I guess they could say for buyback for a couple of heroes, but oh dear me. Are we gonna do it? Yep, Ningen is also gonna fall down. There's no healing available on the Phoenix to keep him alive, and yeah, I mean, you're like you said, you defended the base. The throne is still standing, but now it's just a slow march towards your death, rather than just sort of being like, oh yeah, the game's over. So it's tough. And by the way, Phoenix is gonna finish their Yule Scepter now. Like they're sending the courier now to get them the Yule Scepter. Oh, holy crap! Grimstroke has an Aghanim Scepter.
Okay, we might. No, better late than never,
Like that,
right?
Like that is okay. Or I mean, well, okay, she had the Philosopher's Stone, so that makes sense. But this Aghanim's Dark Portrait, along with Reflection from Terrorblade, you can get a Luna that does double damage. Basically, that's how strong you can get. That's crazy. I don't know if it's crazy enough to win.
Yeah, one last chance. One last chance. They need Ningen alive. So Foxy Gaming, just stay safe for 30 seconds. Just half a minute. It's not that long. The creeps are gonna reach your base regardless. So all they have to do right now is to wait. Gil is now back. No Roshan just yet. So Foxy Gaming can rest assured that they don't have to deal with a Luna that resurrects. But either way, it's a tough climb, upwards. So now both supports from the side of Foxy Gaming needs to be protected. They need to be protected at all costs.
Yeah, and you're up against a Storm Spirit that's got Orchid, so she's always gonna be able to jump. I like that they even smoke up so that they get like if Storm Spirit jumps on, they can't catch them. And oh, there's a Dark Portrait already of the Luna, making of the Luna illusions, I believe. That okay. Oh crap! You can just make some of the illusions.
I mean, okay, JIARMY, they actually.
Look at the damage.
Oh my goodness!
Look at the damage.
At that. They had to glyph the wave. Gil caught. There's Manta Salva and Ningen. Yeah, knows better than to go in. So with no Dark Portrait, there is a buffer for JIARMY to end this. They're going straight for the tier 4s. Foxy Gaming, what's the plan? Manta dodge, not even to dodge the arrow, but if there's anything, they gotta engage right now, and instead, they go straight onto Sleepless. She's down. 50 seconds, no buyback. As Moonlight Shadow used for the side of JIARMY as well. They are looking for the end. It's already there. There is the arena. This is the last fight. They drop down, but Meredy focusing on the throne. Eyes on the prize. JIARMY breaks Foxy Gaming, and that's GG. 2-0 is the scoreline. This grand finals goes the way of JIARMY.
I think if we watch that replay, we'll find out that they were actually going to win that fight on Foxy Gaming side. But holy crap! And JIARMY, by the way, just like in Game 1, they're barely ahead in terms of kills, but they just played better with with the resources they had, and all their deaths seem to always go to that position 5, and this time it was on the Abaddon. Just didn't care at the early stage. Oh my god, man! It felt like it was so close a couple of times for Foxy Gaming side, but they are up against the strongest pusher in the game with that Beastmaster, and they just couldn't live long enough to beat this game. Like they had to go a lot later.
Yeah, we ended. I mean, the on the bright side, we ended the day with our wish granted, right? We saw Beastmaster. It's a perfect way to cap out the day. But Foxy Gaming put out a valiant fight. This was the rematch. They got knocked down from the upper bracket finals. They fought all the way back with the stellar gameplay, comes back into the grand finals. And even though they lost, I would say that it could have been anyone's game. But JIARMY, they were the more composed one today.
Yeah, for sure. Like a few times we saw like just fantastic Mars Arena into Spear. It's just that top lane fight when they were able to kill the Storm Spirit. I think that's the one where you want to go back and analyze it and be like, oh man, yeah, we killed the Storm Spirit. She dove in. We got the kill off on Miri, but then we kept going without Egg, without Mars Arena. That was the one that cost them the most because they were able to hold the base against the power spike at mid 20s. So earlier they could have definitely fought. Just that's a decision I think that's gonna sort of like be like, yep, that's the one that cost us the game.
Yeah, and this time there's no back and forth, right? There's no rapid heart, no heartbeat graph. It's more of JIARMY taking control from the get go, and Foxy Gaming showing signs of life, but those are very quickly smothered by JIARMY. So congratulations. I mean, JIARMY, they are the grand champions of the FSL Dota 2 Open 2, but Foxy Gaming settling for second place. Not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they played really well. Like, just because one team wins doesn't necessarily mean the other team did badly. I mean, JIARMY was just so good. Foxy Gaming, they were signs of life. Like, they could have made a comeback at some points of the game, but JIARMY just played better today. And maybe next time we see them Foxy Gaming, we'll take it 2-0 in their favor. The combination with the Mars Phoenix, I thought was great. They were only able to get off like once to win the fight, and then at the end of the game, but not enough. But next time maybe they'll take a Faceless Void, and we can see something even crazier.
Yeah, definitely. So, this is the end of the show. But before we cap it off, any last words? That means it's been an amazing journey this weekend. But any thoughts? Any final thoughts?
I'm just really glad that we have tournaments like this because you want esports to be as inclusive as possible, and there's simply not enough infrastructure for the fairer gender to play the game like the boys can. You know what I mean? So having these tournaments, it really helps the scene. You can even go to like Gia's stream while she's playing. She's happy that there's a tournament for her. So I'm glad that we have that. I hope we have many more in the future. Big shout out to FSL. Big shout out as well to Yahoo and Intel for making this possible. And always a pleasure to work with you, right?
Yeah, likewise. And with that being said, I hope we get more opportunities like this. It's always a breath of fresh air, and always great to witness good Dota game. But all good things come to an end. Let's draw the curtains right here. So we're gonna sign off right now. Congratulations to JIARMY for becoming the champions, and of course Foxy Gaming coming in second. We had Unknown in third, and Lugiami in fourth place. Everyone else who has participated, you are a big part of this journey. Of course, on behalf of FSL, and of course, thank you a lot to our sponsors and partners, Yahoo and Intel, and everyone behind the scene. I'm HusKKiee. Here's Otomo. We'll see you guys hopefully in the future. But until then, good night and have a good day. Goodbye.